Chapter 894. As soon as Zhou Xian appeared, he became the center of attention. It was the kind of hateful one. His and Wu Ningzhu's public display of affection was a great stimulation to many young ancient people. Of course, stimulation was one thing, but these people still had self-awareness. They knew that they had no qualification to compete with Zhou Xian. But it didn't mean that Gu Lufeng didn't. Today was the family meeting. Gu Lufeng certainly wouldn't swallow his anger. However, Zhou Xian was after all an existence that killed Shirhan. If Gu Lufeng fought against Zhou Xian, his chances of winning wouldn't be great. Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu turned a deaf ear to these discussions, as if they didn't hear anything. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum became more and more urgent. Suddenly, more than 20 tyrannical figures appeared on a high platform in front of them. After these people appeared, the whole scene became quiet. A faint majestic aura permeated the void. All the ancient people were looking at the high platform with incomparable respect. Any one of the figures on the platform was a high and mighty existence. The lowest cultivation grade of these people was a first-grade great saint. More than 20 great saints gathered together. Even if they didn't deliberately release their qi, the invisible pressure caused by them would still make people feel uncomfortable. As one of the 8 major families, ancient people naturally had more great saint experts. However, there was no need for all the great saint experts to be present in a family meeting. On the platform, standing at the forefront, was Zhou Xian. He had a majestic look on his face. This was the supreme existence of the ancient people. He was like a god in the hearts of all the ancient people. However, at this moment, many people's eyes fell on the white-clothed woman next to Zhou Xian. Look, that's Elder Gulen. She has been imprisoned by the patriarch for 12 years. I didn't expect her to appear today. Elder Gulen is so beautiful. It seems that the grudge between her and the patriarch has been resolved. That's great. I have long heard that Elder Gulen not only has the appearance of a fairy, but also has an extraordinary talent. Seeing her today, she really is extraordinary. Gulen's appearance caused an uproar. Most of the young people present had never seen Gulen before. After Gulen left the ancient people, she had been living in the southern continent and had never returned. 12 years ago, when Zhou Xian brought her back, he immediately threw her into prison. It was normal that many people had never seen Gulen before. However, just because they hadn't seen her didn't mean that they hadn't heard of her. Ancient people all knew about Gulen and even Gulen's deeds. It was just that the topic of Gulen was too sensitive, so no one dared to bring it up. Now that Wu Ningzhu was here and Gulen was released, this matter had finally come to an end. Patriarch, everyone is almost here. We can start now. An elder said. Alright, let's begin. Zhou Xian nodded. Just as Zhou Xian nodded, a silhouette turned into a ray of light and landed on a fighting platform. The newcomer seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was extremely handsome and wore a purple robe. His whole body was filled with domineering aura. After he arrived, his eyes immediately locked on Zhou Xian. It's Gu Lufeng. He finally appeared. Let's see what he will do. The newcomer was Gu Lufeng. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Gu Lufeng looked at Zhou Xian and said loudly, Zhou Xian, I know why you are here. But if you want to marry Ningzhu, let's see if you are capable enough. I, Gu Lufeng, challenge you now. As long as you can defeat me, I will withdraw from the competition. Lufeng. Zhou Xian knitted his brows. Patriarch, this is between us. Let us settle it ourselves. Gu Lufeng cupped his fists towards Zhou Xian. Gu Lufeng was a very smart person. By saying this, he gave Zhou Xian a way out. He and Zhou Xian would settle it themselves. If he lost, he would withdraw from the competition. Even if he married Wu Ningzhu to Zhou Xian, it would be considered as him withdrawing from the competition. It wouldn't affect Zhou Xian's prestige. More importantly, they had to settle their own matters by themselves. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon by others. Zhou Xian nodded secretly. Sure enough, he didn't choose the wrong person. Gu Lufeng didn't disappoint him. Swish. Without saying a word, Zhou Xian jumped onto the stage and stood opposite of Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng, you are a real man. But you don't have to feel unconvinced. Don't think that my arrival will affect you and Wu Ningzhu. You probably heard that Wu Ningzhu and I are already engaged. She doesn't have you in her heart. Of course, I agree with your words. Only the strong is worthy of Sister Ning. Therefore I accept your challenge. I have promised Sister Ning that I will defeat everyone for her. Jiang Chen said faintly. Gu Liufeng's temperament was extraordinary and he didn't act bashfully. Even after knowing that Jiang Chen had killed Shirhan, he still dared to challenge Jiang Chen. Firstly, it was to give Gu Xiantian a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Gu Lufeng didn't appear today and fight with Jiang Chen alone, it would put Gu Xiantian in a very difficult position. After all, the marriage between Wu Ningzhu and Gu Lufeng was agreed by Gu Xiantian himself. As the saying goes, the words of gold and jade carry enormous weight. Ancient people's patriarchs were much more noble than those emperors in the secular world. Jiang Chen, I know that you've killed Shirhan. But I've gained a lot of benefits from my trip out this time. My cultivation has improved a lot. I wanted to find Shirhan and Kong Yang for a fight. Since you've killed Shirhan, let me see how terrifying the person who killed Shirhan is. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Liufeng's aura fluctuated. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was also a battle-hungry person. Unfortunately, you're still not my opponent. Jiang Chen shook his head. I know that with my current strength, it's impossible to kill Shirhan. But the battle between us is unavoidable and I will not retreat. As soon as Gu Lufeng finished speaking, his qi erupted like a volcano. He pressed his palm forward, sucking in the void. Then his palm turned into a sky, pressing down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't seem to care about Gu Liufeng's qi. Bang! Without any delay, Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form to deal with a monstrous genius like Gu Lufeng. This point was very obvious when he was fighting against Shirhan. Hong Long, the true dragon palm and the giant dragon claw collided with the dome of the sky created by Gu Lufeng, producing a deafening sound. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Gu Liufeng's attack was shattered. If not for the powerful seal that was cast on the battle stage, the entire stage would have been destroyed by this collision. Gu Liufeng's body swayed. He retreated 2 steps before regaining his balance. His facial expression changed. Although he had expected this, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this powerful. What? He's so powerful. This is too powerful. No wonder he could kill Shirhan. Big brother Lufeng is ranked 4th in the sky ranking. He is a half-step great saint. He is only 1 step away from the great saint realm. I didn't expect that he couldn't defeat a 7th grade minor saint. It's unbelievable that he was defeated in the first exchange. This is terrifying. This guy is truly a monster. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen's combat strength has increased by a lot after his transformation? Big brother Lufeng had gained a lot of benefits from this expedition. He was able to compete with Shirhan and Kong Yang, but now it seems like he is no match for Jiang Chen. No one wasn't shocked. Not only the young geniuses and their people, even Gu Xiantian Gulan and the higher-ups were shocked. Hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were 2 different things. They didn't see how Jiang Chen killed Shirhan, but they knew how powerful Gu Lufeng was. Now Gu Lufeng was defeated by Jiang Chen. Gu Lufeng, you are indeed very strong, but you are still a little bit weaker than Shirhan. However, I know that you won't be willing to admit defeat. If that's the case, I will let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The bones in Jiang Chen's body produced cracking sounds. Every part of his body was filled with boundless energy. Wild roars could be heard continuously. In an instant, numerous seals condensed around Jiang Chen's body, turning into powerful true dragons. Each of the dragons was vivid and lifelike, emitting 5-colored brilliance, as if they were true dragons that had descended to the mortal world. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time. He immediately used the 5 elements combat dragon seal. 5 different seals were cast at the same time. 15 dragons with different attributes formed a huge circle and directly surrounded Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng was naturally powerful, but compared to Shirhan there was still a gap. It took him a lot of effort to kill Shirhan, but to defeat Gu Lufeng this move was enough. After all, he only wanted to defeat Gu Lufeng, not to kill him. Big brother, Jiang Chen's combat skill is very powerful. Have you noticed that this move of his has directly integrated the 5 elements? It's really scary. That's right. The 5 elements are mutually restraining each other. Water and fire are incompatible with each other, but this combat skill of Jiang Chen is able to integrate the 5 elements to such an extent. It's really rare. I never thought that there would be such an incredible combat skill in this world. Gulen and Gu Xiantian were shocked. Even with their cultivation and knowledge, they had never seen such a combat skill before. This kid is scary. His future achievement is limitless. He's too powerful. I'm a first-grade great saint now, but I feel that even if I face this move of his, I will still die. It seems like Lu Feng is no match for him. The fact that he could kill Shi Han isn't a coincidence. Such strength is really scary. No one wasn't amazed. They could also see that Jiang Qin didn't want to play around with Gu Lufeng. Defeating Gu Lufeng with his most powerful move was also a form of respect to Gu Lufeng. On the battlefield, Gu Lufeng had exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's 5-elemental combat dragon seal. When all the violent combat waves disappeared, Gu Liufeng's body was revealed. The current Gu Lufeng looked a little embarrassed. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His qi was completely scattered. It could be seen that he had suffered a lot in the battle just now. I've lost. Gu Lufeng revealed a wry smile. Although he still had the strength to fight, the collision just now had made him very clear that it was meaningless to continue the battle. He was no match for Jiang Qin. In other words, if this was a life-and-death battle, Jiang Qin could also kill him if he could kill Shi Han. Jiang Qin withdrew his dragon form and jumped down from the battle platform. He came to the side of Wu Ningzhu. The current Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with happiness. She still remembered what she said to Jiang Qin, asking Jiang Qin to defeat everyone for her. And it seemed like Jiang Qin had never been defeated before. Patriarch Lu Feng wholeheartedly accepts his defeat today. Brother Jiang is really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Ningzhu marrying him is not a disgrace to our ancient people. Gu Lufeng cupped his fist and said to Gu Xiantian. In fact, he already knew the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Qin, but there was still a knot in his heart. Today, after being defeated by Jiang Qin, the knot in his heart was finally untied. He and Gu Xiantian were both emotional people. A defeat was a defeat, there was no need to be pretentious. Similarly, Jiang Qin also won the respect of Gu Lufeng with his own strength. At this time, Gu Mu stood out from the crowd. He took out Jiang Chen's super betrothal gifts and handed them to Gu Xiantian and Gulen. Patriarch Elder Gulen, this is Jiang Chen's betrothal gifts. 1. 5 billion true meta stones, 3 9 sun less rond pill and 10 bottles of 9 sun holy water. Gu Mu was very good at choosing the right time. After Gu Lufeng admitted defeat, he loudly read out these treasures. Suddenly, an uproar arose among the ancient people. It was a completely different feeling to see these treasures with their own eyes. Many people looked at Jiang Qin with blazing eyes. This guy was really rich. Xiaolon, what do you think? Gu Xiantian looked at Gulen. Very good. Gulen was very satisfied with this son-in-law. Good. Jiang Qin, you have come to the ancient people to propose marriage. You have gone through many trials and come with great sincerity. With your talent, it is a blessing for the ancient people to be the son-in-law of the ancient people. In the name of the patriarch of the ancient people, I betroth Wu Ningzhu to you. Gu Xiantian put away the betrothal gifts and said. This matter had finally come to an end. As for Gu Lufeng, he had been defeated by Jiang Qin. Gu Xiantian didn't worry that Gu Lufeng would be unhappy. If the person he liked couldn't even withstand a little setback, then it could only mean that Gu Xiantian had misjudged him. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu said at the same time. Jiang Chen's expression was good, but Wu Ningzhu's face was full of happiness. Chapter 895. Jiang Qin, Ning heir, since your marriage has been decided, why don't you choose an auspicious date for your wedding? Said Gulen with a smile. That's right. From now on you, Jiang Qin, will be one of us, the ancient people. Gu Xiantian laughed. It was a great thing for the ancient people to have a genius like Jiang Qin. Wu Ningzhu was very happy. After going through so much, she could finally have a happy ending. She looked at Jiang Qin and said, Uncle, mother, the marriage between me and Jiang Qin can be decided for now. As for the wedding, let's talk about it in the future. After all, Jiang Qin still has many things to do. My father-in-law is still in the eastern continent. Let's wait for little Qinzi to solve all his problems before we think about the wedding. Said Wu Ningzhu. Others might not know what Jiang Qin was thinking, but she was very clear about it. In Jiang Chen's heart she was not the only one. There was still Yan Qinyu. If they got married in front of the ancient people today, it would be very unfair to Yan Qinyu. Since she and Yan Qinyu had already decided to marry the same person, the wedding would be held in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu with a gratified expression. A considerate woman would always be a man's favorite. That's fine. Since it's like this, let's consider it as your engagement today. When the time is right, we will consider holding a wedding. Gu Xiantian said. It was better to let Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu make their own decisions. He had already harmed Gulan and Wu Tianyang in the past. Now he could see Wu Ningzhu's happiness. After that, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu left the martial arts field directly. They were not interested in the clan meeting of the ancient people. Jiang Chen's purpose of coming to the ancient people this time had been achieved. From now on, he, the monster race, and the ancient people would be tied together. For Jiang Chen, it was a good thing to have two people to rely on. For the ancient people and the monster race, what they valued was Jiang Chen's potential and future. At the same time, it was also for their future. Sister Ning, the matter of the ancient people has been resolved. I have done what I promised you in the past. Now you and your daughter have reunited. In the future, your father will also come to the ancient people. Your family will be reunited. Perfect. I will leave the ancient people now. Jiang Chen said. I will go with you. Wu Ningzhu said. No. You should be very clear about my current situation. I have offended too many people. There will be people who will jump out to kill me at any time. The people of the 5 major families and the assassins of the Dark Shadow are all hidden dangers. Although the patriarchs of the 5 major families said that the grudges between us will be settled by the younger generation, Shurhan's death will make them understand that none of their young geniuses is a match for me. So, even if their great saints won't attack me openly, they might attack me secretly. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Staying with the ancient people is the safest choice. Moreover, you and your daughter have just met. It's not appropriate to separate now. Jiang Chen said. All right, then you must be careful. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Although she was reluctant to part with Jiang Chen, she knew that what Jiang Chen said was the truth. Although she was a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, she would still be a burden if she followed Jiang Chen. The opponents were just too strong. Don't worry. There have always been a lot of people who want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. Jiang Chen shrugged. After that, he bid farewell to Wu Ningzhu. He didn't disturb any of the ancient people. When the ancient people were still having their family meeting, he left the Pure Land and headed to Xuanyu. When Jiang Chen left, Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were in seclusion. He was afraid that they didn't know that such a big thing had happened. Jiang Chen had gained a lot of benefits in Void Triangular Domain. He shouldn't forget about his brothers at this time. Putting aside Nangong Wentian, the dark spirit that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain was absolutely beneficial to Han Yan. Han Yan's physique, Gu Tianma, could absorb all kinds of dark energy. A powerful dark spirit was much more useful than a devil soul. The distance from the ancient people to Xuanyu Nebula sect was much further than the distance from the demon race to the ancient people. Xuanyu wasn't in the territory of the Pure Land, but to Jiang Chen this distance was nothing. He would arrive there in no time. High up in the sky, Jiang Chen was flashing and disappearing. Every time he disappeared, he would travel a few thousand miles. He was walking in the void, shuttling back and forth casually. He had already mastered the power of space to an incomparably exquisite degree. Suddenly, the void in front of him was blocked by a layer of shadow. This shadow forced Jiang Chen out of the void. 2 figures appeared in front of the white clouds. One was a man and the other was a beast. It was an old man in black clothes. His body was emitting a cold, murderous aura. This was the signature of the dark shadow. Beside the old man was a huge beast that was as big as a mountain. The huge beast looked extremely ferocious. Its body was more than 10 zhang in size. Its body was covered with black scales. There was a black flame on the surface of its body. It was a steaming devil chi. The huge beast had 4 eyes. Each eye was emitting a cold light as if it came from the depths of hell. There were 2 long fangs on the side of its mouth. It looked ferocious. Earth Devil Beast. Jiang Chen exclaimed. He wasn't unfamiliar with this huge beast. Back in Inferno Hell, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the Earth Devil Beast. He didn't expect to see another one here today. However, the strength of this Earth Devil Beast was incomparable to the one in Inferno Hell. Both of them were on a completely different level. The cultivation of the Earth Devil Beast in front of him had reached the second-grade Great Saint. The old man was also a powerful second-grade Great Saint. Given Zhou Xian's current cultivation, he basically had no chance of winning against a second-grade Great Saint. He could only choose to run for his life. The combat strength of the Earth Devil Beast was super strong. A powerful Earth Devil Beast was enough to deal with an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. "You Dark Shadow people are really annoying," Zhou Xian said coldly. "Brat, since the establishment of the Dark Shadow, we have only suffered a great loss in the hands of one person. You are the second one. I have to say that your strength has surprised us, but this is the end of it. Today I will personally deal with you. I won't use assassination methods. I will make sure you die without an intact corpse," the elder said. He and the Earth Devil Beast had already sealed off the entire void, not giving Zhou Xian any chance to escape. "That's right, Zhou Xian. A second-grade Great Saint wants to deal with me and you still dare to talk nonsense like not using assassination methods? I'm afraid that only the Dark Shadow would say such shameless words. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me today," Zhou Xian sneered. The old man didn't know that the two people he mentioned were actually the same person. "You are just a puny 7th-grade minor saint. It's just a piece of cake for me to kill you." The old man didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all, and he did have the capital to do so. "If you come alone, you might be able to severely injure me or even kill me. Unfortunately, you have brought an Earth Devil Beast with you. I have killed an Earth Devil Beast before and I have a special method to deal with Earth Devil Beasts. It will be a piece of cake for me to kill him," Zhou Xian said to the Earth Devil Beast. Obviously, he said these words on purpose. He knew the Dark Shadow too well. Once he was entangled with them, they wouldn't give up. This time, the Dark Shadow had sent a second-grade Great Saint to kill him. This was enough to show their determination to kill him. The appearance of the Earth Devil Beast had given Zhou Xian a chance. Because he did have a way to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't choose to run away. This Earth Devil Beast might become a great helper for him in the future. The Earth Devil Beast was the king of devils. That was why the edifying light came in handy. Of course, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the edifying light given his current cultivation grade. But he still had another method. The blood talisman. Zhou Xian wouldn't forget that it was the blood talisman that helped him deal with the Earth Devil Beast in Inferno Hell. This blood talisman had a great suppressive effect on the Earth Devil Beast. Of course, the blood talisman in Inferno Hell didn't only suppress the Earth Devil Beast, it could also suppress all other demonic beasts. Plus, the blood talisman in his hand came from the 9th level of the Suspended Tower, which was the top existence of the demon race. Therefore, Zhou Xian was ready to risk his life. He would provoke the Earth Devil Beast with his words and let it attack him. In that case, he could edify it with the help of the blood talisman and the edifying light. Once the Earth Devil Beast was under his control, the one who would die would be the elder instead of him. Edifying the Earth Devil Beast would be equivalent to having a powerful helper in the future. However, there was still one thing that troubled him. The blood talisman was immersed in the Qi Sea, completely motionless like a master. No matter how Zhou Xian summoned it, it was useless. If the blood talisman didn't help him, it would be too difficult to deal with the Earth Devil Beast. But in any case, Zhou Xian had to give it a try. Sure enough, after listening to Zhou Xian's words, the Earth Devil Beast instantly became violent. "Let me kill him myself. How dare he look down on me and kill my descendant? He is courting death. I will tear him into pieces." The Earth Devil Beast was completely enraged. "All right, Earth Devil Beast, I'll leave it to you to kill him. Don't make any mistakes this time," the elder said. Dong, the Earth Devil Beast moved. Its majestic body appeared in front of Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge mouth and said with a thunderous voice, "Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Do you know how to write the word, death? Whether I look down on you or not, we will know in a while." Zhou Xian snorted coldly. He immediately transformed into a dragon and struck out a powerful fire dragon seal without saying anything. His flames could restrain the Earth Devil Beast to a certain extent. "Die, brat." Chapter 896. The devil chi of the Earth Devil Beast was monstrous. It opened its bloody mouth that seemed like it could swallow everything. Countless of devil chi were spurted out from its mouth. The devil chi was like a sharp sword, carrying a very strong lethality. It lunged at Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's facial expression changed dramatically. A second-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast wasn't something he could deal with now. He could kill an ordinary first-grade Great Saint, but he wasn't a match for a second-grade Great Saint. However, this powerful Earth Devil Beast was equivalent to an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. Such a gap couldn't be made up. Zhou Xian groaned inwardly. He circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme, trying to activate the blood talisman in his chi, but this master didn't seem to have any reaction. This gave Zhou Xian the urge to curse. In desperation, Zhou Xian took out the Heavenly Saint Sword to resist. Long. The powerful and sharp Heavenly Saint Sword wasn't a match for the Earth Devil Beast. If it wasn't for Zhou Qian's speed, he was afraid that he would be eaten by the Earth Devil Beast. The existence of the King of Devils was really not easy to deal with. Zhou Qian was pushed back a dozen steps by the powerful devil chi wave. He felt that the blood and chi in his body were tumbling. It was indescribably uncomfortable. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. I'm no match for this bastard. If the blood talisman doesn't work, I will have to run away. Under such absolute suppression, it's basically impossible to subdue this Earth Devil Beast with the edifying light. Zhou Qian cursed. He felt incomparably depressed. He thought that the blood talisman could help him, but now it seemed like he didn't have much hope. What a good kid. A mere 7th grade minor saint, but you can withstand my attack without dying. Just this alone is enough for you to be proud of yourself even if you die. The Earth Devil Beast shook its body and turned into a middle-aged man. He looked majestic and domineering. His face was full of ferocious expression. This was the King of Devils. Not even the devils could be compared to him. Earth Devil Beasts were extremely rare. This was only the second Earth Devil Beast that Zhou Qian had encountered in the vast Saint Origin world. Die for me. The Earth Devil Beast moved again. The Earth Devil Beast had transformed into a humanoid form and sealed off the entire space. It stretched out a huge hand. The black palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Zhou Qian's head. If Zhou Qian was hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Zhou Qian was proficient in the space escape technique, so it wouldn't be easy for the Earth Devil to kill him. He could rely on the space escape technique to escape. However, Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and didn't move. He was betting that the blood talisman in his chi wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Now he was almost certain that the blood charm had something to do with the dragon transformation skill. Now that he was the master of the dragon transformation skill and he had seen the power of the blood charm, he was sure that as long as the blood charm made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress the Earth Devil. Therefore he wanted to bet that the blood charm would not just watch him die at the hands of the Earth Devil. Since he wanted to bet, he might as well go all out. Zhou Qian held the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, but he didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. This was a huge gamble, a gamble with his life. If the blood charm really didn't do anything, his ending would be miserable. Buzz. However, the blood charm didn't disappoint Zhou Qian. As if it had sensed a great danger, the blood charm immediately let out a strong buzzing sound. In the next moment, the blood charm flew out from Zhou Qian's body and turned into a bloody light. The bloody light didn't seem to be anything special, but it easily destroyed the Earth Devil Beast's attack. After that, the blood charm floated on its own and arrived above the Earth Devil Beast's head. Rays of bloody light sprinkled down from the blood charm, turning into a huge bloody net that enveloped the Earth Devil Beast. So powerful. Zhou Qian heaved a sigh of relief. The blood charm had finally made its move. He had once witnessed the power of the blood charm. In Inferno Hell, because of the existence of the blood charm, none of the demonic beasts dared to take even half a step into Inferno City. From this, it could be seen that the blood charm had a suppressive effect on all demonic beasts. Back then, when they killed the Earth Devil Beast, it was also because of the suppression of the blood charm that they succeeded. What is this? It's so scary. Seems like it contains some kind of primordial existence. It actually makes me want to worship it. The invisible force coming from the blood charm is making it hard for me to breathe. The Earth Devil Beast's expression changed dramatically. He stared at the blood charm above him. This blood charm was like the ancestor of all demonic beasts, making all demonic beasts submit to it. Although he was a devil, he was still a demonic beast. Right now, he was firmly suppressed by the blood charm and even his soul was trembling. He felt as if he had offended some kind of god and was about to die. How could he still have the energy to kill Zhou Xian? Here's my chance. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. This was the best time. His body flashed and he appeared in front of the Earth Devil Beast. He activated the Great Soul Derivation technique and shouted at the Earth Devil Beast, "Earth Devil Beast!" The Earth Devil Beast was originally suppressed by the blood charm, and his soul was already trembling. Now that he was under the impact of the Great Soul Derivation technique, he was momentarily dazed. He raised his head blankly, and saw a ray of light that represented light entering his forehead like a snake. Following that, the Earth Devil Beast felt as if a curse had been branded in the depths of his soul. He resisted violently, holding his head and screaming in pain. Helplessly, under the double pressure of the blood charm and the edifying light, even the powerful Earth Devil Beast succumbed quickly and was completely edified by the edifying light. Zhou Xian grabbed the blood charm with his big hand and kept it. The blood charm once again sank into his sea of aura and acted like a master. However, Zhou Xian now found this master pleasing to the eye. It was much more pleasing to the eye than before. If it wasn't for this master, he would have been embarrassed today. The Earth Devil Beast stopped screaming. In front of Zhou Xian, the unruly aura on its body had completely disappeared. It was like a docile sheep. The Earth Devil Beast bowed to Zhou Xian and called out respectfully, "Master." Haha, good. Zhou Xian laughed heartily. Today was really a good day. His luck was really good. He had just left the ancient people's mansion, and the Dark Shadow organization had given him such a big gift. They even let Zhou Xian know the magical effect of the blood charm. In the future, with the Earth Devil Beast by his side, it would be impossible for ordinary people to kill him. "Earth Devil Beast, what are you doing?" In the distance, the old assassin's face also changed. The change just now was too fast. He thought that it would be easy for the Earth Devil Beast to deal with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was bound to die. He didn't expect such a huge change. He heard very clearly that the unruly Earth Devil Beast actually called Zhou Xian master. This was really the biggest joke in the world. However, the Earth Devil Beast turned a deaf ear to the old man's words, as if it couldn't hear him at all. It directly stood beside Zhou Xian respectfully. "Earth Devil Beast, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill him," the old man roared. However, he was not a fool. He could see that the Earth Devil Beast was abnormal. He guessed that it must be Zhou Xian who was secretly playing tricks. "Earth Devil Beast, go kill him." Zhou Xian pointed to the old man. "Yes, master." Without hesitation, the Earth Devil Beast unleashed its monstrous devilish energy once again. In an instant, it returned to its previous Great Devil King's aura and lunged toward the old man. It didn't dare disobey Zhou Qian's words. Even if Zhou Qian asked it to commit suicide right now, it wouldn't hesitate to do so. "Earth Devil Beast." The old man's eyes almost popped out. He only felt that something unbelievable had happened. The Earth Devil Beast was his companion and his assistant just now. In the blink of an eye, it turned around to kill him. What the hell is going on? However, just as the old man shouted the name of the Earth Devil Beast, the Earth Devil Beast's attack had already reached him. The old man had no choice but to defend himself. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that could kill. It was incomparably cold. Unfortunately, how could he be a match for the Earth Devil Beast? The Earth Devil Beast was too strong. Although both of them were second-grade great saints, their combat strength wasn't at the same level. The old man was an assassin, but he wasn't in the state of assassination right now. This time, the higher-ups of Dark Shadow sent him to deal with the Earth Devil Beast. Now he had brought an enemy with him. Bang! The old man collided with the Earth Devil Beast. He was sent flying 100 meters away. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even a powerful second-grade great saint was no match for the Earth Devil Beast. Roar! The Earth Devil Beast didn't care about the old man's shock. The order it received was to kill this old man. Without saying a word, it rushed towards the old man again. "Motherfucker! What the hell is going on? Zhou Xian, what have you done to the Earth Devil Beast?" The old man spurted out blood again. This time it was because of anger. He had no idea what kind of magic Zhou Xian had used to control the Earth Devil Beast. Now that he was facing the Earth Devil Beast, his heart was filled with thousands of motherfuckers. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Thank you for giving me such a big gift. Earth Devil Beast, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh, then he once again ordered the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast went berserk instantly. Energy surged and rushed at the old man. The old man was wailing incessantly. Given his second-grade Great Saint cultivation, he would have been able to escape if he had fled from the beginning. He was afraid that the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. Unfortunately, he didn't flee from the beginning. Now that he had been severely injured by the Earth Devil Beast, it was impossible for him to escape. The sharp claws of the Earth Devil Beast held the old man firmly. The old man couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Earth Devil Beast, fuck you. The old man cursed. If he died today, he would die with grievance. Chapter 897. Arg. In the end, the elder couldn't resist the Earth Devil Beast. He let out a shrill scream and was crushed to death by the Earth Devil Beast. This old man's death could be said to be a tragedy. Today he came to kill Jiang Chen with certainty. Even if he didn't bring the Earth Devil Beast with him, killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake for him. Originally, he brought the Earth Devil Beast with him to act tough. He wanted to scare Jiang Chen to death. So, when the Earth Devil Beast appeared, it was in its original form instead of a human. Sadly, Jiang Chen wasn't scared to death. In the end, he died tragically in the hands of the Earth Devil Beast. This was the most useless way to die in the heavens and earth. Once again, the Dark Shadow suffered a heavy loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. A powerful second-grade Great Saint and a powerful Earth Devil Beast. Such a loss was enough to severely damage the Dark Shadow. To Jiang Chen, the Dark Shadow had finally given him a big gift. With the help of the Earth Devil Beast, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to be so cautious in his actions anymore. Earth Devil Beast, let me ask you, do you know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow is? Jiang Chen asked. I know. The Earth Devil Beast replied. How many great saints are there in the Dark Shadow? What is the highest cultivation grade? Jiang Chen continued to ask. He hated the Dark Shadow to the extreme. This group of people haunted him like ghosts, making him restless all day long. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to destroy this organization completely and make it disappear from this world. There are a total of 13 great saints in the Dark Shadow. I have just killed one of them. Excluding me, there are 11 left. The commander is a powerful 5th-grade Great Saint. There are 2 4th-grade Great Saints, 3 3rd-grade Great Saints, and the rest are 2nd-grade and 1st-grade Great Saints. The Earth Devil Beast didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words and answered truthfully. Humph. The lineup isn't small. Come with me to the Western Domain first. When we come back, we will eliminate the Dark Shadow. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He changed his original idea of returning to the Nebula sect. Now that he had obtained the powerful help of the Earth Devil Beast, it was necessary for him to improve his strength again. He was going to bring the Earth Devil Beast to the Devil Realm of the Western Domain to edify another 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. Given his current cultivation grade, the edifying light could only edify 2 3rd-grade Great Saints at most. At that time he would have 2 3rd-grade Great Saints by his side. After that, he would go to Peacock King and eliminate the Dark Shadow together. The strongest cultivation grade of Dark Shadow was a 5th-grade Great Saint, while Peacock King was a 4th-grade Great Saint. However, Peacock King's combat strength was very strong. His bloodline was much nobler than the Earth Devil Beast. Given his combat strength, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 5th-grade Great Saint. I will kill whoever Master tells me to kill, the Earth Devil Beast said. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. This was the power of the edifying light. Once a demonic devil was edified, it would become Jiang Chen's slave. It would only listen to Jiang Chen's words and wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect. Very good. Earth Devil Beast, follow me to the Devil Realm. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body vanished into the void with a sway. The Earth Devil Beast followed Jiang Chen. Both of them were heading towards the Devil Realm at the fastest speed. It could be said that Jiang Chen was very cautious in his trip to the Western Domain. After all, he had a conflict with the Great Lightning Tune Temple last time. If the experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple found his trail, it would be very troublesome. His main target this time was the Devil Realm. That was why he didn't stop when he passed by Green Lotus Mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From the outside, it looked peaceful and harmonious, and it seemed like the Great Laying Temple didn't cause any trouble for Great Master Ran Feng. This made Zhou Xian feel more at ease. If he brought trouble to Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant because of him, Zhou Xian would feel really bad. This wasn't the first time that Zhou Xian had come to the Devil Realm. Every time he came here he would reap great rewards. Last time he had edified a few minor devil saints to help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. This time he had two objectives. One was to edify a powerful third-grade Great Saint Devil, and the other was to use the Devil's Soul of the Devil to break through to the 8th grade Minor Saint. After obtaining the Blood Talisman, Zhou Qian's foundation was incomparably strong. Such a foundation was enough for him to use this kind of forceful method to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint. In order to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint, he would need to at least refine some 9th grade Devil Souls. He had a large number of dark spirits in his possession. These treasures could be used to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint, but now Zhou Xian was going to leave these dark spirits to Han Yan. Anyway, he was going to the Devil Realm soon. Without any obstruction, Zhou Xian and the Earth Devil Beast went straight into the Devil Realm. Upon entering the Devil Realm and sensing the intense devilish energy, the Earth Devil Beast immediately became excited. The environment here was like heaven for the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast raised its head and let out a roar. Devil waves surged up to the sky. Feeling the powerful devil pressure, all the devils prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. They were so scared that they couldn't even lift their heads. Ordinary devils couldn't withstand such pressure. Earth Devil Beast, retract your chi and follow me to the deepest part of the Devil Realm. Our target this time is to deal with a third-grade Great Saint Devil. Are you confident? Zhou Xian asked. Don't worry, Master. My bloodline is the King of Devils. Ordinary devils will have to endure the suppression of my bloodline when they see me. Although he is only a second-grade Great Saint, his strength has already reached the peak of second-grade Great Saint. It won't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. The Earth Devil Beast said with incomparable confidence. Very good. You don't have to kill him when you meet him. Of course, it won't be difficult for you to defeat a third-grade Great Saint given your cultivation, but it will be much harder to kill him. You just need to suppress him and leave the rest to me. Zhou Xian reminded the Earth Devil Beast. I understand. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. It was truly obedient to Zhou Xian. The two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the deepest part of the Devil Realm. A Great Saint Devil only existed in the deepest part of the Devil Realm. It was very difficult to find a powerful devil in the outer layer. Just as Zhou Xian and the Earth Devil Beast stepped into the deepest part of the Devil Realm, a roar was heard from not far away. Then, a middle-aged man with an incomparably ferocious-looking face rushed out and stood in front of Zhou Xian and the Earth Devil Beast. His face was covered with black patterns and his body was emitting fire-like devil chi. His cultivation base was extremely strong, having reached the first-grade Great Saint. Jejia. A human brat dares to intrude into the deepest part of the Devil Realm? You must be courting death. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. The devil licked his lips, completely treating Zhou Xian and the Earth Devil Beast as his prey. As the Earth Devil Beast had completely concealed its chi according to Zhou Xian's instruction, the devil didn't notice it at all. Bastard! How dare you disrespect my master? You're courting death. The Earth Devil Beast was infuriated. It seemed like it was going to attack the devil. I'll deal with it myself. Zhou Xian waved his hand, signaling the Earth Devil Beast not to be impulsive. Zhou Xian was prepared to deal with this first-grade Great Saint by himself. Ever since he advanced to the 7th-grade Minor Saint, Zhou Xian hadn't fought a real Great Saint. Now was the perfect opportunity. Given Zhou Xian's current cultivation base, he could defeat a first-grade Great Saint, but it would be very difficult to kill one. However, if the opponent was a devil, it would be a different story. He had a lot of ways to deal with these devils. Zhou Xian took a step forward and transformed into his dragon form. He didn't dare to be careless in dealing with a first-grade Great Saint. If he didn't transform, he wouldn't be a match for the devil. Bang! The void was blasted apart by the energy. Zhou Xian didn't waste any time and launched a punch at the devil. The punch was as heavy as a mountain, carrying blazing flames. It reached the devil in the blink of an eye. Courting death. The devil was infuriated. How dare a puny human take the initiative to attack in front of him? This was simply courting death. The devil roared wildly, bursting out endless devil flames. Similarly, he launched a punch at Zhou Xian. His face was wearing a hideous smile. In his opinion, this punch was enough to turn his opponent into meat paste. Long. Two fists collided fiercely. The void was torn apart on the spot. The devil couldn't withstand the tremendous force from Zhou Qian's fist and was sent flying away. His face was filled with incomparable shock. That's right. Impossible. How could a puny 7th grade minor saint force me back? This is ridiculous. Kid, what kind of flame is that? How could it suppress me? The devil was completely shocked. He looked at Zhou Qian as if he was looking at a ghost. The flame that can take your life. Zhou Qian didn't want to waste any more time. The collision just now had proven his combat strength. So he didn't want to waste any more time. The heavenly saint's sword rippled out. The dragon-shaped long sword carried boundless flames. The entire void was filled with raging flames. All the devil chi was incinerated. At the same time, Zhou Qian casted out his 5 elemental sphere to enshroud the devil. Roar! The devil roared again. He launched a frenzied attack at Zhou Qian. However, the suppression of the flame was too strong. He couldn't exert his true strength during the battle with Zhou Qian. His combat strength wasn't a match for Zhou Qian. Now that he was being suppressed by the flame, the gap between them was even more obvious. All the devil's energy was crushed by the heavenly saint's sword. The speed of the heavenly saint's sword was so fast that it chopped off the devil's arm. The flame was like a tarsal bone, burning the devil's arm. Bastard! The devil was infuriated, but it was useless because Zhou Qian's next attack had arrived. This sword was even more powerful than the previous one. With the devil's current condition, it was impossible for him to block it. Chapter 898. After killing the 1st grade Great Saint Devil, Zhou Qian immediately withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Looking at the devil's soul in his hand, Zhou Qian couldn't help but reveal a smile. Given his current cultivation grade, refining a 1st grade Great Saint Devil soul was enough for him to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint. Amazing! The Earth Devil Beast couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never seen anyone who could be so powerful. A mere 7th grade Minor Saint had killed a 1st grade Great Saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Earth Devil Beast, I am going to refine the Devil's Soul to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint. You will guard me while we wait here. The commotion just now will surely attract more powerful devils. Once a 3rd grade Great Saint Devil appears, we will have accomplished our purpose of coming to the Devil World. Zhou Qian said. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. His senses were keen. He carefully checked the surroundings and guarded the area, creating the best environment for Zhou Qian's advancement. Without hesitation, Zhou Qian circulated the dragon transformation art and began to refine the Devil's Soul. Under the dual burning of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the devil chi contained in the Devil's Soul was quickly purified by Zhou Qian, leaving behind the purest energy. Weng, the enormous amount of energy began to be refined by Zhou Qian bit by bit. Dragon marks began to form one by one. The speed of the dragon marks formation was very fast. In just a minute, 1,000 new dragon marks had been formed. The Earth Devil Beast's eyes fell upon Zhou Qian. He was even more surprised when he sensed Zhou Qian's rising chi. He was considered as one of the most powerful beings in the world, but he had never seen such an abnormal monstrous genius. Not only was this person's combat strength strong, he could also advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint so easily. The energy contained in the 1st grade Great Saint Devil Soul was too enormous. The number of dragon marks continued to condense. Very soon, another 1,000 dragon marks were formed. The number of dragon marks in Zhou Qian's body had increased from 72,000 to 74,000. A large number of high-grade true metastones began to be refined by him. A monstrous chi suddenly burst out from his body like a tide, pushing him to the 8th grade Minor Saint. After advancing to the 8th grade Minor Saint, the energy of the Devil's Soul was still not depleted. New dragon marks were still condensing. At this time, 2 incomparably powerful chi rushed towards them from afar. Very quickly they arrived near Zhou Qian and the Earth Devil Beast. They were 2 powerful devils with tyrannical cultivation. One was a second-grade great saint while the other was a third-grade great saint. They were attracted by the commotion just now. After they appeared, their eyes immediately fell upon Zhou Xian and the Earth Devil Beast. "Human, kill him," the third-grade great saint said. The second-grade great saint beside him immediately emitted a strong murderous intent. He turned into a ray of light and lunged at Zhou Xian. The Earth Devil Beast's chi fluctuated wildly. It was ready to kill the second-grade great saint. At this moment, Zhou Xian leaped up from the ground and took the lead in attacking the second-grade great saint. At the same time he shouted at the Earth Devil Beast, "Leave this to me. You go and deal with the third-grade great saint." The current Zhou Xian was no longer the same as before. Not only had he advanced to the 8th-grade minor saint, but he had also condensed another 1,000 dragon marks in a very short period of time. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 75,000. Basically, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th-grade minor saint, which was enough to deal with an ordinary second-grade great saint. Now that his opponent was a devil, he would be suppressed by him. The Earth Devil Beast roared after receiving Zhou Qian's order. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the third-grade great saint. His body was filled with violent devil chi. It turned into a palm that was as big as the sky and shrouded the third-grade great saint. "You're from the devil race and your bloodline is even higher than mine. A king of the devil race is actually helping a human? You've really lost the face of our race. I'll kill you right now and absorb your royal bloodline." The third-grade great saint was infuriated. He struck out a black beam of light at the Earth Devil Beast. The two experts fought fiercely. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, its opponent was a third-grade great saint after all. It was impossible for it to inflict serious damage on its opponent. That's right. On the other side, under Zhou Qian's frenzied attack, the second-grade great saint was severely injured in the shortest time possible. One of his arms was forcefully torn off by Zhou Qian. Just like the devil that was beheaded earlier, there was a raging fire burning at the place where the arm was severed. "Bastard! What kind of flame is this?" The devil was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was already strong enough, but this young human seemed to be even stronger. The thing that made him feel aggrieved was his opponent's flame. When devils reached their cultivation grade, ordinary flames wouldn't be able to suppress them. They wouldn't be afraid even if it was their nemesis. However, Zhou Qian's flame was the most powerful kind. It was their nemesis that could directly restrain their origin. Fire Dragon Seal. Zhou Qian struck out the Fire Dragon Seal. 3 fire dragons surrounded the devil from 3 different directions. Not only did the Fire Dragon Seal have a powerful attack, it could also restrain the devil to the extreme. It could be said that it was the devil's greatest nemesis. The devil went completely berserk. He tried his best to block Zhou Qian's Fire Dragon Seal, but he couldn't stop Zhou Qian from killing him. While the Fire Dragon Seal was blocking the devil's attack, Zhou Qian's longsword arrived. It was a peerless divine sword that was too sharp. It pierced through the devil's head with a pu-chi sound. After the heavenly saint's sword pierced through the devil's head, the devil's soul was plucked out. Not bad. I have no use for the second-grade great saint devil's soul now. I can give it to Yan. It will be enough for his cultivation grade to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhou Qian said with a smile. He had just advanced to the 8th-grade minor saint, so he didn't need this devil's soul for the time being. On the other hand, Han Yan had Gu Tianma's bloodline that could refine everything. This second-grade great saint devil's soul and the dark spirit would be enough for his cultivation grade to advance by leaps and bounds. On the other side, the Earth Devil Beast was roaring incessantly. It had transformed into its true form. The gigantic Earth Devil Beast was a few hundred meters in size, like a small hill. Its 4 ghostly eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Earth Devil Beast was completely infuriated. 4 rays of cold light of hell were shot out from its 4 eyes. The 4 rays of light seemed to be able to penetrate through time and space, carrying the power to destroy everything. It was the light of death that came from the earth, capable of freezing a person's soul. The speed of the 4 rays of cold light was too fast. It reached the 3rd-grade great saint in the blink of an eye. Earth Devil Beast. The 3rd-grade great saint exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't identify the bloodline of this devil king, but he didn't expect it to be the king of all devils, the Earth Devil Beast. The 4 eyes of the Earth Devil Beast were called the Devil Eyes of Hell. The destructive power of the 4 eyes was unpredictable. Even though the devil was a 3rd grade great saint, which was a grade higher than the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't dare to underestimate the attack of the Earth Devil Beast. He gathered all of his devil power and exerted all of his skills to condense a black shield. The surface of the shield was engraved with countless devil marks, making it look like a ferocious ancient devil. It was a powerful devil shield. The devil raised the devil shield and blocked the 4 rays of dark light. Long. Unfortunately, even though the demon shield was incomparably strong and sturdy, it couldn't withstand the demonic eye of the Earth Devil at all. The demon shield that was completely enveloped by the Demon King was directly pierced through by the demonic eye of the Earth Devil. The powerful impact hit the demon's body and directly sent it flying. Barf. The devil's facial expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth and spurted out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His chi began to wane. If he was replaced by an ordinary 2nd grade great saint, he would have been pierced by the attack of the Devil Eyes of Hell and died on the spot. Earth Devil Beast, suppress him. Don't let him escape. Xianxia was afraid that the devil would escape, so he quickly issued an order to the Earth Devil Beast. Almost as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the Earth Devil Beast pounced on the devil. Its huge body floated above the devil's head like a huge dark cloud, firmly suppressing the devil. Under such suppression, the devil couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Earth Devil Beast, how dare you help a human to deal with the devil race? The devil roared unwillingly, but the edified Earth Devil Beast turned a deaf ear to his words. Now there was only Xianxia in his eyes and he would only listen to Xianxia's command. Stop screaming. You'll soon become my slave just like him. Xianxia came to the side of the devil and struck out the edifying light. Due to the suppression of the Earth Devil Beast, the devil couldn't withstand the impact of the edifying light. He only struggled a few times before being edified by Xianxia. Master. The devil came to Xianxia and greeted him respectfully. Upon seeing this, the Earth Devil Beast quickly withdrew its pressure and turned back into its human form, standing behind Xianxia. Alright, you two will follow me from now on. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. We have to leave now. After Xianxia finished speaking, he flew towards the exit of the Devil Realm with the Earth Devil Beast and the devil. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. Very soon, more powerful devils would be attracted to them. If a 4th grade great saint appeared, they wouldn't be a match for them at all. At that time, endless troubles would be brought to them and it would be extremely difficult for them to leave this place. The purpose of this trip to the Devil Realm had been achieved. Xianxia was ready to return immediately. Now that he had the help of 2 great experts, he was even more unscrupulous. If the great saints of the 5 major families wanted to attack him secretly, they would have to bear his punishment. Chapter 899. After exiting the Devil World, Xianxia asked the Earth Devil Beast and the devil to hide in his spatial ring. These 2 experts were his trump cards. It was better not to reveal them unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Xianxia himself now had the strength to fight alone. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From this point of view, it could be seen that the Great Lane Temple still cared about their reputation. After all, the western regions was known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. If the Great Lane Temple attacked Great Master Ranfeng because of this, they would be really shameless. Moreover, the Great Lane Temple had always wanted to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ranfeng. Naturally, they couldn't be too ruthless. They had been dealing with Great Master Ranfeng for so many years, and they knew his temper very well. Furthermore, Ancestor Green Lotus's status and reputation in the Buddhist sect was too high. If the higher-ups of the Tempest Temple specifically made a move to deal with Ancestor Green Lotus' disciple, it would probably cause dissatisfaction among the other monks of the Tempest Temple. Xianxia walked straight into Green Lotus Mountain and arrived at the main hall at the back. His eyes fell upon the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. If he only had one friend in his previous life, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. Although they didn't have much contact, they really appreciated each other. Little friend Xianxia, you are here. A voice sounded from behind Xianxia. Jiangchen didn't need to think to know that it was Great Master Ranfeng. I have just gone to the devil world and happened to pass by here. So I came to see you and Tyrant. Jiangchen turned around. When he saw Great Master Ranfeng's cultivation, he nodded. The current Great Master Ranfeng had advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint. As the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally wasn't an ordinary disciple. Plus, the 9 Suns Les Rond pill had improved his physique, which made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. The strength of Jiangchen's cultivation shocked Great Master Ranfeng to the extreme. He was an 8th grade minor saint. Such a speed of progress had rendered everyone speechless. Little friend, you are truly a peerless genius. This old monk has never seen someone like you before. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but admire Jiangchen. He had long known that Jiangchen wasn't an ordinary person, but it was still beyond his expectation that Jiangchen would improve so quickly. However, if he were to look at it from a selfish point of view, the stronger Jiangchen's performance was, the happier he would be. Grandmaster, I have a question I've always wanted to ask but I've never said it. Today I'd like to ask about Patriarch Green Lotus. Jiangchen looked at Great Master Ranfeng. He had always wanted to know the news about Ancestor Green Lotus. If he could meet his old friend from his previous life again, it would be a very happy thing for Jiangchen. This. Great Master Ranfeng knitted his brows. He still felt somewhat embarrassed. Great Master lives in Green Lotus Mountain, so you don't know what's going on outside. I have formed a good relationship with the ancient people and the demon race. Furthermore, my current strength is enough to kill a 2nd grade Great Saint. Earth Devil Beast Devil, both of you can come out now. With Jiangchen's summon, the Earth Devil Beast and the Evil Devil appeared in the main hall at the same time. At this moment, the entire main hall was filled with devilish energy. However, following Jiangchen's signal, both of them quickly retracted their devilish energy. If not, with their powerful devilish energy, they would attract the attention of the Great Lane Temple. Jiangchen knew that the reason why Great Master Ranfeng didn't want to talk about it was because he felt that the time wasn't right yet. He felt that his strength wasn't strong enough. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary for him to show his strength. What? Sure enough, Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just like what Jiangchen had said, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was no trivial matter. Without a certain level of strength, it would be better not to know it. Now that he had witnessed Jiangchen's strength, Great Master Ranfeng was completely shocked. One should know that there was an insurmountable gap between a minor saint and a great saint. It was basically impossible to challenge a minor saint. However, Jiangchen was able to kill a 2nd grade great saint while still being an 8th grade minor saint. This was simply unheard of. Great Master, you must have heard from Tyrant that we received the edifying light at the same time. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were edified by me. Perhaps you might be wondering why I am so eager to know the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. After all, there is no reason for me and Ancestor Green Lotus to know each other. Now I will tell you my true identity. Jiangchen was shocked. He felt that it was necessary to tell Great Master Ranfeng his identity. There was no need to hide anything from Great Master Ranfeng. When he met Ancestor Green Lotus in the future, Great Master Ranfeng was certain that he would be recognized at first glance. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ranfeng became nervous. He stared at Jiangchen without blinking his eyes. When Jiangchen first came to Green Lotus Mountain and saw the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus, he had already felt that something was amiss. Furthermore, this young man was too heaven-defying. Whether it was the way he acted or the way he talked, he had the temperament of a young man. Jiangchen turned to look at the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus and said faintly, "Old friend, it has been more than 100 years." Great Master Ranfeng's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. For a moment, he felt that his thoughts were frozen and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Jiangchen turned around again and looked at Great Master Ranfeng. "You guessed it right. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. Back then I fell on the sacred cliff, but my soul didn't die and was reborn. I walked all the way from the eastern continent to the peak of my previous life. When I was in the chaotic ocean, I met Tyrant. From the seal he cast, I found out that he was the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. That's why I saved him." Boom! This news struck Great Master Ranfeng's head like a thunderclap, making him feel dizzy. It turned out that the greatest saint under the heavens didn't die, and was standing in front of him with another identity. This must be true. Zhou Xian didn't lie. Great Master Ranfeng had met the greatest saint before. His bearing and domineering aura were somewhat similar to the young man in front of him. Moreover, if Zhou Xian was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens, everything would make sense. This young man seemed to know everything, and there was nothing he didn't know. Who else could concoct the 9 suns less round pill? I thought that after more than 100 years, Brother Green Lotus would have ascended to the world of immortals. But now it seems that's not the case. Great Master, I hope you can tell me the secret behind this. If Brother Green Lotus is in trouble, I, Zhou Xian, am the only one who can save him from his predicament. There's no one else who can do this. Zhou Xian opened his mouth and said. Great Master Ranfeng didn't speak. He wanted to calm his emotions. With his cultivation base, his state of mind was as stable as Mount Tai. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last felt so agitated. After a long while, Great Master Ranfeng finally regained his composure. He had completely calmed down, and the way he looked at Zhou Xian had changed as well. From the previous admiration, it had now turned into respect. For him, the person standing in front of him was no longer a junior but a senior. Great Master Ranfeng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He suddenly didn't know how to address Zhou Xian. Great Master, you don't have to be so formal. I have already fallen in my previous life. My current identity is that of the junior in your eyes, the brother of Tyrant. You can address me as you used to. Also, I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Don't tell Tyrant about it. I don't want to affect the future relationship between us brothers. Zhou Xian said. He absolutely couldn't let Tyrant know about his true identity. If Tyrant knew that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there would be a gap between them when they started dating again, and this wasn't something Zhou Xian wanted to see. Initially, Zhou Xian didn't want to tell Nebula Kid about his identity. He had only revealed it twice. The first time was to Nebula Kid because he had no other choice. The second time was to Great Master Ranfeng. Great Master Ranfeng bowed deeply to Zhou Xian and said, Little friend, if there's a day that you can save my master, Ranfeng is willing to do anything for you. Great Master, you don't have to be so courteous. Zhou Xian said. He let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil return to the interspatial ring. Great Master Ranfeng was very excited. He finally saw hope. He didn't doubt what Zhou Xian said. If there was one person in this world who could save Ancestor Green Lotus, it must be Zhou Xian. That year, Master's cultivation had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given Master's ability, ascending to the immortal world wouldn't be a problem. Great Master Ranfeng seemed to be recalling the day before Ancestor Green Lotus transcended the tribulation. The day before Master transcended the tribulation, he told me, Ranfeng, that given Master's cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. However, Master has obtained a secret treasure that may bring me a tribulation. If I fail to transcend the tribulation tomorrow, remember that I won't die. Someone did it on purpose. If I don't come back tomorrow, I will be imprisoned. Great Master Ranfeng repeated what Ancestor Green Lotus had told him before. Then the next day Ancestor failed the tribulation and never came back. Is that right? Zhou Xian guessed. That's right. Just as Master predicted, the tribulation failed, but it must have been done by someone on purpose. It's probably because of the secret treasure that Master had obtained. Master never came back and he hasn't appeared for decades. In the eyes of outsiders, Ancestor Green Lotus had failed the tribulation and died just like you. Basically, no one has mentioned Master's name all these years. Great Master Ranfeng smiled bitterly. The old ancestor's dharma is profound and can predict the future. Do you know where the old ancestor is imprisoned and who imprisoned him? Zhou Xian asked. Little friend, where do you think can imprison my master in this heaven and earth? With my master's strength, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to imprison him. Great Master Ranfeng smiled bitterly again. Saint Origin Palace. Chapter 900. That's right. Although Master didn't leave behind a clear place to imprison my master, the only place in the entire Saint Origin world that can imprison my master is Saint Origin Palace. All these years the Great Lightning Tune Temple has been trying to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master, but I rejected them all. I asked them to go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about my master's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the people of Great Lightning Tune Temple thought that my master had died under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he's still alive, given the current strength of Great Lightning Tune Temple, they won't be able to touch Saint Origin Palace. Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with helplessness. All these years he couldn't forget what his master had told him before the heavenly tribulation. He knew that his master wasn't dead and was imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace. However, Saint Origin Palace was jointly established by the 8 major families. Not even the Great Lightning Tune Temple could enter it, let alone him. Therefore Great Master Ranfeng had been cultivating Tyrant all these years. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to reach the highest level with his aptitude, let alone the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace. Therefore he had placed all his hopes on Tyrant. However, although Tyrant was talented and had the ability to dominate the world, in Great Master Ranfeng's opinion, the hope was still slim. The 8 major families didn't lack geniuses like Tyrant. Saint Origin Palace was the most powerful existence in the entire Saint Origin world. Without absolute strength, even if one had the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace, it was impossible for him to get in touch with Ancestor Green Lotus. Ever since he met Xianxia, Great Master Ranfeng finally saw a glimmer of hope. That was why he tried his best to befriend Xianxia. To put it bluntly, he had his own selfish motives. What he didn't expect was that Xianxia was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, a good friend of his master, and that Xianxia still cared about Ancestor Green Lotus. This time Great Master Ranfeng finally saw hope. He knew the abilities of the once greatest saint underneath the heavens. The current Xianxia looked even more frightening than he was in his previous life. The strongest warrior in the Saint Origin realm had returned, and the entire Saint Origin realm would be turned upside down once again. Don't worry, Grandmaster. It won't be long before I enter Saint Origin Palace. At that time I will certainly inquire about Brother Green Lotus. Xianxia said. Now that he knew the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus and had even guessed the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, Xianxia would certainly go to Saint Origin Palace to find Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't know much about the internal situation of Saint Origin Palace, but Peacock King had told him that Saint Origin Palace was similar to Pure Land, divided into 8 forces. Now that he had a good relationship with the demon race and ancient people, he could rely on these 2 forces when he entered Saint Origin Palace. Alright, I'll leave the news about Master to you, little friend. Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with gratitude. Now that I know about my old friend, one of my burdens has been lifted. Right now I have more important things to do. Remember not to mention my identity to Tyrant. I'll be taking my leave. Xianxia cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the place where Xianxia disappeared, Great Master Ranfeng was stunned for a long time. He looked at the statue of his master and said, "Master, I hope you are safe and sound." Xianxia left the western regions. There were 2 important things to do next. One was to go to the Nebula sect and hand over the Dark Spirit and the Devil Spirit to Han Yan. Then he would go to the demon race to find the Peacock King. Together they would attack the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and uproot this annoying organization to prevent future troubles. The existence of the Dark Shadow had always been a thorn in Xianxia's side. It was extremely uncomfortable. This organization was different from the 5 major clans. They were like ghosts walking in the dark, and they could jump out at any time to give him a fatal blow. The feeling of being targeted by the enemy all the time was extremely uncomfortable. The only way to avoid being targeted by the enemy was to completely eliminate the enemy and make the enemy disappear from the world. In the past, Xianxia was weak and couldn't defeat the Dark Shadow. Moreover, he didn't know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow was. Now he had truly grown up and had his own forces. Now that he had edified the Earth Devil Beast, he could successfully find the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. In that case, there was no need for him to wait any longer. He was ready to give the Dark Shadow a thunderous blow and destroy it. Ever since the Nebula sect defeated the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Nebula sect had become stronger and stronger. It had almost ruled a few big domains. In Xuanyu it was the undisputed number 1. Xianxia returned to the Nebula sect soundlessly and found that Nangong Wenyin was still in seclusion. Sensing that Nangong Wentian had broken through to the minor saint realm, Jiang Chen was happy for him. Nangong Wentian was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill. He would certainly become stronger in the future. However, if he were to be compared with Han Yan and Yan Chenyu, he would still fall short. After all, Han Yan and Yan Chenyu were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a strong physique that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Jiang Chen didn't disturb Nangong Wentian. He only stayed in the Nebula sect for a short while before heading to the Moyin cult. After the last chaos, Han Yan had returned to the Moyin cult. To him, the cultivation environment of the Moyin cult was far better than that of the Nebula sect. The Moyin cult was the ally of the Nebula sect. After the last war, they had gained great benefits. Their overall strength had improved tremendously. Compared to the other big domains, the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult had taken the lead. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, it was too easy for him to sneak into the Moyin cult. Not to mention the guards of the Moyin cult, even their master Wu Yemo, wouldn't be able to sense Jiang Chen's presence if he walked past Wu Yemo. The place where Han Yan was cultivating was the Devil Blood Pool. It was a large pool with a circumference of 30 meters. It was filled with devil blood. The top of the pool was filled with blood-red devil waves. The blood below the pool was boiling hot. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Half of his body was submerged in the blood pool. With the continuous stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The current Han Yan had already reached the 3rd grade minor saint, which was much stronger than before. Jiang Chen silently appeared beside the devil blood pool. He couldn't help but nod when he saw the changes in Han Yan. Han Yan's improvement was much stronger than Nangong Wentian's. With the stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan would only get stronger in the future. Who is it? Han Yan felt something. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Chen grinning at him. Little Chenzi. Han Yan was overjoyed. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the devil blood pool and came to Jiang Chen's side. It was a joyous reunion between brothers. Little Chenzi, your improvement is too fast. Han Yan shook his head speechlessly when he sensed Jiang Chen's cultivation. He had advanced to the 3rd grade minor saint after a period of hard work. It was already considered very powerful, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be even more terrifying. It seemed like it was impossible for him to catch up to Jiang Chen. Ah Yan, you have been in seclusion all this while. I suppose you don't know what has happened outside? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Something big must have happened. Hurry up and tell me about it. Oh yes, where's De Huang? Han Yan didn't see De Huang dog with Jiang Chen. He was puzzled. One should know that the combination of a man and a dog was rarely separated. De Huang has obtained the totem of the demon race. Now he has become the most important person in the demon race. Jiang Chen said. He told Han Yan everything that had happened during this period of time, including Void Triangular Domain, the enmity between him and the 5 families, De Huang dog's situation in the demon race, and the relationship between him and the ancient people. Jiang Chen downplayed all these things, but Han Yan was dumbfounded. Because every one of them was an earth-shattering event that could shake the entire Pure Land. Han Yan sighed. He didn't expect so many things to happen in such a short period of time. Little Chenzi, you are very powerful. However, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. The 5 families will certainly not let you go. Although Han Yan was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. He knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if Jiang Chen did something big, it would be very normal in his eyes. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen, the places Jiang Chen went to had never been peaceful. The enemies he offended were getting stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong the enemies were, they were all defeated by Jiang Chen and became the stepping stones for Jiang Chen. Don't worry. The battle in the Pure Land has just begun. I, Jiang Chen, have experienced all kinds of storms along the way. There are many people who want to kill me. However, the outcome will always be the same. Ah Yan, you need to improve your cultivation as soon as possible so that we can fight side by side in the future. De Huang has obtained the Totem Divine Seal and is now a 9th grade minor demon saint. I'm afraid that he is trying to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Chen patted on Han Yan's shoulder and said, Motherfucking hell. That damn dog is so strong now. I'm really feeling pressured now. However, it's not going to be easy for me to raise my cultivation state so quickly. The demon blood pool is no longer of much use to me. Han Yan shook his head helplessly. Although he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he didn't have any good cultivation resources. If he only relied on the bloodline of Gu Tianma, his cultivation speed would be limited. The devil blood in the devil blood pool is too low. It won't be useful to you, but I have a treasure that is suitable for your cultivation. Zhang Chen said, took out the second-grade Great Saint Devil Soul and handed it to Han Yan. This is a second-grade Great Saint Devil Soul. It will be very beneficial to you. In addition, I have a lot of dark spirits here. Your bloodline of Gu Tianma can absorb all of them. Not only will your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, it will also stimulate the bloodline of Gu Tianma to reach another level. Zhang Chen took out all the dark spirits. He was now an 8th-grade minor saint. These dark spirits were no longer useful to him, but they were very useful to Han Yan. Zhang Chen took out all the dark spirits that he had obtained. Chapter 901. Looking at the dark spirits that Zhang Chen took out, Han Yan could feel that his bloodline was throbbing with excitement. These dark spirits contained the purest dark force, which would be of unimaginable help to Han Yan. The second-grade Great Saint Devil Soul was even more powerful. It contained a large amount of pure devil qi. Not only could this devil qi bring a strong impact to Han Yan, it could also greatly stimulate his Gu Tianma bloodline, making his bloodline even more powerful. This is great. These treasures are what I need the most. Gu Tianma's bloodline can absorb all these treasures, allowing my cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Yan's eyes glittered. The devil blood pool was useless to him now. However, the treasures that Zhang Chen had brought to the Dark Devil religion were unimaginably huge treasures, not only to him but also to the entire Dark Devil religion. Yan, you stay in the Moyin cult and continue your cultivation. I still have a very important matter to attend to. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder once more, then vanished like a ghost. When he left, there wasn't even a ripple in the void. This showed that Zhang Chen's control of the spatial force had reached an incredible degree. You're right. Han Yan kept the dark spirits and went into seclusion. The progress of Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog had given him a lot of pressure. He knew very well that even though he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still lacking compared to Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog. If he didn't work hard, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. After settling Han Yan's matter, Zhang Chen didn't waste any more time. He quietly went to the demon race. As for those geniuses on the sky ranking, Zhang Chen didn't put them in his eyes anymore. Sure, Han was dead, leaving only the little monstrous genius of the desolate family. Zhang Chen didn't know how strong the first rank of the sky ranking was, but if he encountered him he would certainly die because he had advanced to the 8th grade minor saint, no longer a 7th grade minor saint. If the first rank of the sky ranking appeared, he was confident that he could kill him in a second. Currently, the experts of the 5 major families hadn't taken any action, but every place in the Pure Land was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on the little monstrous genius of the desolate family and Zhang Chen. Almost everyone was guessing that the little monstrous genius of the desolate family would appear very soon. Sure, Han was dead. Among the young generation of the Pure Land, only the guy from the desolate family could deal with Zhang Chen. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the battle. It was imaginable that if Zhang Chen killed the little monstrous genius of the desolate family, the 5 families would certainly go crazy. They wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Even if they didn't take action because of their reputation, they would still send the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace to deal with Zhang Chen. Regarding this, Zhang Chen didn't put it in his heart. It was a good thing that the guy from the desolate family hadn't appeared yet. It gave Zhang Chen the opportunity to deal with the Dark Shadow. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to settle the grudge between him and the Dark Shadow so that he wouldn't let this group of ghosts jump out at any time. When Zhang Chen arrived at the spiritual space mountain, the disciple in charge of receiving disciples didn't dare to show any neglect when he saw Zhang Chen. He bowed deeply to Zhang Chen and said, "Young Master Zhang." Today Zhang Chen was a distinguished guest of the demon race. Putting aside the huge benefits that De Huang Dog had brought to the demon race, Zhang Chen alone had won their respect because he was a figure who could reach the 9th level of the suspended tower. Being able to reach this level meant that he was respected by everyone. The demon race had always respected the strong. Zhou Xian had defeated Leopard Wei, hence, everyone respected him. Zhou Xian nodded as a greeting and immediately flew towards the spiritual space main hall. He had a good relationship with the Peacock King. This time the Peacock King was the main force in dealing with the Dark Shadow. His purpose this time was to look for the Peacock King. The highest level of the demon race basically didn't care about the affairs of the demon race. Under normal circumstances, the Peacock King was enough to make the decision. Lang Xingtian basically didn't show up. Therefore it was very easy for Zhou Xian to go to the spiritual space main hall to look for the Peacock King. Zhou Xian, you're back. How's the matter with the ancient people? The Peacock King asked. The matter with the ancient people has been perfectly resolved. I am engaged to Gu Xuantian's niece. Now I am on the same side as the ancient people. Zhou Xian said. Good. The ancient people are willing to make friends with you. This means that Gu Xuantian isn't an idiot. He should be able to see your potential. I heard that you have killed Shirhan. That's really awesome. Your current cultivation grade has become even more powerful. You have advanced to the 8th grade minor saint in just a few days. You are truly amazing. The Peacock King praised Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's progress was just too fast. You would never know when he would advance to the next level. Peacock King, I have come to you this time because I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Xian went straight to the point. Speak. The Peacock King was also not a bashful person. He liked to speak his mind and speak his mind. Peacock King should have heard of the Dark Shadow, right? Zhou Xian said. There is an assassin organization in Saint Origin World. I have no interest in this organization. Why are you asking about it? Peacock King asked. Because I have offended this organization and destroyed one of their strongholds. Plus, all the assassins they sent have been killed by me. Not long ago they sent a 2nd grade great saint to kill me. This group of ghosts is like a dog skin plaster. I can't get rid of them no matter how hard I try. You don't know when they will come out and bite you. It's very annoying. So, I want to eliminate this assassin organization and uproot them. Zhou Qian's tone was incomparably cold. What? They sent a 2nd grade great saint to kill you? Peacock King was a little surprised. He had heard about the assassins of the Dark Shadow. The means of this group of assassins were very scary and impossible to guard against, but Zhou Qian was safe and sound. In other words, a 2nd grade great saint failed to kill Zhou Qian. This surprised him a little, but Zhou Qian had created a lot of miracles. Such monstrous geniuses couldn't be measured with common sense. But Zhou Qian, I can understand that you want to eliminate the Dark Shadow, but this organization is incomparably mysterious. It's very difficult to find their stronghold. Plus, we don't know anything about the overall strength of this organization. How are we going to eliminate them? Peacock King said with a frown. I already know everything about them. Earth Devil Beast, come out. As soon as Zhou Qian called, the Earth Devil Beast appeared in the main hall. Its body was emitting monstrous devil chi. It greeted Zhou Qian respectfully, Master. 2nd grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast. Peacock King's eyes widened. As a powerful beast of the demon race, he knew the terror of the Earth Devil Beast better than anyone else. A 2nd grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast was enough to kill an ordinary 3rd grade Great Saint, but this Earth Devil Beast was addressing Zhou Qian respectfully as Master. This had changed Peacock King's worldview. He couldn't imagine how Zhou Qian did it. For a moment his admiration for Zhou Qian was like a torrential river. One should know that the Earth Devil Beast was brutal and unruly. Even if he could kill it himself, he wouldn't be able to make it submit to him and call him master. Peacock King doesn't have to be surprised. When the Dark Shadow assassinated me, there was a 2nd grade Great Saint and an Earth Devil Beast. I have cultivated a secret technique of Buddha sect which happened to be the nemesis of the Earth Devil Beast. So I used this secret technique to subdue it. Then the Earth Devil Beast killed the 2nd grade Great Saint. Zhou Qian said, not hiding anything from Peacock King. Peacock King was stunned on the spot. No matter what method Zhou Qian used to do it, he began to admire Zhou Qian. The Earth Devil Beast is one of the higher-ups of the Dark Shadow. Not only does he know the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, he also knows the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Earth Devil Beast, tell Peacock King about the forces of the Dark Shadow. Zhou Qian ordered. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast said. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow is very secretive. I can take you there. The leader of the Dark Shadow is a 5th grade Great Saint. There are 2 4th grade Great Saints, 3 third-grade great saints, and the rest are first-grade great saints and second-grade great saints. There are also a lot of minor saint assassins. Peacock King, I can see that your cultivation has improved a lot compared to before. You are only a step away from the 5th-grade great saint. Perhaps you will break through at any time. Also, with your noble peacock bloodline, even if you are only a 4th-grade great saint, you are more than enough to kill an ordinary 5th-grade great saint. How about it? I wonder if you dare to follow me to do something big. We will wipe out the dark shadow in one go. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Fuck, you little brat, you dare to provoke me? However, congratulations, your provocation is effective. In this world there is nothing that I, your daddy, do not dare to do. How can I, the Peacock King, miss out on such a delightful and exciting thing like killing the dark shadow? Peacock King's chi fluctuated and immediately agreed. Peacock King is really straightforward. Zhou Xian laughed. He knew people like Peacock King too well. He was a devil incarnate. Just like what Peacock King said, there was nothing in this world that he, Peacock King, wouldn't dare to do. But the forces of the dark shadow aren't small. I'm afraid that it won't be enough if it's just you, me and this earth devil beast. At that time I will definitely be held back by the leader. There are still 2 4th-grade great saints and 3 3rd-grade great saints. Given your current cultivation you won't be able to deal with them. I will call the old Lion King along. Chapter 902. Old Peacock, why are you looking for me? Lion Yen asked. He looked at Zhou Xian and said with a smile, Brat, not bad. You have already reached the 8th grade minor saint. Peacock King and Lion Yen belonged to Lang Xingtian's lineage. They had a very good relationship with each other, so they had a very good impression of Zhou Xian. No one would ignore a young man with infinite potential, including Lion Yen. But immediately Lion Yan's eyes fell on the earth devil beast. He could feel the powerful devil chi exuding from the beast. He was as surprised as Peacock King. Earth devil beast. Old Lion, don't be nervous. This earth devil beast has been subdued by Zhou Xian. How is it? Are you shocked to death? Peacock King said. What? Sure enough, after hearing that Zhou Xian was able to subdue a 2nd-grade great saint earth devil beast, Lion Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He was more surprised than Peacock King just now. Peacock King felt much better after seeing Lion Yan's expression. All right, old lion. Follow me to do something big. Do you have the guts? Peacock King said with a smile. What a joke. When have I ever been afraid of something that you, Peacock King, can do? Tell me, what is it? Lion Yan said loudly with unparalleled chi. Zhou Xian had already seen through Lion Yan's cultivation. His cultivation was the same as Peacock King's, a 4th-grade great saint, but he was slightly inferior to Peacock King. However, he would be a great help to Zhou Xian. The patriarch of the lion race wasn't an ordinary person. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be able to lead the lion race. At that time, Lion Yan alone could deal with the 2 4th-grade minor saints of the dark shadow. As for the rest, Zhou Xian, the earth devil beast, and the devil would be enough to deal with them. We are going to eliminate the stronghold of the dark shadow. Peacock King said word by word. What? Lion Yan exclaimed. He knew very well what the dark shadow was. He didn't expect that Peacock King was going to eliminate the dark shadow. Who was the one who came up with this idea? Almost without thinking, Lion Yan looked at Zhou Xian. He knew that the Peacock King had no enmity with Dark Shadow and would not destroy their stronghold for no reason. In that case, it could only be Zhou Xian. Lion Clan leader, this is my intention. Zhou Xian cupped his fists at Lion Yan and repeated what he had told the Peacock King. How about it, old lion? Do you dare to go? The Peacock King also began to use provocation because he knew very well that provocation was the most effective way to deal with people like Lion Yan. If you dare to go, why wouldn't I dare? If we can get rid of an Ing, it will be an earth-shattering event. Lion Yan's interest was immediately piqued. The Dark Shadow was a major force and it had a symbolic meaning in Saint Origin world. It was the pinnacle of assassins. The collapse of any pinnacle would be a historical event and any disruptor would be remembered by the people. I have gone to the Devil world in the Western Domain and subdued a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. With the combat strength of the 5 of us, it won't be a problem to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. Zhou Xian said with incomparable confidence. Peacock King and Lion Yan rolled their eyes and almost fell to the ground. This bastard had subdued a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil. How could he not be so heaven-defying? He was just an 8th grade minor saint. If he advanced to the great saint realm in the future, how powerful would he be? As a matter of fact, Zhou Xian being able to edify the earth devil beast and the devil was a complete accident. With his current strength, it would be impossible to edify the earth devil beast without the help of the blood talisman. Just as Zhou Xian and Peacock King were about to set off, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the sky above the spiritual space mountain. It's the roar of De Huang. Zhou Qian's facial expression changed. The few of them hastily rushed out of the main hall and saw that the entire sky above the spiritual space mountain was covered with dark clouds and lightning. Then the sound of thunder was heard. All of the dark clouds had gathered above the place where Big Yellow was in seclusion. Blood-red lightning was constantly flickering in the clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. The invisible heavenly might made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. It's the heavenly tribulation. De Huang has broken through to the great saint realm. Lion Yan was pleasantly surprised. Motherfucker. This is the 9 major tribulation. Don't tell me that this bastard is going to undergo the tribulation in the spiritual space mountain? Peacock King rolled his eyes. An ordinary saint tribulation that could attract the 9 major tribulation was enough to show that the one undergoing the tribulation was a super genius. In the past, when the greatest saint was undergoing the saint tribulation, it was also the 9 major tribulation. However, this kind of tribulation couldn't be carried out in the spiritual space mountain. Otherwise, when the tribulation was over, the spiritual space mountain would be in a complete mess and suffer heavy losses. This was what Peacock King was most worried about. However, De Huang Dog had obviously thought of this. Just as the dark clouds were condensed, De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew out of the spiritual space mountain. De Huang Dog flew away and the lightning clouds quickly followed him. Let's go and have a look. Zhou Qian's body flickered and took the lead to catch up. It seemed that De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits from the totem divine seal. He had directly broken through to the great saint realm in a very short period of time. This was really a great thing. After De Huang Dog passed the tribulation, he would have one more main force to attack the Dark Shadow organization. After passing the tribulation, even if he was just a first-grade great saint, De Huang Dog with the mutated dragon horse divine beast bloodline was enough to deal with an ordinary third-grade great saint. A second-grade great saint would die without any suspense if they encountered him. The birth of a great saint was a major event that was celebrated by the whole world. The lightning tribulation of De Huang Dog had alarmed almost everyone in the demon race. Both Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King had appeared directly. The relationship between the two had eased a lot. Now both of them felt that the arrival of De Huang Dog was the lucky star of the demon race. The future of the demon race depended on this dog. Look, it's De Huang Dog. He has actually broken through to the great saint realm before Leopard Way. It's really terrifying. Looking at the power of this tribulation, it should be the 9 major tribulation. It's really powerful. The totem divine seal that he obtained last time has brought great benefits to the entire demon race. It seems that the heavens wants our demon race to prosper. That's right. De Huang is a divine beast. He represents auspiciousness. Now because of his arrival, the internal conflict of our demon race has been resolved. It's a rare grand unification. This is a great thing for our demon race. Everyone didn't expect that De Huang Dog would advance so fast. They still remembered that when De Huang Dog first came to the demon race, he was only a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. Before entering the suspended tower, he was only a 6th-grade minor demon saint. However, after coming out of the suspended tower, he immediately broke through to the 9th-grade minor demon saint. Only a few days had passed and he had already become a great saint expert. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was really shocking. In a wilderness thousands of miles away from the spiritual space mountain, De Huang Dog's majestic body stopped under the thunderclouds. He raised his head and looked at the scene of thunder and lightning in the sky with a solemn expression. Even if he was confident, this was his first time undergoing tribulation after all. He couldn't be compared with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was a professional in transcending tribulation. He had been struck by lightning many times. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was a newbie in this aspect. Hong Long. The roar above the thunderclouds was incomparably violent. An incomparably thick blood-red lightning was condensed. The lightning was like a blood dragon. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. It aimed at De Huang Dog and was about to strike down. De Huang, you don't have to resist the first 6 lightning tribulations. Your body is enough to withstand them. Now you have to use the power of these heavenly lightning to temper your body in cultivation. For cultivators, heavenly tribulation isn't just a tribulation, it's also a great opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It's an extremely rare opportunity to temper your body with heavenly lightning. Don't waste it. Moreover, you have to conserve your strength to deal with the last 3 lightning tribulations. Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang Dog's ears. In this aspect, Jiang Chen was indeed an out-and-out experienced person. Not to mention other things, he had experienced the 9 major tribulations twice. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog's state of mind became much more stable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's advice at the critical moment, he was prepared to resist the first lightning tribulations. Now that he thought about it, if he did that, not only would he not be able to obtain the corresponding benefits from the lightning tribulations, he would also gradually exhaust his energy. When the last 3 lightning tribulations arrived, his energy would not be able to keep up and he would be in danger. In the 9 major tribulations, the most powerful ones were the last 3 lightning tribulations. The first 6 lightning tribulations were just like appetizers for an abnormal person like De Huang. Rumble, thunder roared. The first lightning tribulations poured down like a blood-red waterfall, directly bombarding De Huang Dog's head. Countless lightning bolts instantly submerged De Huang's huge body, making crackling sounds. Many people became nervous because they saw that in the face of this lightning tribulations, De Huang Dog did not even make a move to block it. He was completely withstanding it. Just a moment later, Big Yellow walked out of the lightning energetically, looking majestic. The strike just now didn't cause any harm to him. Instead, it tempered and strengthened his body, especially his head, which was already extremely hard and could be considered as a divine weapon. Now that it was tempered by the heavenly lightning, it became even more irresistible. Big Yellow, you're right. Amazing. He resisted the lightning tribulations head-on and didn't get hurt at all. Of course, De Huang has the body of a divine beast. His body is so strong that it can resist the lightning tribulations head-on. However, the most powerful 9 major tribulations are the last 3 lightning tribulations. I hope he can get through them unscathed. Many people were shocked and gave a thumbs up to De Huang's way of overcoming the lightning tribulations. Rumble. Chapter 903. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation descended. Its power was obviously much stronger than the first, but for De Huang Dog it could not pose the slightest threat to him. It was only helping De Huang Dog to refine his body. Just like that, after passing through 6 heavenly tribulations in a row, De Huang Dog was still full of vigor and his momentum was even stronger than before. Obviously, these 6 heavenly tribulations not only did not cause any harm to De Huang Dog, but also brought him great benefits. Good, De Huang's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation is very smart. He has measured his own strength and with his body he can completely resist the first 6 heavenly tribulations. In this way, not only did he gain great benefits from the thunder tribulation, but he also preserved his strength. With this strength, the success rate of resisting the last 3 heavenly tribulations will be much higher. That's right, this is the smartest way of crossing the heavenly tribulation. After all, De Huang is going through the 9 revolutions major tribulation. One mistake and he will be in danger of collapsing. Now that his body has absorbed a lot of power of thunder and lightning, his body has a certain level of immunity to thunder and lightning. In this way it will be much easier for him to withstand the next 3 heavenly tribulations. Peacock King and Lion Yen kept nodding their heads, praising De Huang Dog's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation. However, they did not know that this was all taught by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, no matter how smart De Huang Dog was, it would be impossible for him, who had no experience in crossing the heavenly tribulation, to deal with it so easily. When the 7th thunder beam condensed, many people's expressions changed. Even De Huang Dog put away his narcissistic expression. He knew that the real highlight was coming. From this heavenly tribulation onwards, the destructive power would begin to increase dramatically, and it would be much stronger than before. The thunder beam let out a roar as if a primordial thunder dragon had appeared. With a long tail, It instantly arrived above De Huang Dog's head. "Come on." De Huang Dog didn't show the slightest bit of fear as he shouted at the Thunder Dragon. Even if it was a powerful 9-revolution tribulation, he would still successfully pass it. The moment the lightning struck down, a layer of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of De Huang Dog's body. It was the purest form of energy. From now on, De Huang Dog had begun to resist the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. The sky above the wilderness had turned into a sea of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming an incomparably resplendent picture. It was extremely beautiful, but under this kind of beauty, there was an endless power of destruction. Every bolt of lightning could wreak havoc in a region. The entire wilderness had been ravaged beyond recognition. There were no mountains here. The only few sand dunes had been turned into nothingness by the impact of the lightning. They had been completely destroyed. De Huang Dog's entire body was submerged in the surging sea of lightning. No one could see through the sea of lightning to see what was happening inside. Rumble. The 9-revolution tribulation was very rapid. Before the 7th thunder tribulation disappeared completely, the 8th thunder tribulation had already condensed. This thunder tribulation was twice as thick as the 7th thunder tribulation. One could imagine how destructive it was. The area of the thunder tribulation had expanded by more than twice. De Huang Dog's shadow couldn't be seen anymore. However, one could still hear De Huang Dog's roars from time to time. This proved that he was still in good condition. The 8th thunder tribulation lasted for 3 minutes before it disappeared. Then the figure of De Huang Dog reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, De Huang Dog's breath had begun to become a little messy. Compared to before, he was more or less in a difficult situation. However, his momentum was still strong. It seemed that he hadn't really suffered any injuries. However, this was also within the expectations of many people. One should know that De Huang Dog was a powerful divine beast. His body was extremely strong and his bloodline was extremely noble. If he couldn't even survive a thunder tribulation, wouldn't he become a joke? If one looked carefully, they could see that the dragon horn between De Huang Dog's eyebrows was faintly discernible. It was constantly flashing with lightning. It was obvious that De Huang Dog had absorbed enough power of lightning. That dragon horn was his most powerful trump card and his most powerful innate magical power. Jiang Qin had seen him use it once. Its power was astonishing. Now it seemed that the dragon horn had undergone a significant change. Once it was used, its power would certainly be more tyrannical. Rumble. Not allowing De Huang Dog to rest, the 9th thunder tribulation began to condense. This was the last thunder tribulation of 9 revolutions. The intense power of the heavens might increased exponentially. Everyone in the demon race held their breath and revealed a worried expression. De Huang, do your best to deal with it. The last thunder tribulation of 9 revolutions is the superposition of the previous 8 thunder tribulations. Jiang Qin reminded De Huang Dog again. Thus he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Soon the last thunder tribulation was completely condensed. It was a living thunder dragon. It was 100 feet long. The thunder dragon represented the heaven's might. Under the heaven's might all were ants. Anyone who dared to provoke the heaven's might would perish. De Huang Dog closed his eyes. His divine beast bloodline began to operate rapidly. A primordial power overflowed from his body. It turned into a layer of light shield and wrapped De Huang Dog in a golden cocoon. He was ready to receive the 9th thunder tribulation. Soon the thunder dragon poured down and hit De Huang Dog's body. Some people saw that when the thunder dragon hit De Huang Dog's body, countless cracks instantly appeared on the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body. The sea of thunder filled the air, and under the dark clouds, there were colorful lightning bolts everywhere. The power of destruction was everywhere, and the void was destroyed beyond recognition. Bottomless pits appeared one after another in the wilderness, and thick smoke overflowed from the pits. No one spoke. Everyone stared at the thunder sea without blinking. This was the last thunder tribulation. As long as De Huang Dog could survive it, the 9 revolutions major tribulation would be considered complete. After a long time, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The thunder sea also began to disappear gradually. The figure of De Huang Dog was once again revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, De Huang dog could be said to be in an extremely difficult situation. His body was covered in blood. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. It was a frightening sight. However, a mysterious mark was floating above the head of De Huang dog. Many people recognized it. It was the demon race's totem divine seal. Rays of white light shone from the totem divine seal and entered De Huang dog's body. Everyone could see that De Huang dog's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look, that's the totem divine seal. The totem of our demon race palace is helping him recover. De Huang has gained the favor of the totem. With the help of the totem divine seal, he can recover quickly no matter how serious his injuries are. It's really enviable. What's there to be envious about? The totem is a supreme existence in our hearts. The totem has found De Huang. That is the will of the totem. We can only revere it. Seeing this, all the members of the demon race breathed a sigh of relief. The reappearance of the totem divine seal made all the members of the demon race reveal expressions of respect. In the hearts of the demon race, the totem divine seal was a supreme existence that could not be violated or blasphemed, not even by words. In just a dozen minutes, De Huang dog's injuries had completely recovered with the help of the totem divine seal. He raised his head and let out a roar. His body was full of vigor and vitality again. The current De Huang dog's cultivation had reached the first grade Great Saint. What was even more surprising was that De Huang dog had obtained great benefits from the lightning tribulation, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the first grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the second grade Great Saint. Perhaps he would break through at any time. The dog laughed loudly, flying back and forth in the sky above the wilderness to show off. His narcissism and coquettishness had returned. De Huang, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint realm. Sure enough, you are the chosen one of the totem. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were the first to come to De Huang to congratulate him. After that, the two of them left directly. Their status was noble and they wouldn't usually appear here. Today, when De Huang dog was about to break through to the Great Saint realm, they were attracted here. Many people of the demon race came forward to congratulate him, which made De Huang dog really coquettishly. His vanity was filled with pride. De Huang, enough. Peacock King and I are going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization. Are you going or not? If you don't, we will leave. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang dog's ears. As soon as he heard that they were going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, the dog stopped showing off. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Boy, what did you say? Go and kill the Dark Shadow? De Huang dog's eyes emitted bright rays of light. Yes, we have discussed it. Let's go now, Jiang Chen said. At the same time, he used divine sense to tell De Huang dog everything that had happened to the Dark Shadow, including the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Motherfucker. This is too enjoyable. Fortunately, Master Dog has advanced to the Great Saint realm. Otherwise, I would have missed such an earth-shattering event. Master Dog is now at the peak of first grade Great Saint. It's just the right time for me to find those Dark Shadow guys and test my skills. De Huang dog was excited to the extreme. For this guy who was eager to see the world in chaos, there was nothing better than eliminating the Dark Shadow organization. Well, now that we have De Huang, our strength has become stronger. Let's go now, Peacock King said. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Under the lead of the Earth Devil Beast, they came to a mountain range. Earth Devil Beast, where is the stronghold of the Dark Shadow? Asked Jiang Chen. The Earth Devil Beast that was edified by the edifying light was undoubtedly the most trustworthy because it wouldn't play any tricks in front of Jiang Chen. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow exists in a separate spatial zone. There is a node in this mountain range that leads to that spatial zone. We will enter from the node. Chapter 904. This was an extremely barren mountain range. It could be said that it was desolate and uninhabited. No one would come here on normal days. There was not even a demon beast in such a huge mountain range. It could be seen that the stronghold of the Dark Shadow was so secretive and formed its own space. It was no wonder that few people knew the specific location of the Dark Shadow Assassin organization even though they had existed for so long. The node that connects to the stronghold of the dark shadow is constantly changing, so I have to sense it to find it. The Earth Devil Beast said. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. He suddenly unleashed the true dragon palm, grabbing at the void in front of him. Come out! Jiang Chen shouted. A figure was directly caught by Jiang Chen. It was a minor saint. Jiang Chen killed him on the spot. This is the assassin of the dark shadow. Seems that he is a sentry here. Fortunately, he was caught by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. Peacock King said. He and Lion Yan looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. The assassins of the dark shadow had always been good at concealment. If a minor saint assassin hid himself, they would definitely be able to sense it with their cultivation base. However, they directly ignored this point. Only Jiang Chen discovered it. It could be seen that Jiang Chen not only had an amazingly sharp perception but also acted cautiously. He would not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. It's here. The Earth Devil Beast quickly found the spatial node. Peacock King took a step forward. He attacked savagely and tore the spatial node. Then they flashed and disappeared from the barren mountain range, appearing inside a space. At first glance, this space seemed to be created by a great saint expert. The scope of the space was not large. There were not many buildings in it. There was only a black palace. The entire space was filled with a strong murderous aura, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the gathering point of the assassins. Everyone here was a ghost walking in the dark. Everyone's hands were stained with blood. Who is it? The place where Jiang Chen and the others appeared happened to be seen by the two assassins. They immediately shouted. As assassins, they were born with a sense of danger. It was like a keen sense of smell. What's more, this was the hinterland of the dark shadow. No outsiders had ever come here. Even the assassins they trained were not qualified to enter this place. Chua. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took the lead and arrived in front of the two assassins in a flash. De Huang Dog's head hit one of the assassins, smashing his entire body into pieces. He was now a first-grade great saint. A minor saint was like an ant in front of him. He could pinch them to death easily. Jiang Chen's attack was equally ruthless and decisive. He crushed the head of the other assassin and the two assassins died instantly. They didn't even have a chance to scream. De Huang, do you still remember Full Moon Restaurant? Jiang Chen looked at the black palace in front of him. Understood. De Huang Dog revealed a knowing smile, then disappeared in a flash. He and Jiang Chen had been together for a long time. The tacit understanding between them had reached the point where they could communicate with just a glance. The purpose of attacking the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization this time was to uproot the organization and completely eliminate this organization from Saint Origin World. Using the same method that they used to deal with Full Moon Restaurant was undoubtedly the best. De Huang Dog had now advanced to the Great Saint realm. He was also proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formation Source. His attainments in formation had advanced further. He wanted to secretly arrange a large formation to seal off this space and not let anyone escape. What is De Huang doing? Lion Yan asked, puzzled. Cutting off their retreat route. Jiang Chen smiled. Then the five of them strode towards the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast was the first to arrive at the stronghold soon. Outside the stronghold there were 3 or 4 minor saint experts. They were stunned when they saw the incoming group, but they were relieved when they saw the Earth Devil Beast. 4 of them came forward and bowed to the Earth Devil Beast. This showed that the Earth Devil Beast's status in the Dark Shadow was still very high. Lord Earth Devil Beast is back? Who are these people? One of the assassins asked. His eyes swept across Jiang Chen and the others. He couldn't help but frown. One should know that this was the core location of the Dark Shadow. No outsider had ever come here. If it wasn't for the Earth Devil Beast bringing them in, they would have sent a signal just now. However, the Earth Devil Beast didn't answer their question. A devil wave rushed out of the Earth Devil Beast's body and enveloped all 4 minor saints. The 4 of them didn't even have the chance to scream. They were killed by the Earth Devil Beast on the spot, leaving not a single residue. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously in my Dark Shadow? At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the Black Palace. Then incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out one after another. There were more than 100 of them. More than a dozen of them were great saints, led by a man who seemed to be in his 50s. He was as skinny as a match and looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the murderous intent that overflowed from his body was the strongest. He is the supreme leader of the Dark Shadow, a 5th-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast said in a low voice. The senses of the people of the Dark Shadow were extremely sharp, let alone these great saints. Although the Earth Devil Beast didn't make any movement when it attacked, it was still sensed by the people in the stronghold. These should be all the assassins in the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast spoke again. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with ice-cold murderous intent. These were the top assassins of Saint Origin World. Their combined murderous intent was enough to form a storm of murderous intent that could shake one's soul. In the face of Zhou Xian and the other uninvited guests, the people of the Dark Shadow shifted their eyes to the Earth Devil Beast, including the leader. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They had no idea why the Earth Devil Beast was with these outsiders. Earth Devil Beast, do you know what you are doing? The leader scolded. Master wants to destroy the Dark Shadow, so I will kill all of you. The Earth Devil Beast said. After being edified, he would listen to everything Zhou Xian said. He wouldn't care about anything else. He wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide if Zhou Xian asked him to do so, let alone kill the people of the Dark Shadow. Earth Devil Beast, has your fucking brain been kicked by a donkey? You are the dignified king of the devils. How could you listen to a human and expose the stronghold of the Dark Shadow? You have committed an unforgivable sin by bringing outsiders in. A 4th-grade great saint scolded the Earth Devil Beast loudly. Cut the crap and die. The Peacock King bellowed. He didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He grabbed the air and a huge palm-emitting 7-colored light appeared out of thin air. In a blink of an eye, it appeared above the heads of the people of the Dark Shadow. Obviously, the leader of the Dark Shadow didn't expect that the enemy would attack without any warning. In his point of view, the enemy wanted to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow with just a few people. It was like throwing an egg against a stone. They didn't put the Peacock King and the others in their eyes at all. Unfortunately, he still didn't know the identity of the Peacock King. Arg. The attack of the Peacock King caused a huge amount of energy to overflow in all directions. Screams were heard all of a sudden. A total of 5 to 6 minor saint assassins were affected by the energy and their bodies were torn apart. Bastard. Only then did the leader react. Immediately, he bellowed furiously, raised his hand and shot out a light beam, blocking the attack of the Peacock King. Everyone listen to me. Kill all these outsiders at all costs. Don't let them leave the stronghold. The leader's murderous intent soared to the sky. He immediately gave the order. This stronghold was the core area of the Dark Shadow. It had been operating for a long time and had never been known by outsiders. Since these people had broken in, they must not let them leave. Come on. The Peacock King soared into the sky. His target was very clear. The leader. A puny little 4th-grade great saint dares to clamor in front of me? You are simply courting death. The anger of the leader couldn't be appeased. He immediately opened up a separate battlefield with the Peacock King and started a fierce battle. Lion Patriarch, I will leave the 2 4th-grade great saints to you. Zhou Xian drew out the heavenly saint sword and transformed into his dragon form. After being with the Dark Shadow for so long, there was no need for him to say anything now. He would just kill them. Don't worry. I can easily pinch these 2 old men to death. Lion Yen immediately let out a roar and charged at the 2 4th-grade great saints. As the patriarch of the lion family, his means couldn't be compared to ordinary people. He wouldn't put ordinary existences at the same level in his eyes. Even if he had to fight 2 of them at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. Earth Devil Beast, Devil De Huang, you guys go and deal with the 3 3rd-grade great saints. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Xian gave the order to the Earth Devil Beast and Devil. At the same time, De Huang Dog also appeared. He had already cast a seal in the void, sealing the entire spatial zone. It was impossible for ordinary people to escape. As for the leader, Peacock King wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Kill. Both sides instantly clashed with each other. The entire spatial zone was divided into several battlefields. The Peacock King was fighting against the Dark Shadow leader, Lion Yen was fighting against the 2 4th-grade great saints, and the Earth Devil Beast, Devil and De Huang Dog were fighting against a 3rd-grade great saint each. Zhou Qian's strength was relatively weak. He couldn't defeat a third-grade great saint for the time being, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the others. Brat, why are you attacking our dark shadow? A second-grade great saint looked at Zhou Xian and asked coldly. At this moment, 5 great saints had besieged Zhou Xian. They were all first-grade great saints and second-grade great saints. In their opinion, Zhou Xian was just a puny 8th-grade minor saint. They could easily pinch him to death. The leader had given the order that everyone who came to the stronghold today must die. None of them would be spared. Because I am Zhou Xian. Chapter 905. What? You're Zhou Xian? No wonder you looked so familiar just now. Zhou Xian, we, the Dark Shadow, have been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect that you would come to us today and bring a few people to die with you. Zhou Xian, our Dark Shadow has suffered a heavy loss because of you. Your existence is a disgrace in the history of our Dark Shadow. Only with your death can this disgrace be washed away. However, I have to admire your courage. How dare you come to our stronghold? Don't you know that this is no different from courting death? Pucci. As soon as the sarcastic voice of a great saint faded, Zhou Xian moved. He moved like a cheetah. The sharp heavenly saint sword pierced through the chest of the first-grade great saint. Before the sarcastic expression on the great saint's face disappeared, it froze. He lowered his head to look at the sword that had pierced through his body. His facial expression changed drastically when he felt the life force in his body was constantly flowing away. No, this is impossible. The first-grade great saint assassin began to spurt out blood from his mouth. He shook his head and couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His opponent was just an 8th-grade minor saint. How could he have such a powerful attack? It was so powerful that he didn't even have the chance to react and was pierced through by the sword. This great saint probably didn't even dream that he would die one day. He didn't think that he would die in the hands of an 8th-grade minor saint. This was an incomparably funny thing. There are a lot of impossible things in this world, just like what you are doing now. Zhou Xian sneered. A powerful destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint's sword. The first-grade great saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body exploded, turning into countless of blood mists that splashed on the others. What? The other 4 only reacted now. Their facial expression changed drastically. The change was too sudden. No one had expected it. However, Zhou Qian's thunderous attack made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't as weak as they thought. Only now did they remember that the Dark Shadow had suffered a heavy loss in the hands of this young man. Let's attack together and kill him. The 4 great saints were completely enraged. They immediately took out their combat weapons and attacked Zhou Xian at the same time. The dragon marks in Zhou Qian's body rippled as he fought fiercely with his opponents. Even though it was 1 against 4, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As for the dozens of minor saint assassins, they could only stand there and watch the battle. They didn't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Their eyes were filled with shock. No one had thought that Zhou Xian could be this powerful. Most of them were 8th-grade minor saints. They thought that they were the rare geniuses, but compared to Zhou Xian they felt that they were inferior to a piece of shit. What should we do? What else can we do? He is just an 8th-grade minor saint and he is so powerful. Even a great saint elder was killed by him. We don't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Let's wait and see. After all, there are only a few of them and the strongest among them is only a 4th-grade great saint. They are certainly no match for our leader. In my opinion, they are courting death by breaking into our stronghold. Each of these minor saint assassins was full of confidence and arrogance. In their point of view, those who came here were courting death. Just like what their leader had said, those who came here today wouldn't be able to escape. All of them were going to die here. High up in the sky, on the grandest battlefield, the Peacock King and the leader were locked in a stalemate. The leader was yelling in anger. He was a dignified 5th-grade great saint, but he was tied with a 4th-grade great saint. To him this was a humiliation. Haha. The leader of Dark Shadow is just SO. You guys have lost your assassination skills. You are too weak. The Peacock King will kill you today. The Peacock King laughed loudly. His body suddenly transformed into a peacock that was a few hundred meters in size. His body was radiating 7-colored light. His feather clothes were extremely beautiful. Peacock King. You are the Peacock King of the demon race. The leader exclaimed when he saw the transformation of the Peacock King. It's good that you know who I am. You will die a worthy death if you can die in my hands. The Peacock King's chi was unparalleled and domineering. Peacock King, I, Dark Shadow, have never offended you in your demon race. Why do you want to go against us? The leader's tone was no longer as tough as before. Although he had never seen the Peacock King before, he had heard of his reputation. This was a real devil incarnate, a ruthless man with a powerful peacock bloodline. Even if the Peacock King was just a 4th-grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Just now they could barely fight to a draw, but now that the Peacock King had transformed into his true form, the gap between them was obvious. Cut the crap. I am entrusted by Zhou Xian to destroy your stronghold. The Peacock King was a peerless madman. He didn't need too many reasons to kill anyone he wanted. Zhou Xian? That kid is Zhou Xian. I didn't expect him to collude with your demon race. Very well, Peacock King. In that case, let's have a showdown. I would like to see how powerful the legendary Peacock King is. The leader was infuriated. He could already see that today's matter wouldn't be settled. Since the person who came was Zhou Xian, this grudge could only be settled with a massacre. Clang. A black longsword appeared in the leader's hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was extremely sharp. Immediately he flung out streaks of ice-cold sword light. Each streak of sword light carried a strong murderous aura as it rushed towards the Peacock King. Peacock opens its tail, thousands of feathers fly together. The Peacock King spread out its feathered clothes, revealing 2 huge peacock wings that looked like a colorful barrier. Feathers shot out from the Peacock King's wings, looking even more terrifying than sharp swords. Clang clang clang. Thousands of feather arrows collided with the leader's black light, producing a large amount of sparks. The entire void was annihilated by the destructive chi. In the end, the Peacock King's technique had the upper hand. The leader had suffered a great counterforce. His body was pushed a dozen meters away before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed slightly, thinking that the Peacock King was indeed as terrifying as the legend said. Even though he was just a 4th-grade great saint, not even a 5th-grade great saint was a match for him when he was in his true form. And this was just the beginning. The second wave of attack had already begun. On the other side, Lion Yan was fighting 2 4th-grade great saints alone, leaving them with no strength to fight back. One of them had already spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the 2 of them cooperated well with each other. Otherwise, one of them would have been killed by Lion Yan. Even so, the outcome of this fierce battle was imaginable. Haha, it's too easy to kill the 2 of you. Lion Yan laughed wildly. These 2 4th-grade great saints posed no threat to him. Killing them was an incomparably easy task. As the patriarch of the Stone family, Lion Yan had the title of Living King of Hell. His means were cruel and ruthless. Even in the demon race, no patriarch would dare to provoke this living king of hell. Offending him was no laughing matter. On the other side, the 3 3rd-grade great saints were also complaining. Whether it was the Earth Devil Beast, the 3rd-grade great saint devil, or De Huang Dog, all of them were able to suppress their opponents. There was no need to mention the Earth Devil Beast. Back in the devil world, the devil wasn't a match for him, let alone these assassins of the Dark Shadow. As for the devil, he had a powerful devil body. Except for Zhang Chen's true thunder fire and true dragon fire that could suppress him, any ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the slightest advantage over the devil. Although De Huang Dog had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, he had already reached the peak of 1st-grade Great Saint. His divine beast bloodline was much stronger than Peacock King's. Given his current ability, he was able to suppress any ordinary 3rd-grade Great Saint. Compared to these battles, the most ferocious battle was on Zhang Chen's side. 3 out of the 5 Great Saints had already died in his hands. Now there were only 2 2nd-grade Great Saints left. It wasn't an easy task for Zhang Chen to kill a 2nd-grade Great Saint. It was even more difficult to fight 2 of them at the same time, but it wasn't absolutely impossible. Zhang Chen had a lot of killing methods. The current situation was very clear. In order to kill these 2, he must first disturb their minds. Judging from the current situation, their minds had already been disturbed. The fact that Zhang Chen had killed 3 1st-grade Great Saints just now had a great impact on their minds. What he needed to do next was to attack them one by one. First he would find a way to kill one of them, then the other. If he kept fighting two of them at the same time, Zhou Xian wouldn't have the chance to kill them. After all, his opponents were powerful second-grade great saints. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The leader was being suppressed by Peacock King. The two fourth-grade great saints were being suppressed by Lion Yan. The other three third-grade great saints were being suppressed separately. Zhou Qian's side was even more bloody. Although the two second-grade great saints were still intact, their condition wasn't very good. Such a situation made those minor saint assassins anxious. Each of them had lost their previous pride and confidence. Now their hearts were filled with worry. It was obvious that Zhou Xian came prepared today. Each of the assassins he brought was stronger and more abnormal than the other. If the battle continued like this, they were afraid that the dark shadow wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Arg! Suddenly a blood-curdling scream was heard. The Earth Devil Beast had transformed into its true form and ripped half of its opponent's body apart. The third-grade great saint let out a blood-curdling scream. Instinctively he wanted to escape, but given his current state, how could he escape from the Earth Devil Beast's attack? Roar. Chapter 906. This scene frightened the other two third-grade great saints. They were already in a disadvantageous position when they were fighting against the devil and De Huang Dog. Now that they saw the Earth Devil Beast devouring one of their own, their mood instantly fell to the bottom, causing their combat strength to drop. They were no match for De Huang Dog and the devil. After devouring one of them, the Earth Devil Beast went berserk. Its huge body attacked the other. Under the joint attack of the Earth Devil Curse and the devil, the third-grade great saint couldn't put up any resistance. He was beaten half to death on the spot. The ferocious nature of the Earth Devil Beast was completely aroused. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the third-grade great saint as well. Earth Devil Beast, this is my opponent. Why the fuck are you interfering? The devil scolded. He was enjoying his killing, but the Earth Devil Beast had to interfere, causing him to lose his enjoyment. In his point of view, even if the Earth Devil Beast didn't attack, he would eventually be able to kill his opponent. The Earth Devil Beast ignored the devil. It had gone completely mad. All four of its eyes turned blood red. Then it dashed towards De Huang Dog's opponent. Earth Devil Beast, get out of here. This man belongs to Master Dog. De Huang Dog bared his fangs at the Earth Devil Beast. He had just advanced to the Great Saint realm and needed a strong opponent to practice his skills. The opponent in front of him was the best one. If anyone dared to interfere, De Huang Dog would never allow it to do so. Looking at De Huang Dog's ferocious expression, the Earth Devil Beast quickly stopped. Although his bloodline was noble, it was still inferior to De Huang Dog's. Plus, when he was still a first-grade great saint, he couldn't directly suppress a third-grade great saint. After witnessing De Huang Dog's 9 revolutions major tribulation, the Earth Devil Beast was full of admiration for this dog. Adding the relationship between Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, even the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't dare to provoke this dog for no reason. If he provoked Zhou Xian, he wouldn't be happy anymore. The one who felt the most depressed was the third-grade great saint who was fighting Big Yellow. He had the feeling that he was going to spurt out blood on the spot. He was a mighty third-grade great saint, but now he had become a prey. Earth Devil Beast, let's go and help Master. The devil said to the Earth Devil. Get lost. I can handle this myself. As soon as the devil's voice faded, Zhou Qian's voice sounded. His current situation was the same as that of De Huang Dog. What he needed the most was a battle. Now that he had finally found 2 strong opponents, it had stimulated Zhou Qian's competitive spirit. He must get rid of these 2 opponents by himself. Just as the Earth Devil Beast and the devil were ready to attack, they were stopped by Zhou Qian's words, especially the Earth Devil Beast. Its ferocious nature had just been stimulated and it had no place to vent it. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. However, they couldn't ignore Zhou Qian's words. Their eyes fell on the battlefield of Lion Yan and found that Lion Yan didn't need them at all. He had already beaten his opponent to a pulp. Then they looked at Peacock King's side. The Dark Shadow leader was also being suppressed by Peacock King. His chi was getting weaker and weaker. There was no place for them to intervene. Besides, they didn't seem to be able to intervene in a battle of this level. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Dark Shadow leader had been injured by Peacock King, it would still be very easy for him to kill them. Besides, they didn't dare to intervene in the Battle of Peacock King. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Finally, the eyes of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil fell on the group of minor saint assassins. Their eyes glinted fiercely. The Earth Devil Beast stuck out its dark red tongue, looking incomparably ferocious. Hissed the group of minor saint assassins, sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that their great saint experts would be defeated so thoroughly and miserably. It seemed that these two ferocious devils were going to target them, especially the terrifying Earth Devil Beast. Its 4 eyes seemed to have come from hell. Anyone who looked at it would feel their soul trembling. Even a 3rd-grade great saint was eaten by the Earth Devil Beast, let alone them. Kaka. You bunch of ants. I'm going to eat you all alive. The Earth Devil Beast laughed loudly. Its huge body that was like a small hill suddenly pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. The devil didn't want to be outdone either. At the same time, they also pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. They had received the order from Zhou Xian, which was to eliminate everyone here. For a moment the entire spatial zone was filled with flesh and blood flying in the air. Mournful screams lingered in the ears. The devil was still fine as he was just killing people cruelly. However, the Earth Devil Beast was simply a crazy guy. He would tear people into half and swallow them in one gulp. The scene was bloody and brutal, disgusting. However, to the ferocious Earth Devil Beast, such a scene was too common. Under the stimulation of the strong smell of blood, the Earth Devil Beast even felt great pleasure. Bastard! Earth Devil Beast! When the leader of the Dark Shadow saw this scene, he roared loudly. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This mouthful of blood wasn't because of the Peacock King, but because he was angered by the Earth Devil Beast. Those assassins were elites that he had painstakingly trained. If these assassins died in the hands of the enemy, he might feel better. However, these assassins were all killed by the Earth Devil Beast. They died in the hands of their own people. However, the temperament of the Earth Devil Beast didn't change after being edified, but his attitude had completely changed. He only listened to Zhou Xian's order and completely ignored the leader. Die. The Peacock King let out a wild laugh. Its huge peacock body sprinkled out millions upon millions of rays of resplendent light, rendering the entire battlefield beautiful. However, under its beautiful appearance was an endless power of slaughter and destruction. Peacock King could see that those minor saint assassins were done for. None of them would be able to survive today. He knew very well what kind of existence the Earth Devil Beast was. Once it unleashed its demonic nature, it would be 100 times more ferocious than a devil. Once it attacked, it would be a massacre. How could those minor saint assassins survive after encountering the Earth Devil Beast? Arg! Just at this moment, another scream was heard on the battlefield. Lion Yen was holding a bloody arm of his opponent. He roared like a lion and his demonic chi soared to the sky. The 4th-grade great saint who had his arm torn off had an extremely unsightly face. These people who came here today were all abnormal. Even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for them. Given his current condition, he would be torn apart by this living king of hell if he fought Lion Yen again. Lion Yen roared angrily. He had been beaten to the point that his blood was boiling. He attacked crazily, breaking through the defense of a 4th-grade great saint in an instant, arriving in front of the opponent whose arm was torn off by him. A golden demon chi enveloped the great saint like a cage. Arg! Along with a scream, the 4th-grade great saint was torn to pieces by Lion Yen. On the other side, Zhou Xian laughed loudly. The situation was just as he had expected. The outcome of the battle had basically been determined. None of the assassins here would be able to escape today. The 2 2nd-grade great saints who stood opposite of Zhou Xian were trembling with fear. Or it could be said that their minds were no longer focused on the battle. Their opponents were too strong. Their leader was completely suppressed by Peacock King. Their dream of relying on their leader had been shattered. Now that the 4th-grade great saint had been killed, they weren't far from death. The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded tacitly. Then they turned into 2 rays of light and flew in 2 different directions. They weren't fools. They had already seen the situation clearly. If they continued to fight, there would only be one ending for them. In that case, they might as well run away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Trying to run? It's too late. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He casted the spatial shift and caught up with one of them in a blink. As for the other one, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. It was simply a fantasy for a second-grade great saint to escape from the grand formation cast by De Huang Dog. Die! Jiang Chen's thunderous sword pierced through the body of the second-grade great saint in front of him. If the two of them continued to work together, they might still be able to fight against Jiang Chen, but now that they had chosen to escape separately, it undoubtedly divided their combat strength. Plus, they were in a state of confusion and had lost their will to fight. How could they be a match for the vigorous Jiang Chen? It was inevitable that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. On the other side, the second-grade great saint who was trying to escape was blocked by De Huang Dog's seal. Just when he thought that something bad was going to happen, Jiang Chen appeared in front of him after killing his companion. Jiang Chen, the great sage, was truly afraid. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer a human but a devil. I have already said that no one will walk out of here alive today. From now on, there will no longer be a dark shadow in Saint Origin World. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he launched another attack at lightning speed. The Heavenly Saint Sword was like a heavenly sword that could kill anything that stood in its way. Killing a second-grade great saint who was scared out of his wits was as easy as blowing off dust. Under the envelopment of the sword net, the great saint only managed to put up a slight resistance before his head was chopped off. At this moment, all the minor saint experts had died tragically under the brutal attacks of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and came to the front of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. Looking at the bloody scene, he couldn't help but say, "You two are really brutal, especially your Earth Devil Beast. It's not a big deal to kill them, but you even ate them." "Yes, master." The Earth Devil Beast felt incomparably depressed. "It seemed like you are also very brutal in killing people, aren't you? Why are you scolding us? Besides, wasn't it your order to kill all of them?" Of course, the Earth Devil Beast only said these words in his heart. He didn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's order. Honglong. At the same time, De Huang Dog casted his innate ability. A lightning-like beam of light was shot out from his dragon horn, hitting the third-grade great saint heavily. Chapter 907. Arg. The third-grade great saint let out a blood-curdling scream. The innate ability of De Huang Dog was too terrifying. The third-grade great saint had already lost his will to fight due to the influence of the battle. Now that he was caught off guard by De Huang Dog's attack, the consequences were unimaginable. The third-grade great saint's body was pierced through, leaving a big bloody hole. The great saint's body was pierced, but he was still alive. Even if he didn't die, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to withstand another attack from De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. He rushed to the third-grade great saint in a flash, opened his mouth and bit off the third-grade great saint's head. However, he only bit off the head, unlike the ferocious Earth Devil Beast that ate it directly. At the same time, Lion Yan also exerted a powerful technique, firmly trapping the last fourth-grade great saint. Up until now, basically all the assassins had the same thought. Their will to fight had been completely exhausted because their opponents were too ferocious. One should know that in a real battle, the will to fight and the morale itself played an important role. When two evenly matched people were fighting, one side's chi was strong while the other side's morale was low. In that case, even if both sides had the same cultivation grade, the one with low morale would still die. Moreover, Lion Yan was a lot stronger than his opponent. His opponent was no match for him. This old lion was too ferocious. Two ferocious lion claws pierced through his opponent's chest. The fourth-grade great saint shrieked miserably as his claws burned with raging flames. Lion Yan laughed wildly. The ferocious nature of the demon race was completely aroused. A pair of terrifying lion claws waved to both sides, tearing the great saint's body into two halves. At this point, except for the leader who was still struggling, the rest of the people in the stronghold had died tragically. There were no survivors. The whole spatial zone was filled with broken corpses. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The whole scene was like Azura hell. Bastard. The leader who was still fighting with Peacock King couldn't help but roar. Such a scene made him collapse. The assassin organization that he had painstakingly built was completely annihilated. Now even his own life couldn't be saved. Lion Clan leader, be careful not to let this person escape. Jiang Qin reminded Lion Yan. After all, this leader was a powerful 5th grade great saint. Although he had been repeatedly injured by Peacock King, he couldn't give him a chance to escape just in case. The seal cast by De Huang Dog might not be able to stop a 5th grade great saint. Every strike of the Peacock King was a thunderous attack, and the Shadow Leader was about to be overwhelmed. At this time, only Lion Yan could pay attention to prevent the Shadow Leader from escaping. All right. Lion Yan's aura shook and countless divine senses rushed out, enveloping the entire space. He would definitely not give the leader a chance to escape. Kongyu sword, destroy everything. The Peacock King couldn't take down the leader even after a long time, so he was truly angered. His feather clothes actually turned into an incomparably resplendent longsword. This was a matchless divine sword, and in the hands of the Peacock King, it was as if it was alive. The Kong feather sword casually waved, causing the entire void battlefield to be filled with resplendent rainbow sword shadows. Every sword shadow was like a real Kong feather sword, possessing endless killing power. It was a sea of swords. Under the control of the Peacock King, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the Shadow Leader. The Shadow Leader's facial expression changed dramatically. This was the most powerful attack of the Peacock King. If he was in his peak state, he might be able to withstand it, but in his current state, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to withstand this attack. Dark brilliance. However, the Shadow Leader was a powerful 5th grade great saint after all. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The black longsword in his hand also rippled with countless light. The black brilliance collided with the Peacock King's attack. Destructive power was everywhere, shattering the void completely. Countless sword lights collided with each other, creating large amounts of sparks. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, and it looked like it could collapse at any time. And at this moment, in the center of the chaotic sea of swords, an incomparably resplendent light suddenly appeared. The 7-colored light was extremely fast, like a rainbow-colored heavenly river, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the leader. That ray of light was the Peacock King and the longsword in his hand. Puchi, the longsword of the Peacock King, penetrated the Shadow Leader's head. The sea of swords behind him collapsed. This was the most powerful attack of the Peacock King. The sea of swords was just a disguise. He was like a drop of water in the ocean, drifting freely and giving his opponent a fatal blow silently. No, the Shadow Leader could feel the rapid loss of his life force. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his life he had always been the one who killed others. He had never thought that he would die one day, and this day would come so quickly. I have said it before. It's a worthy death to die in the hands of the Peacock King. From today onwards, there will no longer be a dark shadow organization in Saint Origin World. The Peacock King returned to his human form and crushed the head of the Dark Shadow Leader. Looking at everything that happened here, Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. In his opinion, this was the inevitable ending of the Dark Shadow. From the day the Dark Shadow provoked him, this ending was already destined. In Jiang Chen's mind, enemies were always meant to be destroyed. Exhilarating. It's fucking exhilarating. De Huang Dog was excited. He had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, but he had already carried out such an exhilarating battle and destroyed the Dark Shadow organization. If this was spread out, it would be an earth-shattering event. However, they weren't prepared to spread this news. The Dark Shadow wasn't a glorious force. A force that existed in the dark would disappear in the dark. Peacock King and Lion Yan looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. They knew that Jiang Chen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Today Jiang Chen alone killed 5 great saints, including 2 second-grade great saints. For an 8th-grade minor saint to be able to do this, it wasn't just heaven-defying. Peacock King and Lion Yan couldn't imagine how strong Jiang Chen would be after he advanced to the Great Saint realm. Now it seemed that befriending Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was a very wise choice. They almost believed that in the near future the entire Saint Origin world and even the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace would undergo earth-shaking changes because of the existence of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian walked to the front of Peacock King and Lion Yan and clasped his fists at them. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, Zhou Xian thanks you for today's matter. After getting rid of the Dark Shadow, one of my worries has been resolved. The Dark Shadow has existed for so many years. There must be a lot of treasures and wealth in this stronghold. All of these treasures will belong to both of you. As for the combat weapons in the hands of these assassins, I don't want them. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yan's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They could already feel that there was a lot of wealth in this shop. Plus, these combat weapons were minor saint weapons and some were even great saint weapons. If they could bring them back to the demon race, it would certainly enhance the overall strength of the demon race. In addition, both of you have reached the peak of the 4th grade great saint. I have a sacred heavenly demon art here. After you comprehend it, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the 5th grade great saint in a short period of time. Zhou Xian said and transmitted the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to Peacock King and Lion Yan using divine sense. This was the supreme scripture of the demon race that he had obtained in his previous life. To the demon race it was a peerless treasure. Back in Red City, Zhou Xian had imparted part of the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to the Black Hawk, causing the Black Hawk to undergo tremendous changes in a short period of time. However, the Black Hawk's talent and bloodline couldn't be compared to Peacock King and Lion Yan. Only with their comprehension ability could they display the true power of the sacred heavenly demon art. Hong. After receiving the mantra, the two of them immediately trembled. They confidently felt the mantra of the sacred heavenly demonic art. Their eyes gradually widened and their faces were filled with shock. Even with their temperament, they actually showed a temporary state of stupidity. From this, it could be seen how shocked they were by the sacred heavenly demonic art. The sacred heavenly demon art. I can't believe that there is such an amazing secret art in the heavens and earth. I have a feeling that I will be able to break through to the 5th grade great saint in 10 days, and my future achievements will only get higher and higher. That's right. I will be able to break through to the 5th grade great saint in a month's time. This secret art is too mysterious and wonderful for words. Peacock King and Lion Yan were shocked. When they regained their senses, they stared at Zhou Xian without blinking. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Zhou Xian, we owe you a favor today. Your gift is too generous. That's right, Zhou Xian. We have nothing to repay you with, but as long as you need us in the future, we will never refuse. Peacock King and Lion Yan said solemnly. Given their status, it was rare for them to make such a promise. Peacock King and Lion Yan were extremely excited. They couldn't wait to return to the demon race and go into seclusion to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon art. Today's trip was really worth it. Putting aside the wealth and the combat soldiers in the stronghold, the sacred heavenly demon art alone was an inexhaustible wealth that they wouldn't exchange for no matter how much wealth they had. We're all friends. Don't say such words. I, Zhou Xian, have always been like this. I will treat my friends the way my friends treat me. Zhou Xian laughed heartily. As a matter of fact, this sacred heavenly demon art wasn't of much use to him. The dragon transformation skill that he cultivated was the truly terrifying cultivation technique. He had actually forgotten about this secret art of the demon race. Just now he suddenly recalled it, so he gave it to Peacock King and Lion Yan. Firstly, to thank them for their help, and secondly, to do them a favor. Besides, the stronger Peacock King and Lion Yan's cultivation base was, the more help they could provide him. Chapter 908. Peacock King and Lion Yan looked at each other and laughed. Both of them were straightforward people. They liked people like Zhou Xian the most. He was never shy and would do whatever he wanted. How is it, old lion? I have a good eye, right? When I was in the Western Domain, I already found this kid pleasing to the eye. Peacock King transmitted his voice to Lion Yan and said proudly. Don't be so narcissistic in front of me. I knew that he was a good kid the first time I saw him. Lion Yan didn't buy Peacock King's words, but he also understood that the reason why Zhou Xian could have such a close relationship with the demon race was all thanks to Peacock King. Without Peacock King, he was afraid that there wouldn't be such a close relationship between Zhou Xian and the demon race today. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demon art today was a great opportunity for both of them. It was much more valuable than any heaven-defying treasure. Let's go to the stronghold to collect the treasures and wealth of the dark shadow, and then destroy this spatial zone. Zhou Xian said. Then Xianxia stretched out his hand and collected all the things in the stronghold. Peacock King unleashed a powerful spatial force, destroying the entire spatial zone, and then left in an unrestrained manner. At this point, the top assassin organization in the Saint Origin world had completely disappeared from this world. It was completely annihilated by Zhou Xian and the others in the most brutal way possible. None of the assassins in the shop managed to escape. If this news was spread out, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. After all, in the world of assassins, the dark shadow had a significant influence. It was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. As for the remaining small strongholds of the dark shadow, Zhou Xian wasn't interested in them. The headquarters of the dark shadow had been destroyed. Those small strongholds wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Once again, Zhou Xian let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil hide in the spatial ring. This time the Earth Devil Beast had eaten 2 great saints. In addition to the fact that his cultivation had already reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Saint, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 3rd grade Great Saint. At that time it would be of great help to him. Along the way they quickly returned to the demon race. Peacock King and Xianxia could not wait to go into seclusion. All their thoughts were now on the sacred heavenly demonic technique. Elder Peacock King, Patriarch Lion, Patriarch is looking for you all. The Peacock King and the others happened to bump into a great sage. The great sage saw the Peacock King and the others and quickly said, Patriarch is looking for us? Did something happen? The Peacock King was stunned. They had only been out for half a day. I heard that it's news from Saint Origin Palace, saying that a purgatory space has been discovered in Eastern Continent. Inside this space is a remnant ancient battlefield. Now that the purgatory space has been opened, the Patriarch must be looking for you because of this purgatory space. The great sage elder said. What? Purgatory space? Zhou Xian and a Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. Zhou Xian, you know about the purgatory space? The Peacock King looked over at Zhou Xian. That's right. Not only do I know about it, I have also entered it before. De Huang and I are originally from Eastern Continent, but there are only some low-grade demonic beasts in the purgatory space. There isn't even a combat king expert, let alone any treasure. It's just a place for cultivators in Eastern Continent. How could it attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Zhou Xian was very puzzled. To Eastern Continent, the purgatory space was indeed a dangerous place, but to Pure Land it was just a rubbish place. Let alone a minor saint, any combat emperor could destroy the purgatory space 100 times over. How could such a small place attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Wasn't this nonsense? Moreover, Zhou Xian was sure that there was no ancient battlefield in the purgatory space except for the Inferno City. He had stayed in the purgatory space for quite a long time. It seems like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the spiritual main hall to see the Patriarch first. The news from Saint Origin Palace must be unusual. Peacock King said and flew towards the spiritual main hall. Xianxia followed closely behind him. Zhou Xian and a Huang dog exchanged a glance and followed. They were very concerned about everything related to Eastern Continent. That was Zhou Xian's hometown. In the spiritual main hall, the higher-ups of demon race were gathered. Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting on the main seats, while dozens of great saint experts were sitting on their left and right sides. Each of them had a pivotal position in demon race. This was the first time that the lineage of Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting together peacefully ever since the conflict broke out in demon race. Peacock King and the others entered the main hall. Everyone turned to look at them. Such a grand scene meant that something big was about to happen. Patriarch, what's the situation of the opening of the purgatory space? The Peacock King asked. According to the news from Saint Origin Palace, there's a place called Inferno Hell Space in Eastern Continent. There's an ancient battlefield ruins there. It's said that there are endless treasures in there. There are also many inheritances left by great saint experts. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the other 7 major families are also preparing to go to the Inferno Hell Space. It's said that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace will also be going there. For many of them, this is a rare opportunity to gain experience. If they're lucky, they can get a lot of benefits. Our demon race can't fall behind, Lang Xingtian said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog frowned again. There was a battlefield in the purgatory space. And the legacy of the great sage? How was that possible? He knew too well what was inside the Inferno Hell space. If there was an ancient battlefield inside and there were inheritances and treasures left by great saint experts, he and De Huang Dog would have found it long ago. As for Lang Xingtian, he was the reincarnation of a great saint. If there were treasures inside, it was impossible for him to not find them. Furthermore, De Huang Dog was an expert in finding treasures. One should know that back in the Inferno Hell space, a combat soul earth devil beast was enough to dominate the entire Inferno Hell. How could such a small place attract the interest of Saint Origin Palace and the 8 major families of the Pure Land? This was ridiculous. Patriarch De Huang and I have been to this Inferno Hell space. It's just an ordinary place for training. A combat soul earth devil beast is enough to dominate the place. How could there be an ancient battlefield here? Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, the information from Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. If what you said is true, there's only one explanation. The Inferno Hell space that you entered was just a portal to the ancient battlefield. Many people in the Eastern continent are able to enter the Inferno Hell space, but this ancient battlefield has just been opened. Lang Xingtian looked at Jiang Qin and said, Little Qinzi, it seems like Patriarch is right. Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. When we entered the Inferno Hell space, it might just be a portal. Now that the ancient battlefield has appeared, let's go back. Don't forget that there's a blood talisman in the Inferno Hell space. It's very useful to you. De Huang Dog's voice sounded in Jiang Qin's ears. However, what Jiang Qin was worried about wasn't the blood talisman. The blood talisman would only recognize him. Even if others found it, they would never be able to get it. What he was worried about now was the martial saint dynasty. Zhoush. Under Jiang Qin's summons, the earth devil beast and the demon appeared at the same time. Master. The earth devil beast and the devil called out respectfully to Jiang Qin at the same time. This scene shocked everyone present. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed once again. They were even more shocked than Peacock King and Lion Yan. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that the earth devil beast was a 2nd-grade great saint and the devil was a 3rd-grade great saint. Although Jiang Qin had made some progress, he was still just an 8th-grade great saint. How could an 8th-grade minor saint have the ability to subdue 2 of them? One of them was an unruly earth devil beast. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. They really couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin did it. However, Jiang Qin didn't have the time to pay attention to their shock. Immediately, he said to the earth devil beast and the devil, The 2 of you, go to Martial Saint Dynasty in Eastern Continent immediately and guard them well. If anything happens to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, the 2 of you will die. Jiang Qin's tone was solemn and cold. Martial Saint Dynasty was too important to him. Jiang Zhenhai was there, so was Yan Zhanyun, his family and friends. Although Martial Saint Dynasty ruled the entire Eastern Continent, it was like an ant compared to Saint Origin World. Any expert from Saint Origin World could destroy Martial Saint Dynasty. More importantly, Jiang Qin had too many enemies now. It was too easy for them to find out his identity and the relationship between him and Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Qin didn't want to see anyone use his family to threaten him. Last time he had edified a few minor saint experts, but given the current situation, minor saints were no longer enough. He would feel more at ease if the earth devil beast and the devil were protecting him. Yes, master. The earth devil beast and the devil didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately answered. They had never been stubborn when it came to Jiang Qin's words. Hold on. Peacock King stopped the earth devil beast and the devil, then said to Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, I know that you and De Huang came from Eastern Continent and Martial Saint Dynasty is your hometown. I also know that you are afraid that the opening of the ancient battlefield will affect the safety of your family. However, it's better for the earth devil beast and the devil to stay with you. Given your current situation, they will be of great help to you. As for Martial Saint Dynasty, Old Lion and I will go there personally. Both of us need to go into secluded cultivation. There's no difference between cultivating in the demon race or the Eastern Continent. After listening to Peacock King's words, Lion Yen nodded. Now that they had obtained the sacred heavenly demonic art, They had no interest in the ancient battlefield anymore. Chapter 909. That's right. The two of us will help you protect Martial Saint Dynasty. We shouldn't be any weaker than them, Lion Yen said. After obtaining Jiang Chen's sacred heavenly demon technique, they felt that they owed Jiang Chen a favor. If they could help Jiang Chen, they would feel more at ease. Just like what Peacock King said, it didn't matter where they went for seclusion. Their cultivation now had little to do with the density of the heaven and earth yuan qi. The key to their cultivation was to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon technique. All right. In that case, I will have to thank you both. Jiang Chen held his fists at the two of them. It couldn't be better if Peacock King and Lion Yen could help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Not only were they powerful, they also had a very high status in the Pure Land. In other words, it was a great honor to ask them to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. In the entire Saint Origin world, Jiang Chen was afraid that he was the only one who could ask them to help. All right. Since you two are going to help Jiang Chen, I will handle the matters here, Lang Xingtian said. As a matter of fact, there wasn't much to handle. All they needed to do was to open a spatial passageway from the demon race to the Inferno Hell space. By then, those who wanted to enter the ancient battlefield could go through that passageway. In that case, let's go, Peacock King said. How about this? Since I am going back anyway, let's go to Martial Saint Dynasty together. De Huang, go to Xuanyumoyin cult and inform Ma Yen to return to Eastern Continent. I will wait for you two in the Inferno Hell space, Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog agreed and disappeared. In any case, the opening of the Inferno Hell space was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. There might be a lot of benefits left in the ancient battlefield. How could they miss such a good opportunity? This guy possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He might be able to obtain some benefits from the ancient battlefield. Chua, Jiang Chen, Peacock King, and the others left the spiritual space mountain with a sway of their bodies. They locked onto the direction of the Eastern Continent and prepared to move forward at full speed. This was an extremely urgent matter. They had to return before the 8 families of the Pure Land left for the Eastern Continent. The journey from the spiritual space mountain to the Eastern Continent was too far. However, with their speed, they could basically travel thousands of miles in an instant. It was extremely easy for them to return to the Eastern Continent. Brother Chen. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Yan Qinyu flying out from the demon race. He immediately blamed himself. Yan Qinyu had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon race. During this period of time, he was too busy dealing with the matters of the demon race, Gu family and Dark Shadow. He had neglected Yan Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's hand. Currently, Yan Qinyu's cultivation had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint through seclusion, which was considered pretty good. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Qinyu asked. Going home. Back to the Eastern Continent. Jiang Chen told Yan Qinyu about what happened in the Inferno Hell. Hearing that they were going back to the Martial Saint Dynasty, Yan Qinyu's face lit up. Their speed was extremely fast as they flew towards the Eastern Continent. The Martial Saint Dynasty was as peaceful as ever. As the 1st grade overlord of the Eastern Continent, its position was unshakable. Ever since the Heavenly Sect caused a certain amount of damage to the Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen had Yi Sha and the other 2 stay behind to protect the entire Martial Saint Dynasty. The next day, outside the Martial Saint Dynasty, a few silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, the Martial Saint Dynasty is in front of us. The 2 of you should hide yourselves. I don't want to give them too much pressure, Jiang Chen said to Peacock King and Lion Yen. These 2 were too powerful. If they appeared directly, it would bring a lot of pressure to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. Therefore, Jiang Chen asked them to protect them secretly. To them, it was too easy to find a place for seclusion. Any spatial zone would suffice. All right. Just go into the Inferno Hell. Leave the Martial Saint Dynasty to us. I guarantee that not even a fly can enter. Peacock King patted his chest and promised. If that's the case, I will have to thank the 2 of you. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the 2 of them. No need to be so polite with us. Lion Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared with Peacock King. Xiao Yu, let's go home first. We will go to the Inferno Hell later. Zhang Qian held Yan Qinyu's shoulder with one hand and flew towards the Martial Saint Dynasty. Stop. Who dares to trespass the Martial Saint Dynasty? The Martial Saint Dynasty was heavily guarded. There were sentries a dozen miles away. 2 guards in golden armor stood in front of Zhang Qian and Yan Qinyu, yelling at them. Behind them there were more than a dozen guards flying towards them. When the leader saw Zhang Qian and Yan Qinyu, his expression changed drastically. He immediately walked forward and slapped the 2 guards who dared to yell at Zhang Qian. You 2 are blind. This is young Master Zhang Qian and Miss Yan Qinyu. After that, the guard quickly bowed to Zhang Qian and said, Young Master, you are back. These 2 are new here. Please don't mind them. It's all right. You have worked hard to protect the Martial Saint Dynasty. This is your reward. Zhang Qian casually threw out a storage ring containing 10,000 heaven elixir pills. 10,000 heaven elixir pills were nothing to him, but to these guards, it was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Captain, is this young Master Zhang Qian? He is so young. The guard who had just been slapped said cautiously. Although he was slapped, he didn't feel angry at all. One should know that the person they had offended was Zhang Qian, the god in the eyes of all the people in the Martial Saint Dynasty. His status was far higher than the emperor's, and they felt lucky that they were still alive. That's right. Of course. You 2 better open your eyes in the future. Our young Master Zhang Qian is a good man. He won't argue with you. He even gave us some wealth as a reward. The captain held the storage ring in his hand. Captain, how much wealth is inside? Someone asked. With a thought, the captain opened the interspatial ring. When he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, his expression immediately changed. Oh my God! This is heaven elixir. 10,000 heaven elixir pills. Oh my God! Young Master Zhang Qian has given us so much wealth. The captain felt dizzy. He couldn't accept this. The amount of wealth Zhang Qian had given them was too much. 10,000 heaven elixir pills was something they didn't even dare to dream about. Now that Zhang Qian had returned, he naturally wanted to gather all the higher-ups of the Martial Saint Dynasty. No matter where Zhang Qian went, even if he went to the legendary Immortal realm, the Martial Saint Dynasty would still be his home. Whenever he came back, he would feel warm as if he had returned to his roots. In the main hall of the Martial Saint Dynasty, Zhang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Zhou Xian, Guishan, Daoist, Black Yu Zihan, all of them were familiar faces. Looking at these familiar faces, Zhang Qian couldn't help but recall the paths he had walked, the things that had happened and the little things that had happened. The return of Zhang Qian and Yan Qinyu had lightened up the atmosphere, especially Zhang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. They were grinning from ear to ear. Nothing could make them happier than having their children by their side. After some greetings, Zhang Qian brought up the topic of the Inferno Hell dimension. Dad, Brother Zhou, have you heard about the opening of the Inferno Hell dimension? Zhang Qian asked. Hasn't Inferno Hell always existed? People can enter Inferno Hell to cultivate at any time. Our Martial Saint Dynasty would send people to Inferno Hell every once in a while. It has always existed, so how could it be opened? Zhang Qian was startled. He didn't understand what Zhang Qian meant. Zhang Qian had entered Inferno Hell before, and his life was saved by Zhang Qian and a Huang dog in there. Why did Zhang Qian suddenly ask about this? Normally, Zhang Qian should know more about Inferno Hell than him. It looks like you guys don't know about the ancient battlefield ruins in Inferno Hell dimension. Now it has been opened. The Inferno Hell dimension that we entered before was just the entrance to the ancient battlefield. The superpowers from the Divine Continent are preparing to enter the ancient battlefield ruins. Zhang Qian said. What? The experts from the Divine Continent are coming? Wu Jiu exclaimed. Brother Zhu, you don't have to worry about that. I have already arranged some experts outside the Saint Dynasty. Even if the experts from the Divine Continent come, the Martial Saint Dynasty will still be safe. Brother Zhu, is there any way to summon the experts from the Martial Saint Dynasty who entered Inferno Hell? Not long after, the experts from the Divine Continent will enter Inferno Hell. You can imagine how dangerous it would be if they encountered them. Zhang Qian said to Wu Jiu. He knew very well how arrogant the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land were. In the cultivation world, only the strong were respected. In front of those experts, the cultivators of the Eastern Continent were just like ants. As long as they didn't like you, they would kill you without hesitation. Currently, he didn't even know whether those who were training in Inferno Hell had entered the ancient battlefield after discovering that it had been opened. If they did, given their cultivation base, it wouldn't just be a slim chance of survival, it would be a sure death. Putting aside the experts from the Pure Land, it was hard to imagine how many terrifying existences there were in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those existences were not something that the cultivators from the eastern continent could touch. There's really no way to summon them. Inferno Hell isn't open yet. They can't come out even if they want to. You know this. Wuxia shook his head. Looks like I have to go in earlier. Zhou Xian said. Yesterday the flowers were 500 yuan and 1 chapter, the red packet was 90 yuan and 1 chapter. Today there are 4 chapters. Also brothers, you must pay attention to the official WeChat account. In a few days, there will be a new chapter about the Dragon Mark War God. If you don't pay attention, you won't be able to see it. Chapter 9-10. Wu Jiao's words reminded Zhou Xian of the characteristics of Inferno Hell. One could enter the Inferno Hell at any time, but the exit would only open once a year. So, even if Wu Jiao could summon the people inside, he wouldn't be able to get them out. Therefore, Zhou Xian was preparing to enter Inferno Hell as soon as possible. One should know that there were a lot of people training in Inferno Hell. Once the experts of the Pure Land arrived, it would be a disaster for them. Even if the experts of the Pure Land didn't want to attack them, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. If 2 experts clashed, the shockwave released would be enough to kill them. In Zhou Qian's eyes, the entire eastern continent was his hometown. He had left too many memories here. This place and Pure Land were 2 completely different worlds. The dispute of Pure Land shouldn't involve Eastern Continent and disrupt the peace here. In the hearts of the cultivators of Eastern Continent, Zhou Qian was the supreme being, their guardian. So, Zhou Qian didn't want to cause any harm to the Eastern Continent because of the appearance of the ancient battlefield. Zhou Qian rested for a while in Saint Origin World before heading to Inferno Hell with Yan Qingyu. There was a passageway that led directly to Inferno Hell in Martial Saint Dynasty. When Zhou Qian and Yan Qingyu arrived at the entrance of the passageway, De Huang Dog and Han Yan had arrived at the same time. De Huang Dog's speed was already unparalleled. Now that his cultivation grade had advanced to the peak of first grade Great Saint, his speed was unimaginably fast. So he returned as fast as he could after notifying Han Yan from Moyin Cult. It's good that you are back. Let's go to Inferno Hell now. We have to evacuate the people inside before the experts of Pure Land arrive. Zhou Qian said. All right. De Huang Dog and Han Yan nodded. The 4 of them turned into light and flashed into the passageway. In the next moment the scenery changed abruptly. They had already arrived at the Inferno Hell. They couldn't be more familiar with this purgatory space. However, at this moment they could sense an ancient and distant aura from the void. It seemed to be a primordial aura, which was clearly different from the purgatory they had encountered before. Just as Lang Xingtian said, there is a huge ancient battlefield relic in this purgatory space. I can already smell the scent of an ancient battlefield. De Huang Dog's spirit shook and he thought to himself, we actually didn't notice it in the slightest when we were here. It can be seen from this that this ancient battlefield has always been concealed very deeply. Let's go to Inferno City first. Zhou Qian said. With a sway of their bodies, they immediately appeared where Inferno City used to be. With their current cultivation base, entering Inferno Hell gave them a completely different feeling compared to when they were in the past. Now when they looked at Inferno Hell they didn't feel any sense of danger at all. What surprised Zhou Qian and the others was that the huge Inferno City had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a stretch of ruins. At the place where Inferno City used to be, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. There were at least a few thousand of them. These people were all cultivators from the Eastern Continent. They came to Inferno Hell to train themselves and many of them were exiled here. At this moment, these cultivators all had their eyes fixed on an illusory barrier in front of them. The barrier was transparent like a heavenly barrier. Standing outside the barrier one could feel the cold and gloomy aura inside the barrier. It had a trace of ancient and primordial aura. It seems that everyone is here. Behind this barrier is the ancient battlefield relic. Inferno Hell is really just a gateway. However, why has Inferno City disappeared? Seems like it has been destroyed. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. Inferno City was extremely sturdy, and it was protected by the blood talismans. Currently, the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had yet to arrive. Who would have the ability to destroy Inferno City? This was too strange. However, it was impossible for them to guess. They could only ask about what had happened here. Pong. A powerful pressure suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. This invisible pressure hovered above Inferno Hell. For a moment, everyone felt as if a great god was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those cultivators who were staring at the barrier were also startled. They turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others, then knelt down with a puff. The pressure on their souls was too strong. They couldn't resist it at all. All they could do was to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Chen. Don't be afraid. I am Jiang Chen. I believe you have heard of my name. I have returned to save your lives. Jiang Chen said. What? Jiang Chen is back. It's him. I have seen him before. He is Jiang Chen. His appearance hasn't changed, but his strength has become more and more terrifying. Yeah. The aura he released made us feel like we were falling into hell. He is too powerful. But he said he wanted to save our lives. What does that mean? Are we in a dangerous situation now? What kind of existence is behind the barrier? We have no way to enter it. Many people were shocked. Some of them raised their heads, but when they saw Jiang Chen they quickly lowered their heads again. Let me ask you, who destroyed Inferno City? Jiang Chen asked. Young Master Jiang Chen, no one destroyed Inferno City. It collapsed by itself. Someone answered. What? It collapsed by itself? Han Yen was shocked. That's right. Not long ago, a barrier suddenly appeared here. After that, Inferno City collapsed by itself. We saw a blood-red light rushing into the barrier. We tried to enter the barrier, but we were blocked by an invisible force. None of us could enter. That's why we are standing here and guessing. Another person said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were shocked at the same time. What these people said must be the truth. They wouldn't dare to lie in front of them. It seemed like that blood-red light was the blood talisman. It seemed like after the ancient battlefield appeared, the blood talisman had collapsed Inferno City and entered it directly. As for why these people couldn't enter, it was easy to explain. They must be too weak and were blocked by the barrier. However, this was still a good thing. They should be glad that they were blocked by the barrier. No one knew how long the ancient battlefield had existed. There must have been many powerful evil spirits and creatures born in it. With their cultivation, if they were to enter it, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would be eaten alive by the terrifying evil spirits within a few steps. Let me tell you, behind this barrier is an ancient battlefield. There are countless ferocious creatures in it. With your cultivation, you will definitely die if you enter it. Besides, countless experts from the divine continent will arrive soon. If you are involved in the conflict, you will die at any moment. With the strength of those experts, they can easily kill you with a single breath. If you stay in Inferno Hell now, there is only one ending waiting for you: death. Jiang Qin said loudly. What he said was definitely not an alarmist. The current Inferno Hell was no longer the training ground it used to be. Those with weak cultivation could only die here. What should we do? There are still a few months before the space of Inferno Hell opens. We can't get out. That's right. Young Master Jiang Chen, please save us. We know that young Master Jiang Chen is extremely powerful. He must have a way to save us. We don't want to die here. Please save us, young Master Jiang. Many of them were scared. Although there were countless treasures in the ancient battlefield, they knew their limits. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, they would definitely die if they went in with their current cultivation. Even if they were to stay outside the ancient battlefield, they would still have a slim chance of survival. I will definitely save you. After Jiang Chen said that, he grabbed the void with his big hand and tore the barrier of the Inferno Hell apart. With his current cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to go in and out of Inferno Hell. He wouldn't encounter any obstruction. A black space portal was grabbed by Jiang Chen. Outside the portal was the territory of the Eastern continent. Everyone get out immediately. If you continue to stay, you will die. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air. None of the Eastern continent cultivators dared show any neglect. Each and every one of them scrambled toward the black door, fearing that the door would close if they were one step slower. No one dared to ignore the fact that it was a matter of life and death. In less than a minute, thousands of people had disappeared from the space of Inferno Hell. Seeing this, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he didn't know how many of them would be able to leave this place alive. The space of Inferno Hell suddenly became incomparably quiet. This silence lasted for less than a minute. Suddenly, a violent roar burst out from the void. A pitch-black space portal appeared. Although no one had walked out of it, they could already feel the powerful qi emitting from it. At the same time, several space portals appeared at the same time. It's the space portals created by the 8 families of the Pure Land. So fast. De Huangdog was shocked. A large number of experts have arrived. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Yan Qinyu and Han Yan and rushed towards the barrier. He didn't want to encounter the people of the 5 families here. He didn't know how many experts there were. If he encountered them directly, they would probably eat him alive. At that time, he was afraid that there would be a life and death battle before he even entered the ancient battlefield. Chapter 9-11. Jiang Qin and the other 3 entered the ancient battlefield without encountering any obstacles. It was as if the barrier didn't exist at all. Jiang Qin could feel that the barrier only blocked cultivators below the minor saint realm. Cultivators above the minor saint realm could enter at will. Cold wind blew from all directions, bringing with it a strong smell of decay. It was ancient and ancient. In this place, they could vaguely hear the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. This place used to be a land of death, filled with blood and slaughter. Brother Qin, the atmosphere here makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yan Qinyu said with a frown. This is an ancient battlefield, a land of death and slaughter. It would be strange if the atmosphere here was good. De Huangdog said. Little Qin, the void is full of variegated marks and spatial nodes. This ancient battlefield isn't as simple as you think it to be. That's right, little Qin, little Qin. Han Yan looked at the void and said. That's right. There are many spatial zones here. Different spatial zones have different existences. If we look at it this way, this ancient battlefield is just too big. Jiang Qin nodded. The spatial zones here were overlapping. It was basically impossible for a powerful great saint to go through all the spatial zones in this place. Yan Xiaoyu, let's do the same as before. We will look for our own opportunities. Both of you have special bloodlines. Once you get any opportunities, it will be very beneficial to you. Jiang Qin said to Han Yan and Yan Qinyu. All right. The 2 of them nodded and chose a direction respectively. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. No matter if it was Han Yan or Yan Qinyu, they were all people with great luck. However, if they followed him, their luck would be suppressed by him. After Han Yan and Yan Qinyu disappeared, Jiang Qin and De Huangdog also disappeared. In order to avoid encountering the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, they went into a random spatial zone. It was a gray spatial zone. Before Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu had the time to observe the surroundings, they sensed a great danger. A huge mouth suddenly appeared above Jiang Qin and De Huangdog's head. Damn it! Jiang Qin and De Huangdog couldn't help but curse at the same time. Both of them were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they flew to both sides and avoided the huge mouth. Bang! The gigantic mouth slammed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Black smoke rose up from the crater. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow saw a gigantic creature suddenly appear there. It was a ferocious-looking monster and its body was covered with black airflow. This kind of airflow could allow the monster to hide well in this gray environment, making it impossible for its enemies to detect its existence. Just like Jiang Qin and Big Yellow, before the gigantic mouth appeared, they didn't notice anything. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by the gigantic mouth. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were shocked. Although the gigantic mouth appeared in front of them, they didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for their fast reaction, they would have been swallowed by it. Swoosh! De Huangdog's body flickered and came to Jiang Qin's side. He said, "What kind of creature is this? I have never heard of it before. It's a first-grade great saint and it has merged with the spatial qi here, making it very difficult to detect. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a creature born in this ancient battlefield. This monster must have eaten the corpse of a great saint. That's why it's so scary. Zhou Xian said. The monster seemed to be very angry after missing its attack. It furiously roared at Zhou Xian and Big Yellow. A pungent stench immediately sprayed out from the monster's mouth. The stench was like a deadly poison, causing those who smelled it to feel nauseous. It was an indescribable discomfort. Motherfucker. This thing is too disgusting. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. The Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Immediately he turned into a golden light and rushed at the monster. Honglong. The indestructible head of the Huang Dog collided with the monster's head at the fastest speed. The monster let out a shrill scream. Its giant head was crushed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. It died on the spot. The huge body of the monster fell into the big pit that was created by its own attack. After wriggling a few times, there was no more sound. The monster was dead, but what surprised Zhou Xian and the Huang Dog was that this monster didn't have a demon soul. A great saint monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was too surprising and unexpected. Why doesn't it have a demon soul? The Huang Dog was very depressed. Initially he thought that he could get a lot of benefits from killing a first-grade great saint and devouring its demon soul, but he didn't expect that this monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The monster's energy is all in its body. Its body has a huge amount of essence chi which is supported by essence chi. This essence chi is actually very precious. If it could be condensed, it would be even more precious than a demon spirit. It's a pity that this essence chi completely dissipated the moment the monster died. It's impossible to collect it, what a pity. Zhou Xian shook his head. It was indeed a pity to get nothing after killing a first-grade great saint. Many great saints have fallen in this so-called ancient battlefield. At least there should be a few powerful great saint weapons. If I can get a peerless divine weapon, this trip won't be in vain. The Huang Dog's eyes were rolling. A great saint weapon was extremely precious. One should know that it was extremely difficult for a mighty third-grade great saint to own a great saint weapon. Moreover, great saint weapons were divided into different grades. The value of a peerless saint weapon was immeasurable. If one could get one, even if it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be a terrifying trump card. It could unleash unimaginable lethality at the critical moment and cause fatal damage to the opponent. I'm not interested in ordinary treasures now. What I need to do now is to find the location of the blood talisman. I have an intuition that if the two blood talismans come together, it will probably bring me unimaginable benefits. It might even push me to the 9th grade minor saint. Zhou Xian said. But there are countless spatial zones here. Where are you going to find the blood talisman? This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Huang Dog said. I have a blood talisman in my body now. These two blood talismans belong to the same origin. They should have a certain connection with each other. Let me try. Zhou Xian said. The Huang Dog was right. There were so many spatial zones here. Without a certain method, finding the blood talisman was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Therefore, Zhou Xian had to pin all his hopes on the blood talisman in his qi. Immediately, he used his divine sense to communicate with the blood talisman in his qi. After communicating for a while, Zhou Xian flew into a rage and cursed loudly. Motherfucker. Do you really think that you are a master? Motherfucker. I don't care anymore. Zhou Xian had an urge to vomit blood. This bastard blood talisman was too shameless. It hid in his qi and occupied his territory. However, it acted like an emperor. No matter how Zhou Xian summoned it, the blood talisman didn't respond at all. It completely ignored Zhou Xian. It seemed that it was addicted to being a master. Unfortunately, even though Zhou Xian cursed loudly, the blood talisman still didn't respond. In the end, Zhou Xian could only helplessly spread out his hands. It seemed that it was impossible to rely on the blood talisman to directly sense the blood talisman. If he wanted to find another blood talisman, he could only rely on himself. What should I do now? Big Yellow shrugged his shoulders, but his eyes were filled with a gloating expression as he looked at Zhou Xian with a grin. Flap. Zhou Xian slapped on the Huang Dog's head. What are you laughing at? There must be a certain level of connection between the blood talismans. Even if the blood talisman isn't summoned, the two blood talismans must be able to sense each other. The blood talisman in my Qi didn't respond, indicating that the distance between the two blood talismans is still very far. We can only try our luck. Once we get closer to the distance between the two blood talismans, we will be able to sense it. Zhou Xian said. This was the only way for now. Subsequently, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog didn't stay in this spatial zone for too long. They found a spatial node and headed to another spatial zone. At the same time, all the experts of the 8 major families of Pure Land had entered Inferno Hell. This time the lineup was huge. Among the 8 major families except for the Patriarch, all the powerful elders were present. 5th grade great saints could be seen everywhere. Not only the 8 families of Pure Land, there were also a lot of people from St. Origin Palace. However, most of them were the geniuses of the younger generation. Each of them was once an earth-shattering existence in Pure Land, one of the top geniuses in the sky ranking. After becoming a young great saint, they were sent to St. Origin Palace by their families for further cultivation. Each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant. They had the capital to be arrogant. They represented invincibility in the same grade and even had the ability to kill those who were higher grade than them. This time the lineup of experts that entered the ancient battlefield was too huge. Plus the news had spread. The 8 major families of Pure Land and St. Origin Palace were the first batch to arrive. In the following period of time, there would be more rogue cultivators coming. St. Origin world was huge. Many rogue cultivators were very powerful. They were usually reluctant to come out, but they had a certain degree of prestige. Not only that, the opening of the ancient battlefield could even attract the eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple. It had been a long time since such a big event had happened in St. Origin world. Obviously, the more powerful the lineup and the more people there were, the more chaotic the ancient battlefield would be. Killing was unavoidable. A large number of experts didn't stay in Inferno Hell for long. They passed through the barrier and entered the ancient spatial zone, then quickly dispersed in all directions. Chapter 9-12. This youth looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The name Desolate Yuan represented the pinnacle of the young generation of the Pure Land. It represented a kind of power. He was the existence that countless of young people looked up to. The number 1 on the sky ranking was his nickname. He was born with the star tyrannical body. He was the youngest and most terrifying genius on the sky ranking. That was why he was called the Little Monstrous Genius. In the sky ranking of the Pure Land, the most powerful genius was a half-step great saint. The so-called half-step great saint was a half-step great saint and had begun to comprehend the unique domain of a great saint. However, this realm actually didn't exist for Zhou Xian. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. In other words, after Zhou Xian's cultivation reached the 9th grade minor saint, he could directly break through to the 1st grade great saint, skipping the hurdle of half-step great saint. However, the current Desolate Yuan was exuding the strong qi of a great saint from head to toe. He had already surpassed the category of half-step great saint and had become a true great saint. A 1st grade great saint with the star tyrannical body, a young 1st grade great saint and the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family. The combat strength of such a figure was unimaginable. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill someone who was a higher grade than him. Zhou Xian could already kill a 1st grade great saint when he was still a 7th grade minor saint, but he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. However, Zhou Xian had already advanced to the 8th grade minor saint and could kill a powerful 2nd grade great saint. If he were to fight with Desolate Yuan, it would be hard to tell who would win. He had already heard about the matter of Zhou Xian challenging the geniuses of the Pure Land. He was even ready to attack when Zhou Xian killed Shi Han. However, because he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Great Saint realm, he refrained from doing so. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Great Saint realm and coincidentally, the ancient battlefield had opened, he was sure that Zhou Xian would appear here. Therefore, apart from searching for treasures and opportunities, his biggest purpose in coming to the ancient battlefield was to kill Zhou Xian. Xiao Yuan knew that at this moment, everyone in the Pure Land, especially the younger generation, had their eyes on him and Zhou Xian. If he couldn't kill Zhou Xian, then it would seem that there was no one in the younger generation of the Pure Land. There were so many geniuses on the heavenly list, but none of them was a match for Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen just for this reason alone. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed so many people from the Xiao clan. This debt must be settled. Not only Xiao Yuan, there were many people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen this time. The experts of the 5 major clans had already made up their minds that they must not let Jiang Chen walk out of the ruins alive this time. Through the things that happened during this period, they had truly seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such an evildoer freak was too terrifying. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would be a great threat in the future and cause endless troubles. Xiao Yuan broke into a space. This was a ruin left behind by the ancient battlefield. There must be a lot of treasures. Of course, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. The more treasures, the more dangers. No one knew how many years this ruin had existed. Many evil creatures were born in it. Even some great saints who had died tragically in the past had turned into terrifying evil spirits. They would appear and disappear at any time. It was horrifying. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog flew through more than a dozen spaces in a row. Apart from killing some evil spirits, they gained nothing. They didn't get any top-notch treasures. Jiang Chen's real target, the blood charm, also didn't have any news. The blood charm in his Qi was still as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't have any reaction. It seems like the blood charm isn't nearby. Let's go deeper into the space to have a look. Jiang Chen said. He was almost certain that if the blood talisman was nearby, the blood talisman in his Qi would be able to sense it. But the blood talisman in his Qi didn't sense anything, which meant the blood talisman wasn't nearby. A man and a dog kept shuttling through the deeper layers of the spatial zone. Even if they encountered some evil spirits, they would avoid them. Jiang Chen's mind was on the blood charm because he knew his current situation very well. The appearance of the ancient battlefield had attracted countless experts. The enmity between him and the 5 families couldn't be resolved. The experts of the 5 families wanted to tear him apart and eat him. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for him. Facing such a situation, he couldn't place all his hopes on the 2 allies of the demon race and the ancient people. No matter when or where, strength was the most important thing. Only by improving his strength could he deal with everything. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the 8th grade minor saint not long ago. If he wanted to advance again, he would need to find another blood charm. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill so he could faintly sense it. He was almost certain that as long as he found the other blood charm, the benefits he would get wouldn't be as simple as advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. It was highly possible that there would be other great rewards. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all the treasures in the ancient battlefield weren't as important and precious as the blood charm. Soon Jiang Chen and a Huang dog entered another spatial zone. Roar. As soon as they entered the spatial zone, they heard a tragic roar. An extremely tragic scene rushed into Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's eyes. In front of them, a youth in blue clothes was carrying a mountain-uprooting qi, tearing a powerful evil spirit into 2 halves. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had already noticed that the evil spirit was a 1st grade great saint. The youth in blue clothes was also a 1st grade great saint. Under the same situation, the youth was able to tear the evil spirit apart with his bare hands. It showed how heaven-defying this youth was. Can't even withstand a single blow. The youth said proudly, then turned to look at Jiang Chen and a Huang dog who had just appeared in the distance. When he saw Jiang Chen's appearance and the majestic big dog next to him, his eyes sparkled instantly. "You are Jiang Chen?" the youth in blue clothes asked. This youth was none other than the monstrous genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuan. He was ranked 1st in the sky ranking. He had long heard about the appearance of Jiang Chen and had a vague idea of his appearance. If he met Jiang Chen alone, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance, but the symbol of the Huang dog next to Jiang Chen was too easy to recognize. "Yes," Jiang Chen said. "Very well. I didn't expect to meet you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Desolate Yuan. I'm ranked 1st in the sky ranking. Now that you have met me, you should know what will happen to you." Desolate Yuan had a sneer on his face. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. After all, he was too powerful and had a confidence that no ordinary person could surpass. Damn it. So this kid is the 1st in the sky ranking, the little monstrous genius of the desolate family. Wasn't he a half-step great saint? How did he become a first-grade great saint? De Huang Dog was a little depressed. Encountering the genius of the desolate family here meant that a battle was inevitable. It seems that he has already advanced to the great saint realm. But this is also good. It will make things more interesting. Otherwise it will be boring if he ends up like Shirhan. Jiang Qin moved his body casually. He was ready for battle. He knew very well that if he and Desolate Yuan met, there would only be one ending: either you die or I die. Chapter 9:13. Xiao Yuan's hair was fluttering. His eyes were extremely bright. His azure blue eyes were like two bright stars. The powerful star's overlord body could absorb the power of the stars without limit. Although there were no stars in the ancient battlefield, Xiao Yuan's own energy was already extremely terrifying. Both of you come at me together. You are a very important target of mine in this trip to the ancient battlefield. It is a worthy death for you to die in my hands. Desolate Yuan was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were looking at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, threatening to fight both of them alone. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. He was ranked first in the Sky ranking, the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family and the most promising genius of the Desolate family. It would be abnormal if such a figure didn't have any arrogance. Desolate Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. If De Huang joins in, it will be bullying you. That day in the spiritual space mountain, I, Jiang Qin, declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. No matter who they are, I will fight them one by one. I have killed Shirhan and today I can kill you too. I don't put the geniuses of the Pure Land in my eyes. Jiang Qin placed one of his hands behind his back. His tone was even more arrogant than Desolate Yuan's. Looking at the entire young generation of the Pure Land, perhaps only Jiang Qin dared to speak to Desolate Yuan in such a tone. Good. You are indeed arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, like to kill people like you. I would like to see what kind of tyrannical means you have to kill Shirhan. Desolate Yuan unleashed all of his qi in an instant. The vast energy of the stars bloomed like an ocean. Every trace of energy carried unparalleled lethality. On the other side, Jiang Qin had also transformed into his dragon form. There was basically no need to say anything when facing Desolate Yuan because it was useless to say anything. In the end, it all depended on who was more powerful. The battle between Jiang Qin and Desolate Yuan was the same as the battle between Jiang Qin and Shirhan. It was a battle of life and death. Given Jiang Qin's current strength, he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with an ordinary first-grade great saint, but it wasn't enough to deal with a star tyrannical body like Desolate Yuan. He had to use his dragon transformation to increase his combat strength by 10 times. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. Little Qinzi, this kid doesn't look easy to deal with. Can you do it? Otherwise, the two of us will attack together and directly beat him up. De Huang Dog said. His voice was loud and he didn't even try to conceal it. Desolate Yuan's blood spurted out when he heard the word, bastard. Immediately, it was followed by intense anger. He stared at De Huang Dog with incomparable anger and said ferociously, "Stupid dog, after I kill Jiang Qin, I will skin you alive." Given his identity, he was a high and mighty existence even in the Desolate family. Today a dog dared to disrespect him. This dog simply didn't know how to write the word, death. The word, bastard, was a great humiliation to him. Desolate Yuan secretly swore that after he killed Jiang Qin he would definitely skin this dog alive. No need. Just watch the show from the side. Jiang Qin said that as the greatest saint he had his own dignity. This was a battle between him and the genius of Pure Land. This was the competitive spirit that existed between geniuses. He had to fight personally. Only by doing so could he prove his strength. Come on, Jiang Qin. I would like to see if you can withstand 3 moves from me. Desolate Yuan grabbed the void with his big hand. An incomparably bright star was formed. This star was incomparably beautiful. It was blooming with azure blue luster. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a small blue mountain. The moment the star was formed, the entire void trembled as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the star. Go! Desolate Yuan threw the star with all his might. The huge star immediately let out a loud roar and rushed towards Zhou Xian. This was a mountain-like strike. No one knew how much force it carried. If one was hit by it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a first-grade great saint would be smashed into pieces. However, Zhou Xian wasn't afraid at all. He now had 75,000 dragon marks. Basically, he was at the peak of the 8th grade great saint. His dragon form had increased his combat strength by 10 times. Although Desolate Yuan's star attack was powerful, Zhou Qian's attack wasn't weak either. He struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 powerful golden dragons spiraled and danced vividly, like real heavenly dragons descending from the heavens. The 3 golden dragons overlapped with each other and rushed towards the huge blue star. Honglong. This was the collision of 2 extreme combat strength. The shockwave caused by the collision could only be described as earth-shattering. The entire spatial zone was smashed. Many evil spirits were attracted. Some of them didn't have high intelligence. They rushed over when they sensed the shockwave of the battle. Unfortunately, they were crushed on the spot by the shockwave and died tragically. There weren't any powerful evil spirits in this spatial zone. There was only a first-grade great saint monster, which had been torn apart by Desolate Yuan with his bare hands. The golden and blue light intertwined and filled every inch of the interior of the spatial zone. The shockwave of the battle was too powerful. There was destructive energy everywhere. Many evil spirits that rushed over were killed instantly. Zhou Qian and Desolate Yuan's body trembled at the same time. On the surface, they seemed to be equally matched in this collision. What? Desolate Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Zhou Qian would be able to fight him head-on without losing. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. One should know that he was now a true first-grade great saint, no longer a half-step great saint. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily pinch an ordinary first-grade great saint to death. But now he was tied with an 8th-grade minor saint. This was too funny. While Desolate Yuan was shocked, Zhou Qian was also somewhat surprised. He was very clear about his combat strength and the power of the Golden Dragon Seal. He had killed a 2nd-grade great saint, but now he was tied with Desolate Yuan. This showed that Desolate Yuan wasn't the number 1 on the sky ranking for no reason. The mighty star's tyrant body was actually this powerful. This is interesting. Zhou Qian moved his body casually, producing cracking sounds. A strong combat intent was aroused instantly. The stronger Desolate Yuan's performance was, the more Zhou Qian liked it and the more his fighting spirit was aroused. Zhou Qian, you really surprised me. An 8th-grade minor saint was able to withstand my attack just now. You should be proud of this. However, no matter what Desolate Yuan, want to kill you today, you will die for sure. That was just a probing attack. I won't be polite next time. Desolate Yuan said loudly. Zhou Qian's strength had made him retract his underestimation of Zhou Qian. He now treated Zhou Qian as an opponent. In the beginning, he didn't put Zhou Qian in his eyes. He didn't put Zhou Qian on the same level as him. Whatever means you have, just use it. Zhou Qian's combat intent was soaring. It wasn't easy to encounter a truly powerful opponent. Since he had encountered one, he must have a hot-blooded battle. Meteor filling the sky. Xiao Yuan's body floated in the air. Suddenly, countless brilliant meteors appeared around his body. These meteors emitted a deep blue radiance. Each one was as big as the previous one, like a blue mountain. Xiao Yuan was like a real star, able to create an endless stream of meteors that would never run out. Swoosh, 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 the meteors swayed rapidly. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with meteors. Countless of blue light filled every inch of the spatial zone. Each of these meteors possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the number of meteors increased, under Desolate Yuan's control, countless meteors began to attack Zhou Qian. This was a large-scale attack. The innumerable meteors formed a sea of stars, the chaotic star ocean. The boundless energy was going to wreak havoc in the entire spatial zone, annihilating all living beings. This bastard really has some tricks up his sleeves. De Huang Dog, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but say. This guy was indeed worthy of being the number 1 on the heaven list. His powerful star's tyrannical body far surpassed ordinary geniuses. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Zhou Qian shouted. Countless dragon silhouettes that emitted 5 different colors spiraled out from Jiang Chen's body and rushed into the sea of stars, colliding with those meteors. Especially those golden dragons, they were too strong. Some of them directly opened their huge mouths and swallowed the meteors. The powerful 5 elements combat dragon seal was a true dragon combat skill. One could imagine how tough it was. Now that Jiang Chen had unleashed all 5 combat skills at the same time, the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other was immediately revealed. The power of the 5 elements increased once again. With so many true dragons, the sea of stars created by Desolate Yuan was smashed into smithereens. Countless meteors were directly shattered. The explosive energy destroyed half of the spatial zone. If anyone were to witness this battle, they would definitely open their mouths wide in shock. It was too explosive. Dang dang dang. Chapter 9:14. What other tricks do you have? The star tyrant body is just so. Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Yuan and said indifferently, just so. Upon hearing such an evaluation, Desolate Yuan had the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. Ever since he was born, he had been living under the dazzling light. He was a supreme genius, the object of love from the higher-ups, the object of worship from the youths and the idol of countless people. No one had ever used such an evaluation on him. It was a humiliation. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Desolate Yuan will never be defeated, at least not by you. Desolate Yuan's hair was dyed by the blue star power. This was the first time in his life that he was really angry. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Desolate Yuan moved again. He spread both of his hands. In between his palms, the blue star power was at least 3 times denser than before. Amidst the flickering light, a solid blue star spear appeared. It was condensed by the star tyrant body, but it didn't look any different from a real combat weapon. Jiang Chen, have a taste of my star spear. Desolate Yuan roared. He raised the 30 meters long star spear and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. This star spear had an incomparably terrifying destructive power. It was the most powerful technique condensed by the star tyrant body. It was even stronger than the meteor attack just now. This attack was enough to pierce through a powerful second-grade great saint and kill him on the spot. Clang. Jiang Chen was even more fearless. Immediately he took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The Heavenly Saint sword made a melodious sword whistle and turned into the shadow of a blood dragon, rushing at Desolate Yuan's star spear. The Heavenly Saint sword had already merged with the 5 fragments of its original body. It could unleash the true power of the Heavenly Saint sword at will. This was also Jiang Chen's most powerful technique. It had no problem dealing with Desolate Yuan's star spear. Honglong. The sword and the spear collided. Once again an unparalleled power erupted. This was an extreme confrontation. Desolate Yuan's star spear was indeed powerful. It pushed Jiang Chen back a dozen meters before he could regain his balance. However, Desolate Yuan's situation was worse than Jiang Chen's. His star spear was shattered and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Desolate Yuan wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth and left a ruthless sentence before disappearing in a flash. Desolate Yuan was a very smart man. He might have other trump cards, but after the battle with Jiang Chen he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. If the battle continued he might be the one to die. Therefore, Desolate Yuan decided to give up on killing Jiang Chen for the time being. He would wait until he had obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield to improve his strength before killing Jiang Chen. Why did you let him escape? The Huang dog came to Jiang Chen and complained. Once a person like Desolate Yuan escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although I had the upper hand in the battle with him, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. With his ability, if he wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. This person is very smart. When he saw that there was no chance to kill me, he immediately retreated. If he continued to fight with me like Shi Han, I would destroy his mental defenses and exhaust his fighting strength. Then I would find an opportunity to kill him. However, if he chose to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed like he could only wait for the next time to get rid of this powerful star's overlord body. If I had taken action, I would have definitely been able to stop him. The Huang dog felt that it was a pity. It should be said that it was a great pity. However, that desolate Yuan was indeed smart. He had been watching the battle from the side and was enjoying the show. He didn't expect that this bastard would suddenly stop the battle and run away. It doesn't matter. He is just a defeated opponent. I have the confidence to deal with him the next time we meet. Let's go and find the blood talisman now. As long as we find it, we will kill Desolate Yuan the next time we meet. Zhou Xian kept his dragon sword and dragon form and continued to search for the blood talisman with Daoist dog. Desolate Yuan couldn't kill him now, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Desolate Yuan either. He had the same idea as Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan wanted to find some opportunities in the ruins to increase his combat strength and then turn around to deal with Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's goal was the same. He was searching for the blood talisman in order to increase his cultivation grade. If he advanced to the 9th grade minor saint, killing Desolate Yuan would be a piece of cake. As a matter of fact, if Zhou Xian released the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil just now, he could have killed Desolate Yuan. However, Zhou Xian didn't want to rely on external forces to deal with Desolate Yuan. He wanted to kill Desolate Yuan with his own hands. Zhou Xian and Daoist dog turned into two rays of light, shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones like ghosts. Zhou Xian ignored all the evil spirits and treasures as he searched for the blood talisman wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, he and Daoist dog had been shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones for a few hours. Weng suddenly, the blood talisman in his chi-si vibrated and produced a buzzing sound. Zhou Xian stopped moving and summoned it. The blood talisman flew out of his chi-si and floated in front of Zhou Xian. I can sense it. The blood talisman must be here. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. Finally he found it. As long as he could find the blood talisman, he would be able to refine it. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 9th grade minor saint. The blood talisman circled around Zhou Xian, then it chose a direction and flew towards it. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. He hastily followed the blood talisman. Obviously, the direction that the blood talisman chose was the direction where the other blood talisman was located. The two blood talismans could sense each other. That was why such a situation occurred. Zhou Xian and Daoist dog didn't say a word. They just followed behind the blood talisman and flew for a few hundred miles. When they arrived at the center of this spatial zone, Zhou Xian and Daoist dog gaped at the same time when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was an altar that was a few meters tall. Normally, an altar wouldn't be too shocking, but this altar was completely different from the ordinary ones. It was built entirely with corpses. There were at least a few hundred corpses piled up like a small hill. What was even more horrifying was that the lowest grade of these corpses was an 8th grade minor saint while the strongest was a 7th grade or 8th grade great saint. So many corpses piled up to form an altar. This was truly horrifying. Chapter 9:15. Such a scene stunned Zhou Xian and Daoist dog. The scene was horrifying and mysterious. An altar piled up with great sage corpses. The air was filled with the breath of death. However, behind this frightening scene, this was a treasure land. Although these corpses had been dead for a long time, with so many great sage experts piled up together, their bodies alone contained unimaginable powerful energy. With so many corpses piled up, the energy could no longer be described as huge. However, what Zhou Xian couldn't figure out was why the blood mark would choose to appear in such a place. Could it be that the blood mark was very interested in these great sage corpses? Little Chinzi, this scene is too scary. What is this blood mark? Feels so mysterious. Daoist dog shrank his neck. Even for him, this was the first time he saw such a scene. It was somewhat scary. How would I know? Zhou Xian shook his head. The blood mark's actions were too mysterious. Even for him, he now thought that the blood mark might have found this corpse altar on purpose. However, he didn't know what the connection was. At this moment, the blood mark that led the way also rushed up to the altar. Zhou Xian clearly felt that the blood mark had a sense of excitement when it rushed up to the altar. He didn't know whether it was because of the excitement of meeting another blood mark or the excitement of meeting this corpse altar. Buzz. The two blood talismans gathered together, giving off countless rays of blood-red light that enveloped the entire altar. The two blood talismans spun at a high speed, looking as if they were about to fuse together. However, something seemed to be missing and they were unable to fuse together. Little Chinzi, did you see that? These two blood marks want to merge, but there seems to be an invisible existence blocking them so they can't really merge. Said to Huang Dog. I know the thing that's stopping them from fusing is me. I've already refined one of the blood talismans and absorbed its energy. It's almost connected to me by blood. As for the other blood talisman, I haven't refined it yet. So, as long as I refine that blood talisman, the two blood talismans will completely fuse. At that time, all the problems will be solved. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, he was feeling excited right now. He knew that obtaining two blood talismans at the same time would bring him unimaginable gains. Now, with the appearance of the altar, the blood talisman became even more mysterious, and this mystery was definitely related to what Jiang Chen had expected. Therefore, as long as he absorbed the blood talisman, he would be able to find out the secret behind it, and why it appeared in a place like this. Jiang Chen waved his hand and summoned the two blood marks. Immediately, the two blood marks left the altar and flew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed the blood marks in his hand and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Back in purgatory, it was impossible for him to control these blood marks. Now that his cultivation base had grown stronger, the blood marks didn't reject him at all, especially after he refined the blood marks in the suspended tower. De Huang, help me guard the altar. I will refine the blood marks now. Jiang Chen said to De Huang. De Huang Dog nodded. He wouldn't dare to be careless at this critical moment. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and fused the two blood marks into his body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. As if it had sensed the existence of the dragon transformation skill, the blood marks became restless all of a sudden. Jiang Chen could see the shadow of a dragon flickering in the blood marks, roaring at the sky. It was very domineering. The blood marks seemed to contain the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Traces of energy overflowed from it and seeped into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. At the same time, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to form one after another. This was the stimulation of the bloodline. It was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. In less than a minute, 1,000 dragon marks were completely condensed, making the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body reach 76,000. This number was exactly the number of dragon marks needed to advance to the 9th grade minor saint. A powerful qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body. A large number of high-grade true metastones were refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. Very quickly, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th grade minor saint. His combat strength had increased by a lot. After advancing to the 9th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks continued to increase. Another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed at the fastest speed, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 77,000. However, it wasn't easy to advance from the 9th grade minor saint to the great saint realm. Advancing to the great saint realm required 2,000 dragon marks each time, but advancing to the next realm required 4,000 dragon marks. In other words, Jiang Chen had to condense 80,000 dragon marks to advance to the Great Saint realm. It was impossible for him to break through the Great Saint realm with the help of the blood marks. After the blood talisman was completely refined, the two blood talismans immediately fused together. It was an intimate fusion, and right after the two blood talismans fused together, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly increased by a few times. This situation made Jiang Chen extremely excited. Haha. I never thought that the fusion of the two blood marks could transform the dragon transformation skill again. This is too awesome. I wonder what kind of powerful combat skill this transformation will bring me. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected this to happen, but it was the biggest surprise. One should know that every transformation would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. At the very least, it would bring him a powerful true dragon combat skill. During the first transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the true dragon palm and true dragon flame. During the second transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the azure dragon 5 steps. During the third transformation, Jiang Chen obtained the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Now it was the fourth transformation. Jiang Chen was really looking forward to it. Moreover, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen's cultivation. For example, after the transformation, Jiang Qin had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks had reached 79,000, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade minor saint. At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind out of nowhere. Zulong Tower, True Dragon's Supreme Divine Weapon, 99 floors. Zulong Tower. Once it is condensed, it will destroy the heavens and earth, and it will dominate the universe. This was the legend of the Supreme Divine Weapon and the method of condensing it. Before Jiang Qin had the time to savor it, the 2 blood marks rushed out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless rays of blood-red light began to rush out from the blood talisman. Each ray of blood-red light was incomparably dazzling. As the amount of blood-red light increased, the blood talisman directly disappeared, as if it had completely turned into blood-red light. After that, a blood-red ancient tower appeared. Or rather, it was only the prototype of an ancient tower. It was just an illusion made of blood-red light, not a real existence. Even though it was illusory, it still gave people a shocking feeling. The top of the ancient tower pierced through the sky. The ancient and noble qi was revealed, making people have the urge to worship it. My God, what is this tower? Although it is illusory, it is countless times more noble than the suspended tower. This ancient tower gives people a feeling that it has existed for eternity, higher than the sky and above all the laws. De Huang Dog looked at the marvelous sight. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin murmured. He knew that the fusion of the 2 blood marks had turned into the prototype of the Zulong Tower. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had given him the method of condensing the Zulong Tower. In other words, he still needed to condense the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower in the future. According to the secret of the Zulong Tower, there is only one way to condense the tower, and that is to absorb energy. Can absorb all kinds of energy. There is nothing in the world that the Zulong Tower can't absorb. If my guess is correct, I already know the use of these corpses. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He moved his mind, and the illusory Zulong Tower suddenly floated above the corpse altar. A blood-red light beam sprinkled from it. Suddenly, the countless energy contained in the corpses were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Those corpses all disintegrated and turned into energy. The body of a great sage, even if it had been dead for a long time, still had unimaginable energy. The superposition of so many great sages' energy was enormous. In the blink of an eye, the corpse altar that was dozens of feet high was completely refined and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Rumble. The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. The lowest level of the pagoda began to solidify gradually. However, with such a large amount of energy, only half of the first level of the pagoda was condensed. The half of the pagoda that was condensed was like a blood-red city wall. There were blood-red dragon marks engraved on the surface of the pagoda, emitting dazzling rays of light. Oh my God, what the hell is this Zulong Tower? The energy contained in so many great sage corpses only condensed half of the first layer. This is too heaven-defying. De Huang Dog sat on the ground with his mouth wide open in surprise. Not only him, even Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. One should know that the Zulong Tower had 99 layers. He originally thought that such a corpse altar could condense at least 8 or 10 layers, but it was only half a layer. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog now finally understood why the blood mark chose this place to appear. This corpse altar was prepared for the Zulong Tower. In the face of this situation, Jiang Qin suddenly felt dizzy. The first layer of the Zulong Tower required such a huge amount of energy. If one wanted to condense the 99 layers of the Zulong Tower, how much energy would be needed? It was simply an astronomical figure. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which required the support of ruthless and endless energy. Now the Zulong Tower was like a vampire. Chapter 9:16. The Zulong Tower was suspended in front of them, shining with blood-red light. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had also accepted the reality after the initial shock. They began to feel a little excited. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see the power of this ancient tower. Let me try the defensive strength of the Zulong Tower. How about it? De Huang Dog said. His huge body leaped up. His head radiated golden light and rammed towards the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin, who was at the side, held his breath without blinking his eyes. He also wanted to see the power of the Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog was a powerful first-grade great saint. His head was comparable to a powerful combat weapon. It was almost indestructible. He could easily smash a mountain. Dong. Motherfucker. Big Yellow's head collided with the half-story blood-red pagoda, producing a clanging sound. The ancestral dragon pagoda only shook a few times, but Big Yellow was bounced back. He cursed, feeling dizzy after being hit by the ancestral dragon pagoda. De Huang, how is it? Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised. It's too fucking powerful. Not only does this thing have amazing defensive strength, it's also extremely powerful. My attack just now didn't even cause the slightest damage to this bloody tower. It's really terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful it will be when all 99 stories of this bloody tower are condensed. De Huang Dog was an arrogant person. The fact that he could say such words was enough to show the power of the Zulong Tower. It is indeed powerful. With this tower I will have a powerful trump card. However, the first floor of the Zulong Tower has not been condensed yet. Its true power is not that great. Now I have to find a way to completely condense the first floor. That would be amazing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After witnessing the true power of the Zulong Tower, he had a new plan. In this ancient battlefield there were treasures everywhere. There were powerful evil spirits and many monsters. After killing these evil spirits, they could be converted into energy for the Zulong Tower to absorb. Right, the essence of this Zulong Tower is also a battle weapon. I wonder if it can absorb battle weapons. Jiang Qin suddenly thought of an idea. He had a lot of combat weapons in his storage and most of them were minor saint weapons. Since the Zulong Tower could absorb everything, he wondered if it could also absorb combat weapons. Voila. After saying that, Jiang Qin took out dozens of combat weapons and threw them onto the Zulong Tower. Immediately, the Zulong Tower rotated at a high speed. Dragon roars came out from it as if countless of magma was smelting the combat weapons. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of combat weapons were smelted by the Zulong Tower. Just like what Jiang Qin said, the Zulong Tower was also a battle weapon. After absorbing the combat weapons, its main body became stronger, and the amount of energy that could be condensed had increased. This is really abnormal. This blood-red tower can really devour anything. Can absorb any kind of energy. De Huang Dog was speechless. Moreover, I discovered something even more terrifying. Every time the Zulong Tower absorbed some energy and condensed some of its main body, the dragon transformation skill would circulate faster. My cultivation base would also increase accordingly. Just now, when the Zulong Tower absorbed those combat weapons, the dragon marks in my body had increased by dozens. Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that his bloodline was connected with the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could directly affect the power that the Zulong Tower could unleash. And when the Zulong Tower was continuously condensing its main body, he could also gain some benefits. This was too perfect. Previously, when Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation skill to refine demon spirits, he was always worried that his foundation would be unstable. However, the enhancement that the Zulong Tower could bring to him came from the source of the dragon transformation skill. It was equivalent to stimulating his potential. Not only would it not cause his foundation to be unstable, it would also make him more powerful. Kid, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? How can it be so abnormal? De Huang Dog was getting more and more interested in the cultivation technique that Jiang Qin was practicing. No matter what, he also has the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of cultivation, he could be said to be blessed by the heavens. However, compared to Jiang Qin's abnormal cultivation technique, it seemed like it was on a completely different level. Peerless divine technique. Jiang Qin chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower instantly turned into a speck of dust and entered his body. He carefully observed the Zulong Tower and discovered that the condensed Zulong Tower was a huge space filled with energy fluctuations. Jiang Qin simply sent the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil into the Zulong Tower for cultivation. It was indeed a very good cultivation environment. If the Zulong Tower wanted to absorb any energy in the future, they would also be able to obtain some benefits which would be of great help to them. Jiang Qin had too many enemies now. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Let's go. I have something to do in the ancient battlefield this time. The Zulong Tower needs a large amount of energy to attack. If anyone dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qin revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. It seemed like the emergence of the Zulong Tower had made the opening of the ancient battlefield a bloody one. All of a sudden the void flickered. Two silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were two elders who seemed to be in their 50s, but their cultivation wasn't weak. One of them was a second-grade great saint while the other was a third-grade great saint. The two of them were in the adjacent spatial zone. They sensed a huge fluctuation in this spatial zone, so they came to have a look. Coincidentally, they bumped into Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. You are Jiang Qin? The third-grade great saint elder looked at Jiang Qin and asked loudly. His tone was filled with cold killing intent. You're right. I'm Jiang Qin. Who are you? Jiang Qin's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. Sure enough, it's you, you little bastard. We are the elders of the Narong family. You're courting death by killing the people of our family. There are many people who want to kill you in the ancient battlefield. Fortunately, we got here first. Jiang Qin, are you going to commit suicide or do we have to kill you? You're right. The elders of Narong family were incomparably arrogant. Given their cultivation grade, they indeed had the capital to look down on Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the current Jiang Qin was no longer the Jiang Qin of the past. Jiang Qin was now a peak 9th grade minor saint. Killing a third-grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. There was no need for the Earth Devil Beast or the Devil to do it. The two of you really shouldn't be here. The Desolate family is very powerful now. Your Narong family should join hands with me, Jiang Qin. I won't kill the two of you. If the two of you disappear from my sight now, you can still live. Jiang Qin said plainly. Among the 8 major families, the Desolate family was the most powerful one. He was more than willing to join hands with the Narong family. After all, he had only killed the experts of the Narong family in Void Triangular Domain. He hadn't killed any geniuses of the Narong family after he returned. However, Jiang Qin was obviously thinking too much. Given the arrogance of the Narong family, there was no way they would let him go. Haha, this is hilarious. Jiang Qin, no one has ever been able to live after killing the people of our Narong family. Me, you are no exception. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will consider giving you a quick death. The third-grade great saint laughed. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was a joke. He was a dignified third-grade great saint. Killing Jiang Qin was a piece of cake. Chapter 9:17. It seems like there is nothing more to say. Jiang Qin shook his head. In that case, he didn't want to say anything more. Anyway, he had a lot of enemies, including the Narong family. If these two old men wanted to kill him, there would only be one ending for them. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this little beast? I'll make a move and kill him first. The second-grade great saint said and appeared in front of Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. An enormous qi was unleashed perfectly, enveloping Jiang Qin completely. Puqi, however, a horrifying scene happened. The second-grade great saint had only unleashed his qi, but before he could attack Jiang Qin, his body stopped abruptly. He lowered his head to look at his chest. A blood-red dragon claw had pierced through his chest. The elder was horrified. He had never dreamt that such a scene would happen. He, a mighty second-grade great saint, would be instantly killed by a junior that he didn't even put in his eyes. No, the elder let out a roar. It was the pain of despair. He couldn't even move when he was controlled by Jiang Qin. He could only let Jiang Qin do whatever he wanted. Remember, never be too confident, especially when you don't know how strong your opponent is. Jiang Qin's voice was very cold. The powerful force shattered all the vitality of the elder. Then Jiang Qin circulated the Zulong Tower. All the energy, essence and battle spirit of the elder were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. After absorbing a second-grade great saint, the Zulong Tower became even more excited. Under the stimulation of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin condensed another 10 dragon marks. The energy of a second-grade great saint wasn't comparable to the ordinary corpses on the altar. Although those corpses also contained a great amount of energy, they had been dead for too long and most of the energy had already been lost. Plop. Jiang Qin threw the second-grade Great Saint's corpse on the ground. At this moment the Great Saint's corpse was just an ordinary corpse. All the essence had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin was being merciful by not absorbing the Great Saint's corpse. Be merciful. I will leave your corpse intact, Jiang Qin said, then shifted his gaze to the third-grade Great Saint of the Narang family. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? The third-grade Great Saint widened his eyes, looking at his companion who was lying on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the terrifying level of a 9th-grade Great Saint. However, even a 9th-grade Great Saint couldn't kill a 2nd-grade Great Saint in an instant. Besides, wasn't this person said to be able to transform? After transforming, Jiang Qin was able to kill a 2nd-grade Great Saint in an instant without transforming. If he transformed, wouldn't he be able to kill the 3rd-grade Great Saint too? How could a man be so powerful? What shocked Elder Narang the most was the way his partner died. He had seen it clearly. His partner's energy and essence had been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin, turning him into an ordinary corpse. This scene was just too horrifying. At this moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly emerged in the old man's mind. Elder Narang, you're right. You're right. Leave this old man to me. De Huang Dog chuckled. Let me do it. Jiang Qin stood in front of De Huang Dog. He had just advanced to the 9th-grade Minor Saint and he needed a powerful 3rd-grade Great Saint to practice. Furthermore, he was no longer an ordinary 9th-grade Minor Saint. He had reached the peak of 9th-grade Minor Saint and was only a step away from advancing to the Great Saint realm. Killing an ordinary 3rd-grade Great Saint was almost effortless. However, there was an insurmountable gap between a Minor Saint and a Great Saint. Jiang Qin would need to transform into his dragon form to kill a 3rd-grade Great Saint. Jiang Qin's body swayed and transformed. He cast out the true dragon palm shrouding the 3rd-grade Great Saint. I don't believe that I, a 3rd-grade Great Saint, can't defeat a 9th-grade Minor Saint. Brat die. Elder Narang was also enraged. A black broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword exuded a strong Great Sage aura. Turned out to be a rare Great Sage weapon. The saber danced, emitting a cold sound. The saber in the hand of the 3rd-grade Great Saint tore the void apart and slashed at Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Qi-la, both of them collided, producing a deafening sound. Countless spatial waves were set off. The dragon claw that Jiang Chen conjured was torn apart. The combat strength of a 3rd-grade Great Saint combined with a Great Saint weapon was indeed terrifying. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. He swung his arm and the Heavenly Saint's sword roared, lunging at Elder Narang like a thunderbolt. Jiang Chen had the strength to pick up a mountain. His body was filled with endless energy like a vast ocean. Elder Narang's facial expression changed dramatically. He could already feel the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Without delay, he raised the huge blade in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. The huge blade was repelled by the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint's sword, but the Heavenly Saint's sword's attack didn't diminish. The elder was caught off guard and one of his arms was cut off by Jiang Chen. Arg! The elder let out a miserable cry. Then he was beaten to death by Jiang Chen's crazy attacks. The remaining energy in his body was absorbed by the Zulong Tower along with the Great Saint weapon. It was obvious that the first floor of the Zulong Tower had grown a little more. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body were condensed by dozens more. However, along with the rotation of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen's qi gradually became brutal. Both of his eyes started to turn red. A wave of brutal qi burst out from his body. The newly condensed dragon marks were obviously more brutal than the previous ones. Little Chenzi, what's wrong with you? De Huang Dog noticed the change in Jiang Chen. His facial expression changed immediately. He had never seen Jiang Chen like this. The current Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast that was about to lose its mind and become a killing machine. Brr! Jiang Chen let out a deep roar. He looked at De Huang Dog. The look in his eyes scared even De Huang Dog. Motherfucker, so that's how it is. Jiang Chen felt that he was about to lose his mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to chant the Lotus Sutra. This Lotus Sutra was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. Could purify the soul. In this way, Zhou Xian sat there cross-legged and chanted the Lotus Sutra for half an hour. Only then did he recover. What happened to you just now, kid? It was too scary. The Huang dog still had a lingering fear in his heart. Because the Zulong Tower absorbed the essence of human beings. Although I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill, I'm still a human being. Humans can kill each other, but stripping away their essence, qi, and spirit after killing them is undoubtedly a violation of the heavenly Tao and human ethics. If this continues, I'll be no different from a bloodthirsty demon. I left their corpses saying that I should be lenient to others, but they lost their essence, qi, spirit, and fighting spirit. In fact, I've already gone too far. This method of killing my own kind can only be described as inhumane. The Zulong Tower and I are connected by blood and merged into one. After absorbing the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings, it began to accumulate a certain tyrannical aura in my body. This tyrannical aura can directly affect my mind, turning me into a beast that only knows how to kill. It's really terrifying. Zhou Xian also had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the Lotus Sutra, he might not have been able to control his emotions just now. Maybe he would have attacked the Huang dog directly. Just now, the Zulong Tower had absorbed so many great sage corpses, but those corpses had been dead for a long time. There were also many corpses of demon beasts and devils among them, so the influence wasn't that great. However, the two elders of Narang clan were real living people. Zhou Xian had killed them personally and then absorbed them. This was an inhumane method. Therefore, the dragon mark that was condensed was also tyrannical. It brought a tyrannical aura to him and seriously affected his mind. I see. Then you have to pay attention in the future. The Huang dog hurriedly reminded him. The instantaneous change of Zhou Xian just now made the Huang dog feel incomparably strange. That kind of feeling was really not good. That's right. It seems that if I want to upgrade the Zulong Tower in the future, I can't absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings. After all, my origin is also human. However, if I refine and absorb demon beasts, devils, and anything beyond the scope of my own kind, it will be fine. Zhou Xian opened his mouth and said. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of the Zulong Tower. Although it was the supreme treasure of the real dragon, it was now Zhou Qian's treasure. It was connected with Zhou Qian's bloodline. Therefore, he had to accept the fact that Zhou Qian's origin was human. You should be able to suppress the tyrannical aura generated in your body, right? Asked the Huang dog. He was still a little worried. There was no way he wouldn't be worried. Zhou Qian's appearance just now was too terrifying. If that tyrannical aura was still there, he might turn into a homicidal maniac at any time. The tyrannical aura just now was very little. After all, it was only the first time. I have already used the Lotus Sutra and the edifying light to eliminate it. It won't affect me anymore, said Zhou Xian. With his current ability, it was still very easy for him to eliminate this bit of tyrannical aura. However, that tyrannical aura just now was really terrifying. If it was someone else, they might have been controlled directly. However, Zhou Xian was after all the greatest saint in the world. He cultivated the great soul derivation technique, so his will was incomparably firm. Good. You scared this master dog to death just now. The Huang dog was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that this guy would become a madman one day and even do him. Hee, come. Let me rub your dog head to help you calm down. Zhou Xian chuckled. Without any explanation, he pressed down on the Huang dog's head and rubbed it furiously. Zhou Xian, fuck you. How dare you rub master dog's head? The Huang dog struggled desperately. He then opened his huge mouth and bit Zhou Xian's butt. Haha. Chapter 9:18. Layers upon layers of space. Space nodes were everywhere. It was like a maze. A black shadow was constantly flashing, shuttling through different spaces. It was a white-haired young man. He was none other than Han Yan. Not long after Han Yan entered the ruins, he felt a mysterious summoning force. He followed this summoning force and moved forward. At this moment, he was already deep into the depths of the ruins. With Han Yan's current cultivation, going deep into the depths of the ruins was undoubtedly very dangerous. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit, he would die without a doubt. However, it seemed that the mysterious summoning power was guiding Han Yan. Han Yan followed the guidance of the summoning power and flew through the various large spaces. He did not encounter any danger. There were too many spaces here and many of them were empty. There was nothing in them. What is it that is summoning me? I have been flying for such a long time, but I still haven't found anything. With my current cultivation, if I encounter a powerful monster in such a deep space, I will die without a doubt. However, there is no way out now. I can't remember the way back, so I can only follow the mysterious summoning force and move forward. I want to see what is it that is summoning me. A trace of determination appeared in Han Yan's eyes. Since he had already come this far, there was no possibility of turning back. Moreover, he had a feeling that the mysterious summoning force might be an opportunity for him. At the same time, in another space, the most intense and cruel scene was unfolding. The entire space was filled with a pungent smell of blood. At a glance, there were more than 30 powerful evil spirits surrounding 5 or 6 people. These 6 people were wearing the same clothes and looked very young. They were the people of the ancient people. Around them there were a lot of evil spirits' corpses. These evil spirits were incomparably ferocious. They looked ferocious and walked like zombies. However, their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. They had an extremely strong destructive power. The faces of the 6 people of the ancient people were extremely ugly. There were 2 dead bodies of the ancient people lying on the ground. One of them didn't even have a head. He was eaten alive by the evil spirits. The 6 people who were still alive were covered in blood. Their injuries were extremely serious. Some of them even had their arms broken. The leader of the group was Gu Lufeng, but his current condition wasn't ideal. He was panting heavily. It was imaginable that he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. They were walking in different spatial zones when they suddenly encountered a spatial whirlpool and were sucked into it. There were evil spirits everywhere. They could still deal with the evil spirits that appeared in the beginning, but as the strength of the evil spirits grew, they couldn't resist them anymore. After Gu Lufeng tore a first-grade Great Saint evil spirit into pieces, the truly powerful evil spirits appeared. The strongest evil spirits in front of them had reached second-grade Great Saint, and there were 2 first-grade Great Saints. The rest of the evil spirits were also incomparably strong. Although the young geniuses of the ancient people weren't weak, they weren't on the same level as these evil spirits. Now that they were surrounded by the evil spirits, they were letting out ear-piercing screams that made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The terrifying evil spirits stuck out their long tongues and regarded them as their prey. Big Brother Lufeng, it seems like we are going to die today. Yeah. I didn't expect that we would be trapped by these evil spirits when we came here to search for treasures. Unless there's a miracle, we are going to die for sure. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. The ancient people were disheartened. Everyone was in despair. Gu Lufeng was their backbone, but no matter how powerful he was just a half-step Great Saint. It was already very impressive that he could kill a first-grade Great Saint. Now that a second-grade Great Saint evil spirit had appeared, Gu Lufeng couldn't even protect himself, let alone take care of them. Shut up, all of you. Gu Lufeng reprimanded without turning his head. What's there to be afraid of if we die? Even if we die, we still have to fight. Gu Lufeng drew out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden shield. Under his control, the golden shield burst out a strong roar. He shouted at the evil spirit opposite him. Come on. Putting everything else aside, Gu Liufeng's current performance was enough to make people admire him. In this world, how many people could remain so calm in the face of death? Jia, the evil spirits let out a sinister laughter that was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel like their hearts were being scratched by 100 claws. They felt as though they were about to go crazy. Following that, the evil spirit leader let out a roar, and all the evil spirits pounced towards the 6 ancient race members. Upon seeing this, the ancient people were in complete despair. Some of them had already closed their eyes and given up resisting. Gu Lufeng laughed, but there was some sadness in his laughter. He was a heaven's pride of the ancient people, the #1 genius of the younger generation of the ancient people. Today he was going to die in such a place. How sad and stirring was that? The second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul stretched out a terrifying sharp claw and appeared in front of Gu Lufeng in a blink. Gu Lufeng knew very well that even if he exerted all of his techniques, he would still die in his current state if he were to face this second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul in front of him. Honglong. However, at the most critical moment, a giant dragon claw descended from the void. It was a blood-red dragon claw that blocked Gu Lufeng's path. At the same time, it enveloped the second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The powerful evil spirit was smashed into pieces by the dragon claw. What was even more horrifying was that the broken body of the evil spirit was taken away by the dragon claw and disappeared. At the same time, a series of golden beams of light burst forth from the void, smashing the bodies of the evil spirits in the surroundings into pieces. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil spirits that were surrounding the ancient race tribesmen were killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. In fact, none of their corpses were even intact. The scene stunned the 6 people of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was still holding the golden shield in his hand, but his opponent had disappeared, killing a second-grade great saint with a single strike and killing all the evil spirits in an instant. How terrifying was the attacker! The scene was surprisingly clean. The 6 people of the ancient people hadn't recovered from the shock just now. They stood blankly on the same spot with the same expression. They couldn't believe everything that had happened in front of them. Looking at the bodies of the evil spirits that were scattered on the ground, apart from shock, they felt more joy. They had been in complete despair and thought that they were going to die today, but they didn't expect a miracle to happen. The huge contrast between death and rebirth was enough to excite a person to the point of madness. At the same time, they were thinking about a question. Who saved them? Was it the expert of the ancient people? No, the ancient people didn't have such means. The huge blood-red dragon claw just now gave them a familiar feeling. At this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. It was a man and a dog. The dog might be unfamiliar to them, but they couldn't be more familiar with the white-clothed youth, especially Gu Lufeng. He was defeated by this white-clothed youth in the clan gathering of the ancient people. Jiang Chen. It's you who saved us. The ancient people were very excited to see Jiang Chen at this time. If they were to reject Jiang Chen, an outsider, after the marriage between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu, then at this moment, they had completely regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. We happened to pass by just now. Are you two all right? Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the corpses of the 2 Gu family experts lying on the ground. However, this wasn't a big deal. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had always been a dangerous place. They should have known that there would be danger when they came in. Plus, death was nothing in this place as it happened all the time. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life. I Gu Lufeng owe you my life. Gu Lufeng kept his golden shield and clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. This was a life-saving grace. Even Gu Lufeng wouldn't dare to neglect it. Gu Lufeng was an upright person. Back in the clan gathering of the ancient people, he was defeated by Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. He didn't have any complaints about Jiang Chen. Today Jiang Chen had saved his life. Of course he was grateful, but at the same time he was shocked to the extreme because the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was in the clan gathering of the ancient people. At that time Jiang Chen could only kill someone like Shirhan. In just a short period of time, Jiang Chen could easily kill a second-grade great saint. Gu Lufeng knew that the gap between the 2 of them was getting bigger and bigger. It would only get bigger in the future. He would never be able to catch up with Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I'm not as good as you. Gu Lufeng smiled and shook his head. Brother Gu, don't be so polite. Ancient people and I are already a family. When you are in trouble, how can I, Jiang Chen, just stand by and watch? Jiang Chen smiled. What young Master Jiang said is right. He and Miss Ningzhu are engaged. We are a family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, we are a family. The other geniuses of the ancient people said hastily. In front of Jiang Chen they didn't have any arrogance. I can see that your injuries aren't light. Take these pills. It will help your injuries a lot. Jiang Chen took out a few pills and gave one to each of them. This was a healing pill that he concocted using the wood spirit. Although the injuries of Gu Lufeng and the others were serious, it didn't affect their foundation. As long as they took this pill, they would be able to recover very quickly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chapter 919. The ancient people swallowed the pill. Their facial expression changed immediately. As the geniuses of the ancient people, they had a lot of healing pills with them. However, compared to Zhang Chen's pill, all of them were rubbish. What a powerful pill. I have suffered such a serious injury, but half of it has been healed in an instant. My injury has been completely healed. This pill is really scary. It gave me the feeling of a withered tree coming back to life. It's really amazing. Not only did young Master Jiang save our lives, but he also gave us such a high-grade healing pill. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. The geniuses of the ancient people were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful healing pill before. As one of the 8 families of the Pure Land, the ancient people had a strong foundation. They had countless healing pills. There were also many alchemists in the family. As the top geniuses of the ancient people, they had access to more resources than ordinary people. However, they were still shocked by Zhang Chen's pill. Naturally, they didn't know that Zhang Chen's pill contained a large amount of spiritual herbs. It also contained a certain amount of wood essence. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Zhang Chen smiled. His eyes fell on the corpses of the evil spirits. He secretly operated the Zulong Tower to absorb the energy contained in the corpses. However, most of these evil spirits were minor saints. The advancement of Zhang Chen and the Zulong Tower complemented each other. With Zhang Chen's current cultivation, absorbing the energy of minor saints wouldn't help him much. However, after absorbing these evil spirits, Zhang Chen figured out a puzzling problem. It was the problem of how the Zulong Tower could absorb energy. Previously, he had absorbed the essence, qi and soul of the 2 elders of the Narang family. His body had produced a violent qi, but after absorbing so many evil spirits, there wasn't even a little bit of violent qi. In this case, Zhang Chen was clear about the method to condense the Zulong Tower in the future. Humans' essence, qi and soul must not be absorbed. After all, they were of the same kind. The Zulong Tower could absorb any energy other than human beings. Upon seeing this, Gu Lufeng and the others revealed a surprised expression. They didn't know why Zhang Chen wanted to keep the corpses of the evil spirits, but they didn't ask. This was Zhang Chen's personal matter. There was no need for them to know too much about it. Today Zhang Chen was no longer at the same level as them. Brother Gu, since all of you are fine, I will take my leave. The other evil spirits in this spatial zone aren't strong. You should be able to deal with them. Moreover, a place with a lot of evil spirits will also have a lot of treasures. It is possible that there are treasures left behind by an ancient great saint. All of you should look for them carefully. Also, try to find the experts of the ancient people when you get out of this place. Don't separate from them. There are too many spatial zones in this spatial zone. The degree of danger is far greater than what you can imagine. Zhang Chen said to Gu Lufeng and the others. Right, we understand. It's true that we didn't understand the situation here. Gu Lufeng nodded. When Zhang Chen was about to leave with De Huang Dog, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Gu Lufeng again and said, Brother Gu, I wonder if Sister Ning will come with us this time? Ning Zhu didn't come with us. Gu Mu went to the southern continent to pick up her father. Now that their family has just reunited, they didn't come to the ancient battlefield. Gu Lufeng said. And farewell. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he disappeared with De Huang Dog. Gu Xiantian was a man of his words. He asked Gu Mu to pick up Wu Tianyang from the southern continent. It wasn't easy for Wu Ningzhu and her family to reunite. Naturally, they would cherish this time. It was normal that they didn't come. To Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's absence made him less worried. After all, this place was too dangerous. As for the treasures in this spatial zone, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. So he simply did Gu Lufeng a favor and left these treasures to them. Ancient people had been fighting the evil spirits for a long time. After all, it was very tiring for them. In the deep layer of the spatial zone, Han Yen didn't know how many spatial zones he had passed. The summoning force was getting more and more obvious. He could already feel that the mysterious summoning force wasn't far away from him. He was just a minor saint, but he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He was very lucky. Come, come, come. All of a sudden, a voice rang in Han Yan's mind. The voice was low and hoarse. It seemed like the speaker hadn't spoken for a long time. Even the first word sounded very awkward. Han Yan was shocked. This voice was obviously directed at him. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force was coming from this mysterious voice. Han Yen took a deep breath. He didn't know why something in this ancient battlefield would summon him, but there was no turning back now that he had come this far. A spatial node appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath and jumped into it in a flash. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed dramatically. The spatial zone that he was in was very small. It seemed to be only a dozen miles in radius, but the devil chi here was soaring to the sky. Devil waves were floating in the void, setting off waves of cold wind. Jiangchen took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Even his soul was nourished. To him, this environment was simply a peerless treasure land. I can smell the scent of Gu Tianma. It's connected to my origin. Han Yen was extremely shocked. He looked ahead and saw a huge monster sitting in the center of the spatial zone. You're here. The behemoth spoke to him once more, this time in a much smoother voice. It was a giant demon that was over 100 feet tall. He had 2 horns on his head, but he had a human face. His eyes were the size of camel bells, and he stared at Han Yen without blinking. Gu Tianma, Han Yen exclaimed. Han Yen exclaimed. He could sense the qi of origin from the giant devil's body. In other words, this giant devil was a true ancient divine devil. However, the qi of this ancient divine devil was very weak. Han Yen could feel that the vitality of this ancient divine devil was gradually fading away. It seemed to have suffered a severe injury and had been here for such a long time. Almost all of its life force had been exhausted and it was on the verge of death. You're finally here. A trace of a smile was revealed on Gu Tianma's face. Seeing the ancient devil's appearance, Han Yen suddenly felt a kind of sadness. He felt a kind of throbbing that originated from the source. He strode forward and came to the front of the ancient devil. He bowed deeply to it and greeted, Senior. Although Gu Tianma was dying, Han Yen could still feel the power of Gu Tianma when he stood in front of him. It was a kind of peak power. Due to the influence of his bloodline, Han Yen could sense the true cultivation grade of Gu Tianma. Because of this, Han Yen was even more shocked and respectful. This mighty Gu Tianma was actually a mighty 9th grade great saint. Very good. I have sensed your bloodline the moment you entered this ruin. Listen, I'm now an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm dying and will die soon. You have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in your body. Before I die, I want to transfer my bloodline to you and impart all my cultivation grade to you. Only those who have the true bloodline of Gu Tianma will be able to bear my inheritance. You are only a 3rd grade minor saint now, but after receiving my inheritance, you will benefit immensely. Your cultivation grade will advance by leaps and bounds and you will break through to the great saint realm. Gu Tianma said, I'm already at the end of my rope. I don't want my skills to be lost just like this. Let me know your name. Junior Han Yen. Han Yen said. Good name. Now release your divine sense completely. I will use a special technique to communicate with the origin of your bloodline. Our bloodline is connected so you can receive my inheritance directly. Gu Tianma said. Han Yen knitted his brows. According to what Gu Tianma said, he had removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his soul to Gu Tianma. If Gu Tianma had any evil intentions, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Gu Tianma? Child, don't worry. I don't have long to live. Now I just want someone to receive my inheritance and you are the most suitable candidate. Don't hesitate. Gu Tianma's voice became lower, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. All right. Han Yen nodded, not suspecting anything. Immediately he removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his bloodline to Gu Tianma. However, he didn't notice that a trace of cunning flashed across Gu Tianma's eyes. That was the feeling that his plan had succeeded. Very well, I will give you the inheritance now. Consider it as sowing some good karma before I die. As the ancient devil spoke, a black spot of light rushed out from between its eyebrows. This black spot of light directly shot into the space between Han Yan's eyebrows. Soon, it reached the depths of Han Yan's origin and connected with Han Yan's bloodline. Buzz buzz. However, at this moment the black speck of light trembled violently. Han Yen suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yen sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Gu Tianma. Ah, foolish child. You're too naive. Now that you've been hit by my ancient demon soul-absorbing technique, I have complete control over your soul and bloodline. You're at my mercy. As long as I refine your bloodline bit by bit, I'll have a chance to return to my peak. Haha. Chapter 920. Despicable. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. When he thought about how he had taken the initiative to release all his defenses and even allowed the other party's soul seed to enter the depths of his soul and control his bloodline, he felt a deep sense of regret. He wanted to slap himself in the face. No matter what, he had experienced so many things, but he didn't expect that a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He had been so gullible at such a critical moment. As a matter of fact, Han Yan's mind was completely affected by the bloodline of Gu Tianma. He thought that Gu Tianma had taken a fancy to his bloodline and was looking for a successor. Moreover, Gu Tianma was indeed in a dying state. That was why Han Yan didn't put up his guard and thought that Gu Tianma was really doing him a favor. Only now did Han Yan realize that the opponent was Gu Tianma. What kind of existence was Gu Tianma in the ancient history? He was ferocious and insane. He was the ancestor of the devil race. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't create a good karma for others. Although Xianxia also possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still a human and had been living like a human. Even the bloodline of Gu Tianma was slowly awakened later on. There was an essential difference between him and the true Gu Tianma. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. This Gu Tianma was a mighty 9th grade great saint. Now he had cast the ancient devil soul seizing technique on Han Yan, trying to extract his soul and bloodline by force and even occupy his body. Han Yan felt like he was trapped in a cage. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Han Yan was filled with regret. Although Gu Tianma was a 9th grade great saint, his condition was extremely bad. If he didn't release his defenses, Gu Tianma wouldn't have the chance to get close to him, let alone control him. Despicable. Little doll, you're still too inexperienced. I advise you not to resist. Let me directly occupy your corpse, corrode your soul and fuse with your bloodline. From then on I'll be you and you'll be me. Isn't that great? Gu Tianma's face was filled with a sinister smile. His plan had succeeded, allowing him to see the hope and future of his survival. He had already stayed in this broken place for who knew how many years, so naturally Gu Tianma was extremely excited. Dream on. Han Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't give up. Even if he had to die, he couldn't let the other party obtain his bloodline and soul so easily. Humph. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You've been struck by my ancient devil soul seizing technique, which means that you're destined to be corroded and refined by me. Pointless resistance will only bring you endless pain. I have plenty of time now. I can torture you to death bit by bit and let you taste all the sufferings before you die. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He had already succeeded. In his point of view, it didn't matter even if Han Yan resisted. He could spend some time to refine Gu Tianma's soul bit by bit. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, it was an incomparably refreshing thing. Old devil, you won't succeed. Han Yan gritted his teeth. At this moment he suddenly thought of something. A golden talisman in his chi si suddenly exploded. He then sent his divine sense into it. Inside the overlapping space, there was an incomparably cold space. A massacre was taking place. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog were fighting with dozens of evil spirits and monsters. They were absorbing all the essence of those evil spirits and monsters to condense the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's cultivation was getting more and more tyrannical as the massacre continued. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Sage Realm. The first floor of the Zulong Tower was also condensed little by little. Motherfucker, isn't the speed of the Zulong Tower condensing too slow? Da Huang Dog said a little gloomily. So many evil spirits and monsters had been killed, but the growth of the Zulong Tower was very little. I have an intuition that the first floor of the Zulong Tower might not be condensed if I don't advance to the Great Sage Realm. If I advance to the Great Sage Realm, not only will the first floor be completely condensed, but the second floor may also be condensed. Jiang Qin guessed. Now it seemed that it was extremely important for him to advance to the Great Sage Realm. Little Qinzi, come and save me quickly. At this moment, A message suddenly appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He stopped what he was doing and gave up fighting with the evil spirits in front of him. What's wrong? De Huang Dog asked. Not good. A Yen is in danger. Sco. Let's hurry up. Zhang Chen's expression was very dignified. He once left a messenger talisman for Han Yen. The message that was about to cry for help just now was sent by Han Yen through the messenger talisman. Zhang Chen knew Han Yen too well. The little devil king Han Yen was a very strong-willed person. Now that Han Yen sent a call for help, he must have encountered a very critical situation. What? De Huang Dog's expression also changed. He didn't dare to be negligent. He and Zhang Chen turned into two afterimages and rushed in the direction of Han Yen. Since Han Yan's messenger talisman was personally refined by Zhang Chen could feel Han Yan's specific location. Gu Tianma's laughter filled the entire space, making people's hair stand on end. This was an extremely special space. It was very small and the space nodes were extremely hidden. Ordinary people couldn't find this place at all. The reason why Han Yen could come here was because he was summoned by Gu Tianma. Little kid, give up resisting. You can't change the outcome even if you do this. You will only suffer more pain. Gu Tianma used the ancient demon soul assimilating technique to deal with Han Yen. He didn't forget to provoke Han Yen with words. At this moment Han Yen was sitting on the ground. His body couldn't stop trembling. He was suffering from the most basic pain. His soul was being torn apart at every moment. Even his blood vessels were about to leave his body. This kind of pain was 100 times more torturous than the pain brought by his flesh. No, I will never give up. Han Yen clenched his teeth and persisted, trying his best to keep his mind clear. He was very clear that once his mind became blurry he would be finished. He would be completely controlled by Gu Tianma. However, Han Yen had already persisted for more than 10 minutes. He felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. This was the most dangerous experience he had ever experienced in his life. If anything went wrong he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Tianma was very proud of himself. He liked the feeling of watching people being tortured until they died. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last felt this kind of feeling. At this moment the space node was forcibly torn open. Two figures rushed in like lightning and directly appeared in front of Han Yen and Gu Tianma. Little Qinzi. Seeing Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog, Han Yan's painful face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. In his eyes, there was nothing in this world that couldn't stop Zhang Chen. As long as Zhang Chen appeared he might be saved. What happened? Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog's faces turned extremely ugly. Although they didn't know what happened they could see Han Yan's pain. How did you two get in? Gu Tianma looked at Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog fiercely. It was a very bad thing for outsiders to come in at this time. Gu Tianma. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He recognized Gu Tianma at a glance. This old devil tricked me. Now he used the ancient devil soul-devouring technique in the depths of my origin and planted a soul seed. He wants to erode my soul, absorb my bloodline and occupy my body, Han Yen said in extreme pain. Han Yen said in an incomparably painful manner. Zhang Chen and Big Yellow were able to withstand it. Han Yan's voice was trembling and his tone was somewhat distorted. You idiot! How could you believe Gu Tianma's words? De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Although he didn't know what happened just now, he clearly heard that he was tricked. Ah, so it's your friend. But what can you do? You're under my control now. No matter how many friends you have, it's useless. Gu Tianma laughed. Gu Tianma, I advise you to let go of my friend now. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Zhang Chen shouted at Gu Tianma. Die without a burial place? What a joke. Do you think that I didn't take any precautions? Moreover, even if I stand here and let you kill me, would you dare to do it? Now my soul and this brat's origin are linked together. If I die he will die too. If you don't believe me you can try. Gu Tianma was incomparably arrogant. This was an old devil, an old fox that had lived for God knows how many years. He was extremely cunning and had always been thorough in his actions. It was no wonder that Han Yen would be tricked. Motherfucker. How despicable. De Huang Dog scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Han Yen was about to collapse but there was nothing he could do. Because what Gu Tianma said was right. They couldn't even attack Gu Tianmo now. If Gu Tianmo died, Han Yan wouldn't be able to live either. Gu Tianmo, do you think you can get what you want? You're digging your own grave. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Ha, foolish human. Do you have any way to save your friend? Gu Tianmo laughed again, not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Gu Tianmo. The most important thing now was to solve Han Yan's crisis. He looked at Han Yan and said, "Ah Yan, listen to me. I'll teach you the great soul derivation technique now. With your potential, although you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time, with my help your soul will be stable. You won't be corroded by Gu Tianmo for a short period of time." All right. Han Yan nodded. Ah, what a joke. Isn't it a little too late to learn the great soul derivation technique now? Gu Tianmo laughed. Ah Yan, I'll tell you a secret of Gu Tianmo. As far as I know, this ancient demon soul assimilation technique is a unique divine sense of Gu Tianmo. It should be an innate divine sense. The reason why you haven't heard of it is because your cultivation is still weak and the ancient demon soul assimilation technique hasn't been activated yet. However, you possess the complete bloodline of Gu Tianmo. In other words, the spiritual seed deep in your soul is evolved from the ancient demon soul assimilation technique. Since Gu Tianmo can control it, your bloodline can as well. Chapter 921. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan's body shook violently. But Gu Tianmo's facial expression changed dramatically. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How do you know so much about Gu Tianmo's bloodline? Gu Tianmo couldn't help but be surprised because what Jiang Chen said was right. The ancient devil soul seizing technique was Gu Tianmo's unique innate ability. Although Han Yan hadn't awakened this innate ability, he still possessed the complete bloodline. So he could still control the soul seed. Gu Tianmo had predicted that Han Yan didn't know that the ancient devil soul seizing technique was related to Gu Tianmo's bloodline. That was why he controlled Han Yan directly. Now that Han Yan knew the secret, he had the means to fight against him and fight for the control of the soul seed. Although Han Yan was just a minor saint, this wasn't what Gu Tianmo wanted to see. I don't just know this. I also know that once a Yan controls the soul seed, you will suffer a great backlash. At that time it won't be you refining him but he refining you. Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. So, are you afraid now? For a moment, Gu Tianmo's face darkened. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would know more about Gu Tianmo's bloodline than Han Yan. However, Gu Tianmo wasn't afraid of Han Yan. After all, the gap between them was too big. They weren't on the same level. Humph. So what if what you said is right? Although I'm at the end of my life now, I'm still a powerful 9th grade minor saint. My soul and bloodline are many times stronger than this brat's. It's wishful thinking to compete with me for the control of the soul seed. Gu Tianmo harumphed coldly. He was very confident in his means. Why would an ancient devil care about a puny human? If he was at his peak, he could kill these two human brats with just a glance. Back in the ancient battlefield, the ancient divine devil had been seriously injured, but he had lingered on for many years without dying. However, his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't have long to live. Now that he had finally encountered a young person with the complete bloodline of the ancient divine devil, he was really excited. He was very clear that this was his only chance and he wouldn't let it go. Then give it a try. Your lifespan has already come to an end. You're truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even your spirit is about to disappear. I'd like to see how long you can last under such circumstances. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He strode towards Han Yan. He didn't attack Gu Tianmo because Han Yan's soul and bloodline were connected with Gu Tianmo. If he killed Gu Tianmo, Han Yan would die as well. Gu Tianmo also didn't have the ability to attack. He could only grit his teeth and watch when Jiang Chen joined the battle. If he could attack, he would control Han Yan directly instead of using this method. Jiang Chen sat beside Han Yan. He operated the Great Soul Derivation technique and enveloped Han Yan completely. After that, the mnemonic chant of the Great Soul Derivation technique rushed into Han Yan's mind like a clear stream. Han Yan's body shook. He endured the pain and tried to feel the uniqueness of the Great Soul Derivation technique. At the same time, Jiang Qin penetrated his soul power into the depths of Han Yan's soul to help stabilize it. Yan, try to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique while trying to control the Divine Soul Seed with your bloodline. This old devil won't last long. As long as your Divine Soul grows stronger, his Divine Soul will be gradually consumed. You will have the chance to turn defeat into victory. This is a crisis for you, but it is also a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Jiang Chen's voice sounded in the depths of Han Yan's soul. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity might not necessarily be without an opportunity. Just like Han Yan now, as long as he survived the calamity, he would get a great opportunity. A 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. Such a great opportunity was beyond his imagination. All right. Han Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique. To him, the cultivation of the Great Soul Derivation technique was much easier than when Jiang Qin first cultivated it. This was because when Jiang Qin imparted him the mnemonic chant, he also imparted him the cultivation method and a lot of cultivation experience. In other words, Han Yan was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Even if he couldn't master the Great Soul Derivation technique in a short period of time, he could still stabilize his divine soul with the help of Jiang Qin. What he needed to do now was to have a tug-of-war with Gu Tianma. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. At the same time, Han Yan began to secretly circulate Gu Tianma's bloodline according to Jiang Chen's instruction, trying to control the Divine Soul Seed. Due to the carelessness of his attempt, the Divine Soul Seed began to tremble violently. Under the blessing of 2 types of Gu Tianma's bloodline, the Divine Soul Seed was like a node in the center of a rope, being pulled back and forth by 2 different forces trying to control it. While Han Yan was using his bloodline to control the Divine Soul Seed, although he had to compete with Gu Tianma, the Divine Soul Seed had acknowledged his bloodline. Therefore Han Yan's pain was reduced by a lot. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and he even saw a glimmer of hope. Bastard! Feeling the trembling of the Divine Soul Seed, Gu Tianma couldn't help but curse. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, all the divine tycoons had to avoid him. Now he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, but he couldn't even deal with a junior. Damn you 2 brats. How dare you fight against me? You will die without a doubt. You will die miserably. Gu Tianma roared and gnashed his teeth. If I were you, I would choose to shut up because you don't have much strength left to talk. You're just a dying man. You better cherish your last moments and enjoy this beautiful world. I'm sorry, I forgot that this world isn't beautiful at all. Jiang Qin mocked and ridiculed Gu Tianma. Old Emo, you must be very lonely after staying in this damned place for so long. This is a prison. If I were you, I would rather die than to suffer in this miserable and cold place. Think about it, you really are a very pitiful person. Don't worry, after you die, I will do a good deed. I will burn your body with fire and not let the wild beasts eat your body. You don't need to thank me, I have always been a kind person. I don't ask for anything in return when I do good deeds. Jiang Qin chattered non-stop. Every word he said was seriously disturbing Gu Tianma's state of mind, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Gu Tianma's state of mind was in chaos, Han Yan would have a chance. Shut up. Shut up. Gu Tianma was furious. His emotions were clearly fluctuating. He couldn't remember how long he had stayed in this space. That kind of miserable and cold feeling was simply killing him. Now that his thoughts were exposed by Jiang Qin, his anger soared to the sky. The Huang dog, who was standing guard in the distance, also let out a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Gu Tianma's body. He could already see that Gu Tianma had arranged a formation around his body. It was a defensive formation that could block attacks from experts. From this, it could be seen that Gu Tianma had left behind a contingency plan. However, this kind of formation was too easy for De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formations. Hee. De Huang Dog let out a series of sinister smiles and strode towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma noticed De Huang Dog's action, but he didn't care about it at all. He could see that this dog was extraordinary. He was already a first-grade great saint, but the formation around him wasn't something a first-grade great saint could enter. Therefore, Gu Tianma didn't put the Huang dog in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to completely control Han Yan. As long as he could refine this kid who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he would be able to regain his new life. By that time it would be very easy for him to eliminate everything. However, what happened next made Gu Tianma feel like he was going to die. He saw this incomparably majestic Da Huang dog spitting out some kind of talisman that tore a hole in his formation and swaggered into it. How is this possible? The ancient devil exclaimed and couldn't believe its own eyes. No matter how bad the formation it had set up was, it shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Could it be that its formation had failed? That was impossible. I tried to sense it just now. The only result was that this dog had easily broken through its formation. That's right. That's right. Stupid dog, get out of my way or else I'll stomp you to death. Gu Tianma shouted at De Huang. Ouch. You have quite a temper and a big head. You want to stomp me to death? Now that master dog is under your feet, why don't you step on me? It seems like you don't even have the strength to lift your feet. De Huang dog shook his head and wagged his tail at Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to this dog. This was the real case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the flat land. Moreover, this dog was a shameless dog. You don't have the strength, right? You must be very uncomfortable, right? If you don't step on me, I'm going to bite you. Big Yellow said. Suddenly he opened his mouth and bit at the ancient devil's thigh. The body of the ancient devil was very strong. If it was replaced by an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark even if he used his combat weapon to slash at the ancient devil's thigh. Unfortunately, De Huang dog's teeth were much scarier than an ordinary combat weapon. If a first-grade great saint De Huang dog went berserk, it could tear Gu Tianma into pieces. Qi De Huang dog tore a piece of flesh from Gu Tianma's body with his teeth. Before Gu Tianma could scream, De Huang dog bit him again. Chapter 922. Arg. Gu Tianma couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a deafening roar. It wasn't a big deal for De Huang dog to bite off 2 pieces of his flesh. To him, such an injury was nothing, but the grievance he felt was indescribable. He was a dignified 9th-grade great saint, Gu Tianma. He had never thought that one day he would be bullied by a vicious dog and he couldn't even fight back. Damn dog, I won't let you go. I will eat you. Gu Tianma threatened De Huang dog loudly, then spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was all due to his anger. However, due to the violent fluctuations in its emotions, the spiritual seed also began to move violently. It actually showed signs of leaning towards Han Yan's side. This scene frightened the ancient devil and it hurriedly stabilized its state of mind. What? If you want to eat this lord dog, then this lord dog will eat you first. Although your meat is a bit smelly, this lord dog can still eat it. While speaking, De Huang dog bit Gu Tianma's butt. A chi-la sound was heard. A large piece of flesh was torn off by De Huang dog. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was even more tragic than when one's anus was pierced. But, Gu Tianma, you are a dignified 9th-grade great saint, but now your butt has been bitten by a dog. If I were you, I would have killed myself by knocking my head against the wall. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't forget to ridicule. Bastard, bastard. Gu Tianma had the urge to go crazy. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Han Yan and stabilize his mind, but this man and dog were too abominable. Especially this dog, he couldn't stabilize his mind and would go berserk at any time. Currently, Gu Tianma was fighting for his soul, being disturbed by the great soul derivation technique, being stimulated by De Huang dog and Jiang Chen's words, and being bitten by a vicious dog. He was going crazy. Of course, he knew the purpose of this man and dog. They were trying to disturb his mind so that Han Yan could gain the upper hand. However, even though he knew the intention of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, he still couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible for him to not be affected. Kaka. De Huang dog cackled, then leaped forward and bit the other half of Gu Tianma's buttocks. The scene of his buttocks being torn apart was really incomparable. Gu Tianma was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't stabilize his mind at all. De Huang dog only hurt his body and didn't kill him. The injury to his body had nothing to do with Han Yan. This made De Huang Dog even more unscrupulous. On the other side, Han Yen was wholeheartedly comprehending the Great Soul Derivation technique. His divine soul was constantly stabilized. At the same time, because of his bloodline's control over the soul seed, he was getting more and more proficient. In addition, Gu Tianma couldn't stabilize his mind and his soul was constantly consumed. Under such circumstances, the soul seed had begun to lean towards Han Yan's side. This situation made Han Yan excited. He saw a great hope. As long as he could control the soul seed, Gu Tianma would suffer a great backlash. At that time it wouldn't be Gu Tianma thinking of ways to refine Han Yan, but Han Yan would refine Gu Tianma. A great opportunity was about to arrive. In the following time, De Huang Dog kept jumping up and down. It opened its big mouth and bit the parts of Gu Tianma's body. Gu Tianma roared continuously. Gu Tianma's flesh and blood were everywhere on the ground. One of his thick thighs was bitten by De Huang Dog until only the bones were left. This situation lasted for a day and a night. At this time, there wasn't a single part of Gu Tianma's body that wasn't damaged. De Huang Dog was biting him piece by piece. The whole scene was extremely tragic. On the other side, after a day and a night of hard work, Han Yan finally gained the upper hand. He used his bloodline to firmly control the soul seed. The soul seed shook violently. Gu Tianma let out a miserable cry as he suffered a great backlash. At this moment he was completely like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no room for him to resist anymore. No, the ancient devil let out an unwilling roar. It had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was it deprived of its only chance to be reborn, but it was also going to become someone's food. This was an incomparably tragic and stirring thing. You're right. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog finally stopped biting Gu Tianma. He was panting heavily. Seeing that Han Yan had gained the upper hand, his hard work for a day and a night was finally not in vain. Jiang Chen also withdrew his spiritual force. He knew that Han Yan had not only won this tug of war but also controlled Gu Tianma's soul and bloodline. What Han Yan needed to do next was to completely refine this ancient Gu Tianma. It was hard to imagine how much would Han Yan grow after refining a 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. Swoosh. Han Yan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. With a sway of his body he floated above Gu Tianma's head. Devil Qi overflowed from his body and turned into a cage, firmly enshrouding Gu Tianma. Little Chenzi, De Huang, thank you very much. Han Yan said to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with a smile. You don't have to be so polite to your brother. This is a great opportunity for you. Make good use of it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was what he wanted to see the most when Han Yan encountered such a great opportunity. It made Jiang Chen incomparably happy to see the people around him continue to grow. That's right. This is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to refine this Gu Tianma now. However, it will take a long time. The 2 of you don't have to stay here with me. I can handle the rest by myself. There are many treasures in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Both of you have already wasted a day because of me. Don't miss it, said Han Yan. There were too many people who entered the ancient battlefield this time. There were countless experts. It was a race against time to search for treasures. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already wasted a day because of Han Yan. The rest would be Han Yan's problem. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't be of any help even if they stayed here. If they were to delay Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog from searching for treasures, Han Yan would feel really bad. All right. If that's the case, we will leave first. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, he had a lot of things to do. The Zulong Tower still needed to be condensed. He wanted to break through to the Great Saint Realm in this ancient battlefield. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. If he couldn't improve his cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them. If he could advance to the 1st grade Great Saint, he would be able to handle all of them. Then Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left the spatial zone, leaving Han Yan and Gu Tianma behind. Outside the spatial zone, De Huang Dog said, Little Chenzi, will there be anyone who came in here to disturb Ah Yan? No, this small space should be specially built by the ancient devil. It's very well hidden. Even if it's us, without Ah Yan's message we won't be able to find this place. Moreover, we've been here for a day and a night and no one has come in. This place should be absolutely safe. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was very confident about this secret spatial zone. It was best for Han Yen to refine Gu Tianmo in this place. Without worrying about Han Yen, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the other spatial zones, but it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to find an anomaly. De Huang, have you noticed that a lot of spatial zones have disappeared? Jiang Chen released his divine sense and scanned the void. He found that the number of spatial nodes in the void had decreased by a lot, at least 90%. There wasn't much space left. That's right. What's going on? Why did so many spatial zones disappear all of a sudden? De Huang Dog also noticed the anomaly. They clearly remembered that a day ago the spatial zones were still overlapping each other and there were spatial nodes everywhere. But now, most of the spatial nodes had disappeared, leaving only a very small number of spatial nodes. This situation was beyond their expectation. If my guess is correct, those empty spatial zones have disappeared, leaving behind a large number of evil spirits and treasures. Jiang Chen guessed. Good. We don't have to waste time looking for spatial zones anymore. We can just find one and kill the evil spirits and monsters to refine your Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog said. You're right, but this situation is disadvantageous to us. The reduction of spatial zones means that we may encounter more people in each spatial zone. We have too many enemies. The people of the 5 major families and even those from Saint Origin Palace are after me. If we encounter them, a fierce battle is inevitable. That's right, but it's not good for us. Jiang Chen said. Previously, because there were too many spatial zones, it was hard for them to encounter each other even if a lot of people came in. But now it was different. Most of the spatial zones had disappeared. The probability of encountering each other was much higher. Who cares? Even if we encounter them, we won't be afraid. Besides, ancient people and demon race are on our side. De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. This dog had never been afraid of anything. So what if he encountered an enemy? At the worst, he would just have to fight. That's right. Whether we encounter evil spirits or enemies, it's time for a crazy massacre. De Huang, are you ready? Jiang Chen swung his arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. A blood-red shadow of a dragon could be seen flickering on its surface. Kaka, Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. A man and a dog began to fly forward. Soon they found a spatial node. Without any hesitation they rushed into it. An ear-piercing roar was heard. The place where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered happened to bump into a ferocious evil spirit. That evil spirit had also discovered them. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Jiang Chen. Puchi. Chapter 923. The evil soul that was killed by Jiang Chen was merely a minor saint. That was why Jiang Chen didn't bother to use the Zulong Tower to absorb it. There were a lot of evil souls in this spatial zone. When they sensed the presence of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, a few more of them lunged at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time, Jiang Chen didn't attack them and left them to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog charged forward with his hard head. The few evil souls were smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog in an instant. Roars and roars could be heard continuously in this spatial zone. The roars of monsters could be heard everywhere. Sometimes they could even hear the violent sounds of battle. It seemed like there weren't only a large number of evil souls and monsters in this spatial zone, there were also a lot of human cultivators here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. At this moment, a few people appeared in front of them. The person in front looked extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood. He was running for his life while the few people behind him were roaring and chasing him relentlessly. Stop. Leave the armor behind. A powerful 9th-grade minor saint roared loudly. The man who was running saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of him. It was as if he had seen his savior. He hastily shouted, "Brother Jiang, save me." As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he knew that he could be saved. He knew the strength of this man and dog very well. Although the few people behind him were powerful and were ranked at the top of the sky ranking, they were no match for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Kong Yu. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. The man who was covered with blood was none other than the youngest son of Peacock King, Kong Yu. It was obvious that the group of people behind him was chasing after Kong Yu. Swoosh, in a flash, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog appeared in front of Kong Yu. Their eyes were staring at the group of people. They had never seen these people before, but judging from their clothes, they were from the 8 families of Pure Land. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. Nalan he. There are also people from Sure family and Desolate family here. You can't afford to offend them. Nalan he didn't know who Jiang Qin was. Although he knew that this white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was also a genius of Nalan family. So he wasn't afraid at all. So he still spoke to Qin arrogantly. Kong Yu, hand over the armor. Otherwise you will accompany your brother and that stupid leopard in hell today. A person from Sure family shouted at Kong Yu. He had completely ignored the existence of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. They were only thinking about the armor in Kong Yu's hand. They didn't even think about the identity of this white-robed youth. In fact, if they really thought about it, it was impossible for them to not know about Jiang Qin's identity. After all, in the Pure Land, who didn't know about the famous Jiang Qin? A bunch of idiots. If I were you, I would immediately disappear from my sight. Although I have enmity with your 5 families, I'm too lazy to kill you. Get lost, disappear from my sight. Jiang Qin said impatiently. You want us to get lost? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Since you don't want to leave, I will kill you as well. Offending our Nalan family will only result in death. Nalan, he pointed his finger at Jiang Qin. He even released his qi, ready to attack Jiang Qin. The people of Sure family and Desolate family felt that something was wrong. They frowned as if they were thinking about something. Puchi Nalan, he released his qi. His body trembled all of a sudden and stopped moving. He lowered his head and saw a cold long sword piercing through his chest. Blood was gushing out. He could feel that his life was fading away. You? Nalan, he stared at Jiang Qin blankly. He was a powerful 9th-grade minor saint, in existence on the sky ranking, a genius among geniuses. How could he be killed instantly by this opponent? He didn't even see how the opponent did it. Only now did he think of a name. Remember, the person who killed you is called Jiang Qin. I have given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Qin's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Nalan He's heart. His heart was filled with endless regret. He must have been blinded by Kong Yu's armor. He didn't even recognize Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Jiang Qin. He is Jiang Qin. The genius of Sure family exclaimed. He couldn't care less about Nalan He anymore. They quickly turned and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. They hated Jiang Qin to the core, but they were also afraid of him. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was a true fiend, a devil king. Although they were strong and were rare geniuses on the sky ranking, they were still far from being able to fight against Jiang Qin. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Kong Yu cupped his fists towards Jiang Qin and thanked him sincerely. Boy, what kind of armor did you get? They actually chased you like this? The Huang dog asked curiously. Kong Yu turned his arm and a golden armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This armor looked extremely ordinary, but it was full of a sacred and indestructible aura. This is the golden silkworm armor, a great saint weapon. This is the golden silkworm battle armor, a great sage weapon. You are very lucky. No wonder they want to kill you. Great sage weapons are extremely rare, and defensive great sage weapons are even rarer. This golden silkworm battle armor is made from the golden silkworm silk of the western region. Jiang Qin could tell the origin of the battle armor at first glance. He finally understood why Nalan He and the others were so persistent in pursuing Kong Yu. Oh, by the way, Brother Jiang, hurry up and save my elder brother in Leopard Way. Kong Yu suddenly thought of something and said quickly. What happened to them? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He knew that the big brother mentioned by Kong Yu was Kong Yang, the #1 genius of demon race and the 3rd on the sky ranking. Looking at Kong Yu's expression, Kong Yang and Leopard Way seemed to be in danger. Big Brother and Leopard Way found a treasure that was left by a great saint expert. Unexpectedly, they met Desolate Yuan, that monstrous genius. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Desolate Yuan had, but now he is already a great saint expert. But my big brother has also advanced to the great saint realm, so he has the strength to fight Desolate Yuan. However, Desolate Yuan seemed to have obtained a lot of benefits in the ancient battlefield. His cultivation has reached the peak of first-grade Great Saint, only a step away from second-grade Great Saint. My big brother is certainly no match for him. Leopard Wei hasn't even reached the Great Saint realm, let alone Desolate Yuan. Moreover, there are geniuses of Saint Origin Palace over there. Kong Yu quickly explained the situation of Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Both of them were now in the most critical moment. If they didn't save them in time, they would only be able to collect their corpses. Let's go and have a look. Without saying another word, Zhou Xian flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. He had a very good relationship with Peacock King. Peacock King was still helping him to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Kong Yang was the son of Peacock King. If something happened to him, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face Peacock King in the future. Kong Yu wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he had met Zhou Xian. He knew Zhou Xian's means. As long as Zhou Xian took action, his big brother would be saved. In the depths of the spatial zone, a fierce battle was going on in front of a cave that was shrouded by a formation. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. There were 3 people on the battlefield. 2 of them looked very miserable. They were Kong Yang and Leopard Wei of the demon race. Kong Yang was in a better condition. After all, he was a powerful first-grade Great Saint. Although he couldn't defeat Desolate Yuan, it was basically impossible for Desolate Yuan to kill him in a short period of time. Leopard Wei, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. Although he had obtained great benefits in the suspended tower, he hadn't fully digested them yet. His current cultivation grade was still at half-step Great Saint, 1 step away from the true Great Saint realm. The current Leopard Wei was covered in blood from head to toe. His chi was completely dispirited. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Kong Yang's chi was shrouding him, giving him the greatest protection. Kong Yang, going against me will only result in death. I heard that your demon race is in cahoots with that damn Zhou Xian. That means you are my enemy. Today I will kill the 2 of you and the geniuses of the demon race. When I meet that Zhou Xian again, I will certainly shred him into 1,000 pieces. Desolate Yuan said sarcastically. That day when he fought with Zhou Xian, he was in a disadvantageous position and was forced to flee. It was the biggest shame of his life. Today he had obtained great benefits again. His combat strength had almost doubled. If he were to meet Zhou Xian again, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Zhou Xian. Not far away, there were 2 young men standing with their heads held high, as if they didn't put the whole world in their eyes. Their cultivation grade was the same as Desolate Yuan, peak first-grade Great Saint, but they had the noblest identity, Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Yuan, don't waste time anymore. Kill them quickly. One of them said. His name was Desolate Tsong, also a member of the Desolate family. Don't worry. None of them will live. Desolate Yuan sneered. He didn't put Kong Yang and Leopard Wei in his eyes at all. In his mind they were already dead men. Kong Yang, don't worry about me. Leopard Wei gritted his teeth and said to Kong Yu. He knew very well that Kong Yang wasn't a match for Desolate Yuan. Now he had to split his attention to protect Desolate Yuan. In the end, not only would he not be able to protect Desolate Yuan, he would also lose his life. He knew Kong Yang's ability. The innate ability of the peacock was unparalleled. If Kong Yang wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so, but Kong Yang didn't because he chose to stay behind. Shut up. Kong Yang reprimanded without turning his head. Chapter 924. Leopard Wei didn't say anything else. Although they were once rivals, he knew Kong Yang too well. Kong Yang would never abandon him and run away alone. If that was the case, he wouldn't be Kong Yang anymore. I never thought that the 2 great geniuses of our demon race would fall in such a place. What a tragedy. Leopard Wei sighed helplessly. Today's situation was very obvious. Kong Yang was seriously injured and wasn't Desolate Yuan's match. Not only that, there was also Xiao Tsong and the expert of Hua family standing next to him. All of them came from Saint Origin Palace, and it seemed like they had no intention of letting them go. Kong Yang, although I'm going to kill you today, I have to say that among all the geniuses on the sky ranking, you are the one I admire the most. Unfortunately, we are destined to never be friends. Desolate Yuan shook his head and said. You're right. Both of you are destined to never be friends because people like you aren't qualified to be friends with Kong Yang. As soon as Desolate Yuan's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The person who spoke wasn't Kong Yang but Zhang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immediately they looked over, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. They saw 3 silhouettes appearing in front of them rapidly. 2 men and a dog. One of them was a young man covered in blood. He was Kong Yu, who had escaped earlier. Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuan and Leopard Wei exclaimed at the same time. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Qin here. Seeing Jiang Qin, Desolate Yuan's battle intent erupted. He gritted his teeth, itching to dash forward and tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Ever since he was young, he had never been defeated by any of the younger generation. Only Jiang Qin had defeated him. This was considered the biggest humiliation in his life. There was only one way to get rid of this humiliation, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. Leopard Wei's way of thinking was completely different. When he saw Jiang Qin, he felt like he was looking at a blazing sun, bringing boundless sunshine to his gloomy heart. He could feel that the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than before. He had fought with Jiang Qin before, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Now that Jiang Qin had appeared, he and Kong Yang could be saved. He believed that even Desolate Yuan might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Kong Yang also looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with different colors. He had long heard of Jiang Qin's name, but today was the first time he had met him. He was very interested in a person who could kill Shi Han. However, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Jiang Qin would be like this. Xiao Yuan, it's useless even if you frown at me, because no matter how furious you are, it can't change the fact that you've lost to me. You escaped last time, yet you've encountered me again today. That's your misfortune. Of course, you still have a chance if you choose to flee like a dog that has lost its master. Jiang Qin sneered. He didn't put Desolate Yuan in his eyes at all. What? He defeated Desolate Yuan? Many people were shocked, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei, as well as Kong Yu, who was beside Jiang Qin. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe this was true, especially Leopard Wei. He had guessed that Jiang Qin could defeat Desolate Yuan, but he didn't expect that the two of them had already fought. According to Jiang Qin, Desolate Yuan was defeated by him and then fled. This was too shocking. Desolate Yuan, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was defeated by Jiang Qin. If these words didn't come from Jiang Qin's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, they all saw Desolate Yuan's expression. It was as if he had been defeated by Jiang Qin before. Jiang Qin, I will take revenge for the humiliation I suffered that day. I must kill you today, Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Jiang Qin's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was like a bloody wound being torn open in front of countless people. Desolate Yuan's hatred towards Jiang Qin had reached a level that was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. You won't have a chance. Jiang Qin placed his hands behind his back and walked in front of Desolate Yuan, shielding Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu quickly went forward and pulled Kong Yang and the injured Leopard Wei. Big brother, are you guys all right? Kong Yu was extremely worried. We're fine. Kong Yang shook his head. Then he and Leopard Wei each took out a pill and swallowed it, slowly healing their injuries. Kong Yang looked at the back of Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, you have to be careful. This Desolate Yuan has obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield. He won't be easy to deal with. Although Jiang Qin had defeated Desolate Yuan before, the current Desolate Yuan was no longer the same as before. Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that Jiang Qin had defeated Desolate Yuan when he was still an 8th grade minor saint. Desolate Yuan had indeed obtained some benefits, but Jiang Qin's benefits were even greater. He had already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and his combat strength was unparalleled. Desolate Yuan was no longer a match for him. The two geniuses of Saint Origin Palace also shifted their eyes to Jiang Qin. After they came back from Saint Origin Palace, the name that they heard the most was Jiang Qin. They had also heard about Jiang Qin's deeds. The relationship between the 8 major families wasn't harmonious. The same was true for the Hua family and Desolate family, but when it came to dealing with Jiang Qin, the 5 major families had the same attitude. Desolate Yuan, I don't think this man is easy to deal with. Why don't we join hands and kill him? Desolate Song, who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace, said. The other genius of the Hua family was also ready to make a move. No need. You don't need to care about my business. I must kill him with my own hands. Xiao Yuan didn't appreciate it at all. He was too arrogant. He didn't even put the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace in his eyes. Of course, as the #1 genius of Desolate family, he had the right to be arrogant. He had the right to look down on Shao Kong. Although Xiao Tsong had obtained a lot of cultivation resources in Saint Origin Palace, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Yuan if they were to fight. You should really listen to him. Although the three of you won't stand a chance, it's still better than fighting alone. Jiang Qin shrugged and said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Jiang Qin die." Desolate Yuan's chi fluctuated. His whole body distorted instantly. In the next moment he appeared in front of Jiang Qin with endless power. Desolate Yuan's first move was his most powerful attack. With him as the center, a chaotic world was formed, enveloping Jiang Qin. In this small world, everywhere was filled with viscous airflow. It was white but not white, giving people an invisible pressure. The void in all directions was distorted. The people inside felt as if they had fallen into a cage, which was incomparably uncomfortable. This was Desolate Yuan's latest technique. In addition to producing great pressure, the airflow inside could also transform into various sharp blades that could crush everything. Is this all you've got? Jiang Qin didn't care at all. 3 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from his body. The 3 golden dragons let out a roar. Jiang Qin instantly transformed into his dragon form, and his battle strength increased by 10 times. Under the attack of Jiang Qin's golden dragon seal, the indestructible small world instantly collapsed. Bang! The small world collapsed. Desolate Yuan suffered a great backlash and was sent flying. His expression changed drastically. He was truly shocked. He had indeed improved a lot in a short period of time, but Jiang Qin had improved even more. Even if he used his most powerful attack, he was still no match for Jiang Qin. Before Desolate Yuan could recover from his shock, Jiang Qin's body appeared in the sky above him, and a huge whirlpool stomped down on him. Desolate Yuan, this time I won't give you a chance to escape. Jiang Qin's face was cold as he stomped the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang. First step. Bang. Second step. Bang. Third step. Bang. Fourth step. Jiang Qin took 4 steps in the blink of an eye. Every step was as heavy as a mountain. Desolate Yuan had no strength to fight back. Every step that landed on his body caused blood to spurt out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. It was a very miserable scene. 5th step. Jiang Qin was cold and ruthless. He had always treated his enemies like this. In the eyes of all his enemies he was a god of death. This scene had shocked everyone present. Originally, everyone thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but they didn't expect Desolate Yuan to be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. From the moment Desolate Yuan attacked to the moment he was beaten like a dead dog by Jiang Qin, only a few seconds had passed. It was too fast, but it also showed how strong Jiang Qin was. The current Desolate Yuan was on a completely different level from him. Stop. Jiang Qin's 5th step was about to land on Desolate Yuan's body. At this time, Desolate Tsong, who was at the side, finally reacted. Immediately he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Qin, trying to save the dying Desolate Yuan from Jiang Qin's hands. Humph. You will die first. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword was wielded, and a dazzling blood-red sword net enshrouded Desolate Kong. Desolate Tsong's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Qin was if he didn't fight Jiang Qin. No. Desolate Tsong let out a roar, but it was all over. Under the absolute disparity in strength, only death awaited him. The Heavenly Saint sword was too fast. It was even faster than a bolt of lightning. Desolate Tsong was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. A genius who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace was killed just like that. No one in this world would have such guts. Ever since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace, it had become the absolute ruler of Saint Origin World, the supreme existence. Although Saint Origin Palace was established by the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had actually separated itself from them. Although Desolate Yuan and Desolate Tsong were both members of Desolate family, their positions were different. The meaning they represented was also different. Jiang Qin killing Desolate Tsong was equivalent to going against Saint Origin Palace. In Saint Origin World, Zhou Xian was the first person who dared to go against Saint Origin Palace in public. Chapter 925. The fifth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most powerful and lethal. Desolate Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way he could withstand Zhou Qian's last kick. Desolate Yuan's chest caved in as if it had been pierced through by the kick. His internal organs were spurting out from his mouth. Bang! Desolate Yuan's body landed heavily on the ground, twitching non-stop. At this moment, blood was spurting out from every part of Desolate Yuan's body. He wasn't completely dead yet. His eyes that were filled with blood were filled with unwillingness and fear. He was the pride of the heavens, a supreme genius, the number 1 on the sky ranking. He had countless halos since he was young. He was the number 1 genius of Desolate Clan and was recognized by the higher-ups of Desolate Clan as the person with the highest potential to reach the immortal world. However, all of this was just a bubble. In the face of death, all glory and halos were so fragile. Zhou Qian raised his leg and stepped on Desolate Yuan's face. Number 1 on the sky ranking, number 1 genius of Desolate Clan, the supreme glory of Pure Land. Now that you're under my foot, what qualifications do you have to shout at me? You'll be the same as an ordinary person after you die. Nothing will be left behind after you die. Zhou Qian looked down at Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan was wriggling under his feet as if he was trying to break free, but it was too difficult. He had lost count of the number of times he had used this kind of gaze and posture to look at others. He had even used the same words to his opponents. He had never thought that the same words would be used on him today. Die. Zhou Qian exerted force on his foot, pressing Desolate Yuan's head into the hard soil before lifting his leg. Desolate Yuan, who was on the ground, squirmed a few times before he stopped moving completely. At this moment, the legendary number 1 on the sky ranking, the little monstrous genius in the hearts of countless people, was completely dead. His past could only become the past, a legend. However, as long as the name Zhou Qian exists, he was destined to never become a legend. Even if there were legends about him, they would only serve as a foil for Zhou Qian. At this moment, everyone gasped. The scene before them was like a dream to them. The number 1 on the heaven ranking Xiao Yuan had died just like that. He was killed by Zhou Qian so easily. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, Zhou Qian's figure had become incomparably lofty. In front of him, all the dazzling stars and geniuses were nothing but floating clouds. The genius of the Hua family, who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The arrogance on his face was gone. To him, all of this was like a dream. Even if he didn't know how strong Xiao Yuan was, he knew how strong Xiao Tsong was. In the competition of Saint Origin Palace, he and Xiao Tsong had once confronted each other head-on. But now Xiao Tsong had been instantly killed by Zhou Qian. This meant that even if Zhou Qian had rushed forward, he would have ended up the same as Xiao Tsong. Run. That's right, the only thing he could do now was to run. Perhaps he could still make it if he ran now. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his life here today. Swoosh. However, before the genius of the Hua family could run, he saw a majestic Da Huang dog blocking in front of him, completely cutting off his path of retreat. Hee, it's too late to run now. Da Huang dog smirked. I didn't provoke you. The genius of the Hua family frowned. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill this dog in front of him, but now he had to endure it. Only by compromising could he have a chance of survival. You didn't provoke us first, but so what? Da Huang dog's words made everyone want to spurt out blood. His words were simply shameless, but they also understood that Zhou Qian and the Hua family were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Initially, this genius of the Hua family wanted to attack Zhou Qian, but when he saw how overbearing Zhou Qian was, he refrained from doing so. In other words, before he had the chance to attack, Zhou Qian had already killed the 2 great geniuses of the Desolate family. Damn dog, get out of my way. The genius of the Hua family bellowed and immediately reached out his big hand to grab Da Huang dog. Gee, Da Huang dog wasn't afraid at all. He was now a powerful first-grade great saint, a peak first-grade great saint. Previously, when he was dealing with the Dark Shadow organization, he had personally killed a third-grade great saint, Not to mention that this guy in front of him was just a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a genius of the Hua family, the Huang dog wouldn't be afraid of him. Bang! Rays of golden light flickered on the top of the Huang dog's head, colliding with the big hand of the genius of the Hua family. With a loud bang, the genius was sent flying dozens of meters away by the Huang dog. What? The genius of the Hua family turned pale with fright. He had the urge to spurt out blood. How could he not be able to defeat a dog? Nevertheless, before he could react, the big yellow dog charged at him again. There were a lot of people gathered around. All of them had been in this spatial zone for a long time. Jiang Chen's strength had already made them speechless. But now, this dog was also so tyrannical, completely suppressing the genius of the Hua family. However, the geniuses of the demon race didn't think much of it. They knew the Huang dog very well. This was a very powerful divine beast bloodline. He had entered the 9th level of the suspended tower and summoned the totem divine seal. This was the true genius of the demon race. If he couldn't defeat a genius of the Hua family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the divine beast bloodline? Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. Most of the spatial zone had disappeared. The commotion here was likely to attract powerful experts. He drew out the Heavenly Saint sword, ready to kill the genius of the Hua family. But just at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Earth Devil Beast in the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint. The same was true for the Devil. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd grade Great Saint, and he could advance to the 4th grade Great Saint at any time. Good. It seems that the continuous absorption of energy in the Zulong Tower has brought them great benefits. The Earth Devil Beast has advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, and its combat strength is comparable to a 4th grade Great Saint. It will be a great help to me. Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were now his slaves. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast was, the more help it would be to him. His current combat strength was enough to fight a 3rd grade Great Saint, but he wouldn't be a match for a 4th grade Great Saint. Now that the Earth Devil Beast had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, Jiang Qin would have the ability to fight a 4th grade Great Saint. In order not to affect the advancement of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil, Jiang Qin slowly put down the Heavenly Saint sword and stopped participating in the battle between the Huang dog and the genius of the Hua family. He took a glance at the genius of the Hua family. The genius of the Hua family was no match for the Huang dog at all. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by the Huang dog. Looking at the Huang dog's high-spirited look, Jiang Qin had a feeling that the Huang dog would definitely bite his ass if he took action now. Bang! Under Big Yellow's ferocious attack, the genius of the Hua family fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. Big Yellow's speed was even faster. His huge body also pressed down, but his action was very inelegant. He shook his fat butt and pressed it against the face of the genius of the Hua family. Upon seeing such a scene, Jiang Qin hastily covered his eyes and dodged backwards. He didn't need to see what kind of tragedy was going to happen next. If the genius of the Hua family died under the fart of the Huang dog, he wouldn't be able to raise his head even if he became a ghost. Taste my invincible whirlwind fart. Big Yellow exerted his strength. His butt enlarged by 1-fold. Then everyone heard an earth-shaking rumble that sounded like thunder. A mass of green air rushed out from Big Yellow's butt and landed on the face of the genius from the Hua family, causing it to explode in an instant. Big Yellow's face was filled with disbelief. Rumble. The air dispersed like a violent storm. Everyone heard an inhuman scream from the genius of the Hua family. His whole body was smashed to the ground by the force of De Huang's fart, creating a huge pit with thick green smoke billowing out. Ah! Kill me! The scream from the pit was simply hair-raising. It was obvious that the genius of the Hua family didn't finish his words and was forcefully swallowed by something. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, they clearly saw that the Huang dog seemed to have let out a fart just now. The power of this fart was simply terrifying. However, the aftermath of the fart also drifted towards everyone's face. Those who were originally in a state of shock instantly had their faces distorted. Blurg. Motherfucker, it stinks. Blurg blurg. I'm going to die. I don't want to live anymore. Blurg. Even those minor saint and great sage experts couldn't bear the attack of De Huang Dog's invincible fart. They vomited immediately. Many people's faces turned ashen as they cursed. They suddenly felt that they had lived most of their lives in vain. How could there be such a terrifying fart in this world? As soon as Big Yellow released his fart, many people moved away from him and looked at him with fear. But soon after they shifted their attention to the big pit. They couldn't help but shiver when they thought about the miserable condition of the genius from the Hua family. Big Yellow, you're the genius of the Hua family. They only felt a trace of the aftermath of the airflow, but it was already so unbearable. How miserable would the genius of the Hua family who was in the deep pit with thick smoke at the moment be after being hit head-on? Someone scanned the area with his divine sense and found that the genius of the Hua family was lying quietly in the deep pit. He was motionless. However, judging from his aura, the genius of the Hua family wasn't dead yet. There was only one explanation for why he was motionless. He had fainted. My God. A great sage fainted. This was simply a fantasy. That was a great sage. How could a powerful great sage faint? However, the genius of the Hua family had really fainted. Moreover, he had fainted into a complete mess. De Huang Dog had also created a miracle by knocking out a great sage with a fart. Chapter 926. Amazing. I swear that from now on, De Huang will be my Leopard Wei's idol. Kong Yu and Leopard Wei's facial expression was incomparably marvelous. Their admiration for De Huang Dog was like a torrential river that couldn't be stopped. A fart that could kill a great saint? Only De Huang could do such a miracle. Even if this Hua family guy doesn't die, he will be crippled in the future. De Huang's fart not only knocked him out, but also caused him serious injuries that can't be healed. Moreover, this guy won't be able to lift his head up when he walks. It's impossible for him to return to Saint Origin Palace. Kong Yang clicked his tongue. He could already see that this genius of the Hua family wasn't simply knocked out by a fart. De Huang's fart not only stinks, but also has infinite power. That Hua family guy was just a mighty great saint. If he was replaced by an ordinary minor saint, De Huang Dog's fart was enough to blast him into pieces. You're too inexperienced to fight, Master Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his stout tail, raised his proud head and swaggered to Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that he had no intention of killing the genius of the Hua family. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He didn't plan to attack either. They had the same thought as Kong Yang. There was no need to kill such a person because his future would be worse than death. There were many geniuses of the 5 major families in the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, they hastily scattered in all directions, fearing that Jiang Chen would kill them. Given their strength, they were no match for any of them, let alone Jiang Chen. Kong Yang came to Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at him. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving us today. I'm very grateful. Brother Kong, you don't have to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your father. The Peacock King is now protecting his homeland, so I naturally have to ensure the safety of his descendants. I can see that your injuries are not light, so take this pill as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out 3 pills and gave them to Kong Yang, Leopard Wei and Kong Yu respectively. Leopard Wei and Kong Yu's injuries were the most serious, and if they couldn't recover soon, it would be detrimental to their future journey. The 3 of them didn't hold back. They were now on the same boat as Jiang Chen. To Kong Yang, this was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Chen's power. A 9th-grade great saint could be so terrifying. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Kong Yang rarely admired people, but today he was convinced by Jiang Chen. After swallowing the pill, their complexion instantly changed. They had the same feeling as Gu Lufeng and the others. Originally, they had a lot of healing pills in their hands, but compared to Jiang Chen's pill, they were on a completely different level. Good pill. Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. That's right. The recovery ability of this pill is really strong. I have suffered such serious injuries, but half of them have been healed in such a short period of time. This is too scary. Leopard Wei couldn't help but say. Of course. Jiang Chen not only has a strong combat strength, but he is also a powerful alchemist. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if the one who concocted this pill wasn't Zhou Xian, but him, De Huang. Alright, we shouldn't stay here for long. Too much spatial zone has disappeared. The commotion here is likely to attract more powerful experts. Let's leave first to save ourselves some trouble. Zhou Xian said. All right. Kong Yang nodded, feeling that what Zhou Xian said was very reasonable. Long. However, just as they were about to leave, a hole suddenly burst open in the void. 3 silhouettes appeared at the same time. They were 3 elders wearing different clothes. From their clothes, one of them was from the Desolate family, one from the Hua family, and the last one was from the Narang family. The shocking thing was their strength. The 2 elders of the Hua family and Narang family had reached the 3rd grade great saint, while the elder of the Desolate family was the most terrifying. He had already reached the 4th grade great saint. After the 3 of them appeared, they immediately saw the tragic situation here. Immediately they were enraged and sealed the entire spatial zone. Look, the elders are here. Good. Zhou Xian and his friends are finished this time. He has killed Desolate Yuan and the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. The elders will never let them go. The appearance of these 3 elders made the disciples of the various clans who had just escaped not too far rejoice. On the other hand, Kong Yang's face was getting more and more solemn. The great saints of the ancient humans and the demon race hadn't appeared yet. These 3 experts were all from the enemy forces. The 2 3rd grade great saints were already too much for them to handle, but there was still a powerful 4th grade great saint. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as breathing? Although Zhou Xian was powerful, he was only a 9th grade minor saint after all. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to deal with a powerful 4th grade great saint. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang said worriedly. At this time, Zhou Xian had undoubtedly become their backbone. It doesn't matter. Zhou Xian waved his hand, gesturing Kong Yang and the others not to worry. If it was before, they were afraid that they would really be in danger if they encountered a 4th grade great saint, but just now the Earth Devil Beast had just advanced to the 3rd grade great saint. It wouldn't be a problem for it to fight the 4th grade great saint of the Desolate family. Desolate Yuan, Desolate Kong. After the great saint of the Desolate family appeared, his eyes turned red when he saw the tragic death of Desolate Song and Desolate Yuan. 2 supreme geniuses of the Desolate family were killed just like that. This was a great loss to the Desolate family. There's no need to shout. They were all killed by me. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian spoke to the 3 great saints. Even in the face of such powerful experts, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. It made Kong Yang and the other 2 to wonder where his confidence came from. Damn it. You little bastard. How dare you destroy the 2 great geniuses of our Shao clan? You're simply courting death. I will definitely kill you today and avenge the many people of our Shao clan who died in your hands. The elder of the Desolate family gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to pounce on Zhou Xian and eat him alive. The geniuses of my Hua family are also dead. Zhou Xian, who gave you the audacity to kill the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace? The elder of the Hua family glared at Zhou Xian and roared. I can smell the death qi of the geniuses of my Narang family. It must be him. Everyone here will die today. The demon race is protecting Zhou Xian. That makes him the enemy of our Narang family. The elder of the Narang family was also aggressive. It seemed that he had no intention of letting go of Zhou Xian and Kong Yang. Haha. You 3 old bastards want to kill me, Zhou Xian? That's a child's play. Use whatever means you have. Let's see who will be killed today. Zhou Xian burst into laughter. He was extremely arrogant. It seemed like he didn't put these 3 powerful great saints in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the strength to deal with these opponents, his boldness alone was enough to make people admire him. Boasting shamelessly. It's enough for you, little bastard, to be so arrogant until now. The elder of the Desolate family was infuriated. Immediately he stretched out a big palm that appeared out of thin air and shrouded Zhou Xian. Moreover, his target this time wasn't just Zhou Xian, but also De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. It seemed like he was going to kill all of them in one strike. This person was a dignified 4th grade great saint, the supreme elder of the Desolate family. Today he had taken the initiative to attack a junior from an outsider family. It was undoubtedly a very shameful thing to do, but now that Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were dead, the elder couldn't care less about his reputation anymore. He had to kill everyone related to Zhou Xian in order to vent his hatred. It's over. Kong Yu shuddered. The power of a powerful fourth-grade great saint had far exceeded their ability to resist. The palm strike made them feel a mountain-like pressure, suffocating them and making them incomparably uncomfortable. At this time, even Kong Yang couldn't help but worry, because he couldn't figure out what kind of means Zhou Xian would use to deal with a powerful fourth-grade great saint. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on Zhou Xian's face. He was completely confident that everything was under his control. They had to admit that Zhou Xian's calmness made them feel relieved. Earth Devil Beast, make your move. Zhou Xian summoned the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast rushed out from the Zulong Tower. Everyone saw a pitch-black palm appear out of thin air and hit the palm of the great saint of the Desolate family. Honglong. The heaven and earth shook. The powerful attack of the great saint of the Desolate family was destroyed by the black palm. Howl. Then an earth-shattering roar was heard. A middle-aged man who was as strong as an iron tower appeared. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Endless black devil waves were emitted from his body. He looked like the incarnation of a giant devil. His chi soared to the sky. After the Earth Devil Beast appeared, he immediately laughed wildly. He had just advanced to the third-grade great saint and was in high spirits. As the king of the devil race, he was born to be combative. He had almost gone crazy in the Zulong Tower. Now that he was released by Zhou Xian, he felt like a tiger that had come back to the forest. Who is this? Such powerful devil chi. He isn't human. He belongs to the devil race. He also has the bloodline of the demon race in his body. This is the Earth Devil Beast. The elder of Narang family identified the identity of the Earth Devil Beast through the chi released by the Earth Devil Beast. His facial expression changed immediately. A third-grade great saint Earth Devil Beast is enough to deal with a fourth-grade great saint. How could this little beast have such a powerful Earth Devil Beast beside him? Chapter 927. Wow. Zhou Xian is too ferocious. He has such a powerful Earth Devil Beast with him. Leopard Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. He thought that they were finished, but he didn't expect that Zhou Xian still had a trump card, summoning a powerful Earth Devil Beast at the critical moment. Although this Earth Devil Beast is only a third-grade great saint, its bloodline is very strong. Not only is it a top existence among the demonic beasts, it is also the king of the devils. So even if it is a third-grade great saint, it won't have any problem dealing with an ordinary fourth-grade great saint. I didn't expect that Brother Jiang would have such a trump card. However, even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the elder of the Desolate family, the two third-grade great saints of the Hua family and Narang family wouldn't be easy to deal with. Kong Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The emergence of the Earth Devil Beast had shocked him, but at the same time he was worried. Even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the fourth-grade great saint of the Desolate family, there were still two third-grade great saints of the Narang family and Hua family. Even if it was just a third-grade great saint, it wasn't something that they could handle. Of course, this was because Kong Yang hadn't truly understood Zhou Qian's means. Zhou Qian wasn't an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint, but a peak 9th-grade minor saint, only a step away from the great saint realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary third-grade great saint in his dragon form. Plus, he still had a devil in his hand. I know Zhou Qian very well. He never does things that he isn't confident about. No wonder he was so calm just now. Turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. Kong Yu nodded and said. He had been in contact with Zhou Qian ever since they were in Void Triangular Domain. The things that Zhou Qian did in Void Triangular Domain were truly domineering. Looking at Zhou Qian's confident face, Kong Yu had reason to believe that Zhou Qian would be able to deal with the two third-grade minor saints. It could even be said that Zhou Qian alone was enough to deal with them. On the side, De Huang Dog looked relaxed. He wagged his tail casually. It seemed that he didn't care about these three great sages at all. Others didn't know Zhou Qian's means, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. He knew how powerful Zhou Xian was and how many trump cards he had in his hands. Zhou Xian, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with this kind of demon. Seems like you are also a demon. The elder of the Shao clan accused Zhou Xian loudly. Who I team up with has nothing to do with you. Earth Devil, kill him. Zhou Xian ignored the desolate clan elder's words and immediately ordered the Earth Devil beast to attack. Yes, master. The Earth Devil beast responded and roared. It charged towards the desolate clan's elder with an endless amount of demonic aura. I will block the Earth Devil beast. You two go and kill the others. Today we must kill Zhou Xian. This kid has already grown. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a great threat in the future. The desolate clan elder said loudly to the elders of the Hu clan and the Narang clan. In fact, the relationship between the three clans wasn't very good. However, their attitude towards Zhou Xian was surprisingly consistent. They wanted to get rid of Zhou Xian as soon as possible. They weren't fools. Zhou Xian's growth was too fast. If he continued to grow, he would become a threat to them sooner or later. When Zhou Xian came back from Void Triangular Domain, his cultivation was still very low. It hadn't been a long time since he challenged the geniuses of the Pure Land. Now Zhou Xian had even killed Desolate Yuan. No one in the younger generation of the Pure Land could be his opponent. If they didn't get rid of him now, who knew how strong Zhou Xian would become in the future? All right. The elders of the Hu clan and the Narang clan responded immediately. Both of them attacked Zhou Xian at the same time. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Kong Yang looked over at Zhou Xian. 2 third-grade great saints wouldn't be easy to deal with. All of you stand back. I will deal with them. Zhou Xian said plainly. This? Kong Yang frowned. What is this? Although Master Dog can still kill one of them with my means, Master Dog doesn't intend to do it. These 2 old men are dead for sure. De Huang Dog said and swaggered to the back, leaving the battlefield to Zhou Xian. Upon seeing this, Kong Yang and the other 2 no longer hesitated and followed De Huang Dog. Zhou Xian died. The elder of the Hu clan was enveloped in boundless flames. Suddenly he struck a palm at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian didn't say a word. He struck a palm casually, but this palm strike wasn't ordinary. It was the water dragon seal. After a water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire void dropped abruptly. When the water dragon collided with the elder's attack, the elder's flames were extinguished. What kind of water is this? The elder of the Hu family exclaimed. As a mighty third-grade great saint, he cultivated the supreme cultivation method of the Hu family. Ordinary water couldn't withstand his powerful fire element and would be burned into steam immediately. Under his full force, even an ocean would be vaporized completely. However, Zhou Xian simply struck a water dragon and destroyed his attack. This was simply shocking. It was impossible for him to know that Zhou Xian's water dragon seal wasn't made of ordinary water. It was the heavenly earth pure water, the coldest and heaviest water in the heavens and earth. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain. It was the nemesis of all fire sources. Only the purest yang flame could resist it. Coincidentally, this purest yang flame was also in Zhou Xian's hand. The flame of your Hu clan is too weak for me. I'm the nemesis of your Hu clan. You will be completely restrained by me. Under such restraint, you won't be able to exert your full combat strength. Zhou Xian pointed at the elder of the Hu family and said impolitely. Then I'll kill you. The elder of Narang family struck. He conjured an illusory mountain intending to crush Zhou Xian to death. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you won't be able to live today. Zhou Xian revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. He shouted, Devil, come out and exercise your muscles and bones. As soon as Zhou Xian's voice faded, Devil Qi soared to the sky in the void again. An enormous devil jumped out and destroyed the illusory mountain conjured by the elder with a punch. The devil was the same as the Earth Devil Beast. He had been bored to death in the Zulong Tower for a long time. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of third-grade great saint, he was eager to rush out and start a massacre. The devil's physique was incomparably strong. His physical body was strong and his combat strength was sky-high. In addition to his superior cultivation, The elder of Narang family was no match for him. By God! What kind of monster is that? What a powerful devil chi. It's a devil. It's actually a devil. The devil race's chi has long been exhausted. It has been suppressed by the great lightning tune temple in the devil world. I didn't expect that Xianxia not only has an earth devil beast but also a devil. This is too scary. What a powerful devil. Judging from the devil's chi and cultivation, he is much stronger than the elder of Narang family. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The powerful earth devil beast was already terrifying enough, but now another powerful devil had appeared. Not only were Jiang Chen's trump cards extraordinary, they were also endless. Jiang Chen's trump cards weren't ordinary at all, they were endless. Kong Yang and the other two were stunned once again. Now they finally understood why Jiang Chen was so calm. However, there was a question lingering in their minds. How could Jiang Chen control the earth devil beast and the devil with his current ability? The devil race was wild and unruly and it was very difficult to control them. This was a well-known fact and it was even more impossible to control the earth devil beast. It was the king of the devil race and had a supreme bloodline. You could kill it with powerful means but you would never be able to control it. However, Jiang Chen had done it. No matter what means Jiang Chen used, the three of them admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. The two elders of the Narang family and the Hua family seemed to be grieving, but in fact they were afraid. Haha, if you want to put a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. I, Jiang Chen, don't need you to tell me what to do. Since you have offended me, I will be your devil, your eternal nightmare. Cut the crap and prepare to die. The black-haired elder, Jiang Chen, emitted a domineering aura. The heavenly saint sword rippled in the air, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Whether it was a devil or a devil, as long as they went against him, there was only one ending: death. Brr. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the devil released a devil wave, which directly rushed towards the elder of the Narang family. At the same time, Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly saint sword and appeared in front of the elder of the Hua family in the blink of an eye. This time, Jiang Chen didn't use the heaven and earth pure water. Instead, the heavenly saint sword was covered with a layer of flame. Whether it was the heaven and earth pure water or the true thunderfire, both could completely suppress the Hua family. The heaven and earth pure water was the nemesis of the Hua family, while the true thunderfire and the true dragonfire were the kings of flames. When the flame of the great saint of the Hua family encountered the two flames of Jiang Chen, it could only submit. The elder of the Hua race took out a long spear that was also covered in raging flames. The scarlet flames could burn everything, but unfortunately when it encountered the flames other than the heavenly saint's sword, the flames of the elder of the Hua race immediately trembled violently. It was a kind of fear, a kind of fear, a kind of fear towards a king. Clang. Chapter 928. This little bastard is only a 9th grade minor saint, but he has such a powerful combat strength. Even I am no match for him. The elder of the Hua family was shocked. Even if Jiang Chen could restrain his flame, their cultivation grade wasn't at the same level. There was a difference of 3 grades between a 9th grade minor saint and a 3rd grade great saint. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying 9th grade minor saint. This was beyond his imagination and understanding. Brother Jiang is really scary. Kong Yang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was incomparable. Jiang Chen was a 3rd grade great saint with a great saint weapon. How powerful was that? Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that the heavenly saint sword in the elder's hand wasn't weak at all. Although the current heavenly saint sword hadn't reached the level of a great saint weapon, the power that it could unleash was incomparable to any ordinary great saint weapon. On the other side, the earth demon beast exploded and transformed into its true form. The ferocious earth demon beast alone was like a small mountain. Its 4 eyes flickered like ghosts, forcing the desolate clan elder to retreat. The patriarch of the desolate family roared in anger, but the Earth Devil Beast was too strong. Although the Earth Devil Beast was only a third-grade great saint, it was still able to suppress his opponent. It was impossible for the elder of the desolate family to gain the upper hand in the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the devil was even more ferocious and overbearing. The elder of the Narang family was constantly coughing out blood. It was obvious that both sides weren't on the same level. Xianxia was even more powerful. The waves of qi that he carried were like a vast ocean. He made 3 slashes in a row, causing the elder of the Huo family to spurt out blood. The powerful force made him lose his grip on the long spear in his hand. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Xianxia made another slash. This time the elder of the Huo family let out a wail. He could no longer hold the combat weapon in his hand and it was sent flying away. Xianxia grabbed the long spear and kept it in his pouch. Ha! Xianxia laughed madly and his aura reached its peak. Without waiting for the Huo elder to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Even if the elder of the Huo clan didn't lose the ability to resist, he was still unable to withstand Xianxia's ferocious sword strike. One of his arms was directly chopped off by the heavenly saint's sword. Blood gushed out violently and the void was dyed red. The elder of the fire tribe was terrified. Only now did he understand that he and Xianxia were not on the same level. If he fought against Xianxia, he would be courting death. From the beginning of the battle until now, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. He had been completely suppressed by Xianxia. Now one of his arms had been cut off and his combat strength had been exhausted. If he continued to fight, he would lose his life. Zush. The elder of the Huo family didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately he chose to flee. Unfortunately, Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance to escape. If he didn't choose to attack at the beginning and left directly, perhaps Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop him. But now everything was too late. If he could escape from Xianxia in his current state, Xianxia wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. It's too late to run now. Immediately Xianxia struck out the true dragon palm. The giant dragon claw was like an indestructible cage, pressing down from the sky and enveloping the elder. The elder let out a miserable shriek before he was killed by Xianxia on the spot. What a pity! Xianxia shook his head and sighed inwardly. This was a powerful third-grade great saint. If the Zulong Tower could absorb him, it would bring boundless benefits. However, after the previous experience, Xianxia didn't dare to try it again. That kind of furious qi wasn't something to be trifled with. What? Xianxia killed the elder of the Huo family in such a short time. Such a scene made the 2 great saints of the Desolate family and Narang family exclaim. They initially thought that killing Xianxia would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? The death of the elder of the Huo family didn't make the 2 of them feel better, especially the elder of the Narang family. He had been injured in many places by the devil. His qi was starting to become unstable. The demon roared and unleashed wave after wave of berserk attacks towards the Narang clan's elder. Arg! The elder of the Narang family began to let out a miserable shriek. As his combat strength continued to decline, how could he be a match for the devil? It seemed that he was going to die here today. Blood sacrifice. The elder of the Narang family suddenly let out a roar. Bloody holes appeared on his body. Streams of blood spurted out from those bloody holes. This was an extremely cruel taboo technique. It used injuries to bring great power. Now that his life was at stake, the elder of the Narang family had to use this blood sacrifice technique. However, it was a little too late. With his current state, even if he used the blood sacrifice technique, he wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, the elder of the Narang family did not use the blood sacrifice technique to turn defeat into victory. He only used it to gain the ability to escape. Therefore, he used the blood sacrifice technique to increase his speed. A layer of blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Elder Narang's body. His speed suddenly increased to the extreme. With a swoosh, he disappeared and directly escaped into the inner part of the void. You only know to escape now. Unfortunately, it's completely too late. Xianxia sneered. How could he give the elder the chance to escape? Even if the elder had used the blood sacrifice technique and escaped into the void, Xianxia would still be able to catch him back. His great soul derivation technique was so terrifying that it could penetrate into the interior of the void. Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm once again. Qi-la sound was heard as the void was torn apart. The elder who had escaped into the void was pulled out by Jiang Chen like a little chick. Everyone was stunned by the scene. That was a mighty third-grade great saint. In their eyes he was the supreme existence, their lifelong dream. That level was like a god in their hearts. But now, the mighty third-grade great saint didn't even have the ability to escape. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Don't kill me, Jiang Chen. Let me go. The elder of Narang clan was terrified. He began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die, but not everyone could remain calm in the face of death. Even great sages were the same. The more powerful a person was, the more they were afraid of death. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You want me to let you go? If I fall into your hands, will you be merciful enough to let me go? If that's the case, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen remained unmoved and killed the elder. At this point, 2 third-grade great saints had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Such a loss wasn't small to the 2 major families. Jiang Chen, you have completely infuriated the 5 major families. The next time we meet will be the day you die. The elder of the desolate family uttered a ruthless sentence, then turned into a stream of light and vanished. He had already seen the situation today. With the Earth Devil Beast here, it was completely impossible to kill Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the Earth Devil Beast was too powerful. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Seeing that his opponent had escaped, the Earth Devil Beast roared in exasperation. That's enough, Earth Devil Beast. We can't stop him if he wants to leave. Jiang Chen said. After all, the elder of the desolate family was a powerful 4th-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast might be able to defeat him, but if the elder wanted to escape, the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, it wasn't easy to kill a 4th-grade great saint. The only way to kill the elder of the desolate family was if the elder didn't leave. If the battle continued, the Earth Devil Beast would continue to inflict injuries on him. When the elder was severely injured, he would lose the ability to escape. But now, the elder of the desolate family had fled decisively. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Although the Earth Devil Beast was unwilling, it had no choice but to let the elder of the desolate family leave. Then it and the devil returned to the Zulong Tower under Jiang Chen's command. The battlefield was tragic. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. Many of them still had lingering fear when they recalled the battle just now. It was just too brutal. The battle just now made them understand that even a mighty great saint could be easily killed. Jiang Chen came to Kong Yang and the other 2. The 3 of them finally recovered from the shock. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was completely different now. If Jiang Chen only relied on the Earth Devil Beast and the devil to kill the 2 of them, they might only be shocked that Jiang Chen had the ability to subdue the Earth Devil Beast and the devil, but they wouldn't be shocked to this extent. A 9th-grade minor saint could kill a 3rd-grade great saint so easily. This was simply shocking. Kong Yang knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, you're really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Although this is the first time we've met, I, Kong Yang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Kong Yang held his fists at Jiang Chen. What he said was completely from the bottom of his heart. He was once ranked 3rd on the Sky ranking, the number 1 genius of the demon race, and possessed the powerful peacock bloodline. He, Kong Yang, looked down upon all the heroes. He had never really admired anyone, not even Desolate Yuan and Shirhan, who used to be above him. He was confident that he could surpass them one day. But today he truly admired Jiang Chen. Brother Kong is being too polite. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place immediately. The old man of the desolate family has escaped. Soon more powerful experts will appear here. We won't be able to handle a few 4th-grade great saints, let alone a 5th-grade great saint. Chapter 929. All right. Kong Yang nodded. He felt that what Jiang Chen said was very reasonable. This time the opening of the ancient battlefield was no small matter. It had attracted a lot of attention from the 8 major families in Pure Land. Therefore, not only the young generation but also the older generation experts who came here. The strongest among them had already reached the 5th grade Great Saint. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, it would certainly die if it encountered a 5th grade Great Saint. There was almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the top priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Not long after Zhou Xian and the others left, 2 powerful experts appeared. One of them was the elder of the Desolate family who had escaped earlier. Beside him was another elder of the Desolate family, but this elder's cultivation was truly powerful. He had already reached the 5th grade Great Saint. His powerful chi swept across the entire spatial zone, but he couldn't find any trace of Zhou Xian and the others. It seems like they have already escaped. The 4th grade Great Saint said fiercely. Humph. It doesn't matter. The spatial zone here is still disappearing. The remaining spatial zone is getting lesser and lesser. It will be very easy to find Zhou Xian. This time he must not be allowed to walk out of this ancient battlefield alive. The 5th grade Great Saint harumphed coldly. It's a pity that Desolate Yuan has died. We must avenge him for making our family lose such a dazzling genius. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. His speed of growth is just too fast. How long has it been since he came back from Void Triangular Domain? Now he can easily kill a 3rd grade Great Saint. If he is allowed to grow any further, he will become a huge threat to our family sooner or later. The 4th grade Great Saint said. Thinking of Zhou Qian's scariness, he couldn't help but clench his fists, producing cracking sounds. Zhou Qian was just too powerful. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. A 9th grade minor saint could easily kill a 3rd grade Great Saint. If Zhou Qian advanced to the Great Saint realm, he would become even more powerful. Not long after Zhou Qian and the others left the spatial zone, they met the experts of the demon race. After handing Kong Yang and the other 2 to the experts, he left with De Huang Dog. The secret of the Zulong Tower couldn't be known to outsiders for the time being. He and De Huang Dog still had to kill those evil creatures and monsters. In the next few days, Zhou Qian and Big Yellow were shuttling through different spatial zones, killing countless evil creatures and monsters, obtaining endless energy attacks. The first level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had been condensed by half. Zhou Qian's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade Minor Saint. Currently, Zhou Qian was only 500 dragon marks away from the Great Saint realm. However, it was precisely these 500 dragon marks that caused him great distress. Damn it, isn't your Ancestral Dragon Pagoda a little too abnormal? How much energy has it absorbed, and the first level has not been condensed yet? De Huang Dog was depressed. The problem now isn't with the Zulong Tower but with me. Zhou Qian thought of the key point. De Huang Dog was stunned. That's right. The Zulong Tower has absorbed enough energy. It shouldn't be a problem to completely condense the first level, but I haven't been able to completely condense it because I haven't advanced to the Great Saint realm yet. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There are basically no bottlenecks in my cultivation, but the Great Saint realm is a threshold after all. Even I didn't expect that the difficulty of condensing the last dragon marks would be so great. Zhou Qian felt helpless. The difficulty of condensing the dragon marks was getting more and more difficult. He knew that it was because of the threshold of the Great Saint realm. The last 500 dragon marks would be even harder to condense. I don't think we can just deal with some evil spirits and monsters. I need a certain opportunity to break through to the Great Saint realm. Once I break through to the Great Saint realm, not only the first level of the Zulong Tower will be completely condensed, but the second level will also be completely condensed. Let's go to the deepest level of the ruins now. Zhou Qian said. He was still very interested in the Zulong Tower. Currently, the first level of the Zulong Tower had not been condensed yet. He didn't know what this ancient tower was used for. Now it could only be used as a storage space apart from helping him condense dragon marks and helping him advance. Of course, judging from the collision between De Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower last time, this ancient tower's defense was still very strong. There are fewer and fewer spaces now. Many experts have gone to the deeper level. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous if we go there now. De Huang Dog said. Wealth comes from danger. I can't care so much now. If I can't break through to the Great Saint realm as soon as possible, There will be more dangers in the future. Jiang Chen's imposing manner shook. His entire body turned into a fish in the water. His speed was extremely fast as he flew towards the deeper level of the space. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had been opened for a long time. Many treasures had been excavated. It could be said that the 8 families of the Pure Land had obtained a lot of benefits. However, the dangers that existed everywhere here had also caused the 8 families to lose a lot of talents. Now all kinds of spaces had been shattered. The remaining spaces were getting fewer and fewer. Many experts had gone to the deepest level in an attempt to obtain the real treasures in the deepest level. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered in a space in the deepest level of the ruins. There were at least thousands of people at a glance. Besides the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, there were also some individual cultivators. At this time, everyone was floating in the air. Their eyes were staring at the magma in front of them without blinking. The magma in the air. That's right, it was the magma in the air. At the center of the spatial zone, there was a large amount of magma floating in the air. Looking at it from a distance, it was dozens of miles in radius like a magma ocean. The viscous eyes were blood red in color. A strong heat was emitted from it, causing the temperature of the spatial zone to rise. Under such high temperature, some minor saint experts with lower cultivation base felt uncomfortable. A powerful minor saint expert had a very terrifying physique in Yuan force. Ordinary flames wouldn't have any effect on them. However, the temperature of the magma in front of them was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. This showed how terrifying the magma was. It was conceivable that if a minor saint expert entered the magma ocean, he or she would be burned into nothingness in an instant. Where did this magma come from? It's floating in the air. This is too strange. That's right. The temperature of this magma is too high. It's incomparable to ordinary flames. This is too scary. I guess there must be a powerful existence in this magma. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to float in the air. Look, the great saints of the 8 families of the Pure Land are investigating this magma ocean. I'm sure they will find something. No one wasn't shocked. More and more people were appearing in this spatial zone. Everyone's eyes were staring at the magma ocean without blinking. The conditions for the formation of magma were harsh. Although these experts had seen magma before, this was the first time they saw magma that could float in the air. There seems to be an invisible seal outside the magma ocean. It's blocking our divine sense, but I can feel that there must be a powerful existence in it. Perhaps there is a supreme treasure. An elder of the Hua family said. His cultivation base had reached the 5th grade great saint, but even his divine sense was blocked outside the magma ocean. However, the 5th grade great saint's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the difference in the magma ocean. To the Hua family, the treasures in the magma ocean were what they were most interested in. Their physiques were all fire attribute. If they could find some powerful treasures in the magma ocean, it would bring them endless benefits. There must be a reason for the magma to appear out of nowhere. Any strange place in the heavens and earth would have a certain amount of luck and treasures. This magma ocean must be extraordinary. An elder of the ancient people said. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the magma ocean. Then a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters long floated above the magma ocean. This dragon was completely condensed from the magma ocean. It was a real magma dragon. After the magma dragon appeared, it glanced around. Its eyes were made of flames, but it was emitting an incomparably cold light. Everyone could feel the hostility of this magma dragon. It was a ruthless creature. This could be seen from its eyes. Incredible. The chi of this magma dragon is at least a 3rd grade great saint. An elder of the Narang family exclaimed. It's the heart of Blaze. This dragon is actually evolved from the heart of Blaze. My God, there is actually a heart of Blaze here. An expert exclaimed when he saw the essence of the magma dragon. What? The heart of Blaze. It's the legendary heart of Blaze. This is the legendary heart of the heavens and earth. I never thought that it would really exist. The heart of Blaze is also known as the heart of blazing flame. If someone can get this heart of Blaze and integrate it into his heart, he will have a lofty ambition and look down upon the world. If our Hua family can get this heart of Blaze, we will be able to cultivate an unprecedented genius. At that time, breaking through to the immortal world won't be a problem. It's too precious. This is the real treasure. We must get it. If we can get this heart of blaze, it will bring us endless benefits. Simply immeasurable. A heart of blaze is enough to change the future of our family. Everyone was shocked. No one from the 8 major families could remain calm. The thing that appeared in front of them was the heart of blaze. Putting aside the benefits of the heart of blaze, the magma that was affected by the heart of blaze was an incomparably precious treasure. Chapter 930. The magma dragon roared once more. Then it revealed a sarcastic sneer at everyone. That's right, it was a sarcastic provocation. Judging from the expression of the magma dragon, it didn't put these humans in its eyes at all. Because of the heart of blaze, the magma dragon seemed to have gained spirituality. Although it was provoking them, it could tell that there were many among these people who weren't to be trifled with. So it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Instead it dived into the magma and hid. Long. The magma was rolling, rippling layers of flame waves. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Xian and Big Yellow, who had just arrived. The two of them were hiding far away from them, keeping their composure. Everyone's attention was focused on the heart of blaze. None of them paid any attention to the two of them. What a good treasure. Did you see that? My luck has come again. As long as I get this heart of blaze, I will be able to break through to the Great Saint realm immediately. At that time, the second or even third floor of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with blazing light. No one knew the preciousness of the heart of blaze better than him. He was now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. This last step was very difficult to cross. The condensation of the last 500 dragon marks wasn't a matter of energy, but an opportunity. He needed to stimulate his potential from the origin and advance to the Great Saint realm. This opportunity was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain, but a treasure like the heart of blaze was just right. It was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Great Saint realm. Given his ability, once he advanced to the Great Saint realm, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At that time he would be able to kill a 4th grade Great Saint with ease. He could even deal with a 5th grade Great Saint in his dragon form. You're right. The heart of blaze is indeed a rare treasure. However, given the current situation, wanting to obtain the heart of blaze is undoubtedly a fantasy. De Huang Dog curled his lips. There were 16 5th grade Great Saints from the 8 major families here, not to mention the other Great Saints. Now that the heart of blaze had appeared, which one of them wouldn't want it for themselves? It was no different from a fool's dream for Jiang Chen to get the heart of blaze in this situation. What do you know? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let me tell you, that magma dragon is evolved from the heart of blaze, or should I say the heart of blaze is in the body of the magma dragon. This dragon has already developed spirituality and its cultivation has reached the 3rd grade Great Saint. Such a creature of heaven and earth won't be easy to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, this magma dragon would at least have the combat strength of a 5th grade Great Saint. With the help of the magma, any ordinary 5th grade Great Saint would find it hard to be a match for it. Without the experts of the 8 major families, you and I will only be devoured by the magma dragon, let alone getting the heart of blaze. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose and his eyes shone with wisdom. I know. You want to use the power of the 8 major clans to deal with the magma dragon and reap the benefits. De Huang Dog smiled sinisterly. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen was too good. He could understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's glance. That's right. The heart of blaze is very precious. These people won't miss it if they encounter it. However, if only one clan makes a move, they won't be able to get the heart of blaze. So the 8 major families will definitely try to take down the magma dragon first before deciding how to distribute it. We just have to wait for the opportunity. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Given his eyesight, he could see through the situation in front of him. At this moment, outside the magma ocean, the atmosphere between the experts of the 8 major families was a little tense. Everyone was thinking about how to get the heart of blaze. The relationship between the 8 major families of Pure Land had never been good. They had always fought for themselves without any alliance. At this time the ancient people and the demon race undoubtedly had the upper hand. Because of their relationship with Zhou Xian, the ancient people and the demon race had formed an alliance. At least they weren't enemies. They could stand together at the critical moment. Everyone, this Heart of Blaze is very important to our Hua family. If you give us face today, as long as we get this Heart of Blaze, we will certainly give you treasures in the future. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family said. What a joke. What face does your Hua family have? The Heart of Blaze is important to your Hua family, but it is equally important to us, the ancient people. Plus, this treasure wasn't discovered by the Hua family alone. The 5th grade great saint of the ancient people sneered. What a joke. It wasn't the style of the ancient people to give away such a treasure to others. That's right. The treasure was discovered by everyone. How can you Hua family get it directly? The elder of the Bin family spoke. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Zhou Xian. Plus, this wasn't related to the grudge of Zhou Xian. The Heart of Blaze was a matter between the 8 families of the Pure Land. Naturally, they wouldn't give way to each other. Alright, stop arguing. I'm afraid that the Hua family doesn't have the ability to get the Heart of Blaze. You guys aren't fools. You should be able to see the scariness of this magma dragon. If the Hua family is alone, do you think that the 2 5th grade great saints can take down the magma dragon and get the Heart of Blaze? An elder of the Dan family said. Upon hearing this, many of them fell into contemplation, including the elder of the Hua family. The elder of the Dan family was right. The Heart of Blaze was indeed a good item, but it wasn't easy to get it. After all, the highest cultivation grade among them was only a 5th grade great saint. It was almost impossible for any family to get the Heart of Blaze. If the Hua family was the only one who got the Heart of Blaze, not only would they fail to get the Heart of Blaze, they would also suffer a great loss. The Dan family is right. I suggest that we attack together and take down the magma dragon first. As for the Heart of Blaze, we will decide how to distribute it later. What do you think? The elder of the Shi family said. How should we distribute it? An expert of the Narung family asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. If the distribution wasn't done well, it was afraid that it would cause an earth-shattering war. Isn't it obvious? The Heart of Blaze will be divided into 8 parts, 1 for each family. An expert of the demon race said loudly. Alright, let's do it this way. The expert of the Desolate family said after a moment of consideration. The experts of the other families nodded. Although the experts of the Hua family were unwilling, they had no other choice. Once the Heart of Blaze was divided, its effect would be seriously affected. However, this method was undoubtedly the fairest way to distribute the Heart of Blaze. Otherwise, if no one was willing to give in to each other, a battle would break out. There were so many experts from the 8 families here. If a chaotic battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, the experts of the 8 families reached an agreement. All the 5th grade and 4th grade great saints unleashed their powerful qi, ready to attack the magma ocean. Look, it's time to attack. From afar, De Huang Dog chuckled. A good show is about to begin. Zhou Xian had a smile on his face. The reaction of the 8 families was within his expectation. This was the only way they could deal with the magma dragon. Let me try the ability of this magma dragon first. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family was the first to step forward. He took a step forward and gathered his qi. The flame in his hand expanded and condensed into a beam of fire. No one knew how much destructive force this beam of light carried. It was then launched at the magma ocean. Hong Long. The powerful attack hit the magma ocean. Surprisingly, a seal appeared outside the magma ocean. It formed a bright flame shield, blocking the attack of the elder of the Hua family. Brr. A furious roar was heard from the magma ocean. The action of the elder of the Hua family had undoubtedly enraged the magma dragon. The magma dragon emerged once again, spitting out huge fireballs. Each fireball was made of high-temperature magma. Its speed was extremely fast, rushing in all directions. The 5th grade great saints didn't expect such a sudden change. They just wanted to see what kind of damage the attack of the elder of the Hua family could cause to the magma ocean, but they didn't expect the magma dragon to be so terrifying. Not only was there a seal on the surface, but its attack was also so powerful. Arg! Screams were heard. Although the experts of the 8 families acted in time to stop the attack, some of the fireballs still rushed into the crowd, causing a certain number of casualties to the 8 families. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Leave only the 4th and 5th grade great saints here. The elder of the Hua family turned pale with fright. All the experts quickly joined forces to destroy all the fireballs. Even so, some of them were still killed. This kind of loss that shouldn't have happened made the experts of the 8 families gnash their teeth in anger. For God's sake. This violent dragon is really scary. You are right. Fortunately, there are these experts here. Otherwise, even if you and I found the Heart of Blaze, we won't be able to get it. De Huang Dog was shocked to see this scene from afar. This kind of heaven and earth creature is the scariest. I can see that the magma dragon has just formed not long ago. If it continues to grow, the experts of the Pure Land will be no match for it in less than 3 years. Zhou Xian said. This was all the credit of the Heart of Blaze. He wouldn't miss today's fortune. Not only was the Heart of Blaze a peerless treasure, even the magma contained a huge amount of blazing energy. It was also a rare treasure. If the Hua family could get their hands on this magma, they would be able to produce many geniuses. Chapter 931. The whole scene became restless. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Many of the experts from the 8 families retreated to a very far distance. Looking at the scattered corpses that were hit by the fireball, they felt their hearts pounding violently. They had underestimated the strength of the magma dragon. As a matter of fact, when someone said that the magma dragon was only a 3rd grade great saint, many of them felt relieved. After all, there were too many experts in the 8 families of Pure Land. Putting aside the dozens of 4th grade great saints, there were also 16 5th grade great saints. What could a 3rd grade great saint magma dragon do to such a powerful group? Everyone, let's work together to break the defense of the magma dragon first. Only by breaking the defense can we subdue the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze. An expert of the Desolate family said. That's right. This defense is too amazing. It's hard to break it alone. We have to work together. As long as the defense is broken, no matter how powerful the magma dragon is, it won't be a match for so many of us. The elder of the Hua family nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the magma dragon was when he took the initiative to attack. Cut the crap. Let's do it. The aura of the great sage of the demon race shook as his demonic chi soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly leopard. This was a supreme expert of the heavenly leopard race, and his status in the demon race was extremely high. It could be said that he was second only to the great sage and above tens of thousands of people. The huge heavenly leopard let out a roar and attacked the lava. At the same time, the other experts didn't hesitate and launched their attacks. Some of them struck out a violent combat technique, some of them created a sky, some of them unleashed a fiery long sword, some struck out a dark wheel, and some took out a great saint weapon. 16 5th grade great saints and dozens of 4th grade great saints attacked at the same time. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was about to explode. The chi of destruction was everywhere. The aftermath of the energy was rustling. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the palpitation. The sky was filled with magnificent colors of energy. The 9-colored brilliance of energy filled everything. It looked extremely beautiful, but behind the beauty was real destruction. Countless people felt a sense of pressure. Outside such a battlefield, not to mention those minor saints, even half of the great saints had difficulty breathing. Terrifying. I'm afraid I can only see such a scene once in my life. Dozens of great sage experts have joined forces to attack. This scene can only be described as soul-stirring. The sky and the earth are about to change color. We'd better stay away from them lest we get caught in the crossfire. This is not a joke. You're right. We simply cannot participate in such a battle. Even if we were to get close, we would still be in danger. Everyone felt a trace of horror. Such a battle scene was too horrifying. Many people had never seen such a thing in their lives. This was the first time that the 8 races of the Pure Land cooperated. Of course, this was related to their goals and benefits. Rumble. All the attacks hit the outside of the magma and almost scattered the magma. But what was shocking was that the layer of defense outside the magma was too terrifying. The joint attacks of so many experts only made the defensive shield shake violently and some cracks appeared on it, but it didn't break. What a powerful defense. Everyone continued to attack. Cracks have already appeared on the defensive shield, which means that it's not indestructible yet. An expert shouted. At this time many people were shocked. They knew very well how powerful the joint attack of so many experts was. But even under such a fierce attack, the defense outside the magma still couldn't be broken. This made those who thought that they could kill the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze with their own strength felt how ridiculous their original idea was. Not to mention killing the magma dragon, just the defense outside the magma alone couldn't be broken even if they exhausted themselves to death. Rumble. Dozens of great sages once again joined forces and launched the same fierce attack. This time the defense outside the magma shook more violently. Not only that, but more and more cracks appeared. Such a situation made the experts present couldn't help but feel happy. If this situation continued, the defense would be completely destroyed after 2 more attacks at most. However, at this moment the magma dragon was also enraged. Its huge body once again pierced through the magma. As the magma dragon's body swayed, countless fireballs once again flew out in a frenzy. But this time, due to the experts' preparations, the fireballs did not hit the people in the distance. Otherwise, it would be another disaster for those cultivators. The magma dragon was incomparably furious. Its eyes looked even colder. It opened its huge mouth and brought along a sea of magma as it charged towards those experts. Everyone be careful. Attack together. An expert of the Desolate family shouted. All the experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that this dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Immediately they launched another attack. However, the dragon was indeed ferocious. It used the defense outside the magma to block the attacks of the experts and swallowed a powerful 4th grade Great Saint with its huge mouth. Arg! The 4th grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling cry before vanishing completely. He was devoured by the vicious dragon, leaving nothing behind. Countless people couldn't help but gasp at the incomparably cruel scene. It was too horrifying. That was a mighty 4th grade Great Saint, but he was swallowed in a single bite. How cruel was the scene? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine such a scene. That's right. Damn it. This dragon is too scary. Fortunately we didn't attack it. In the distance Big Yellow couldn't help but shiver. The joint attack of so many experts was earth-shattering and destructive, but under such circumstances, not only did it not cause any damage to the evil dragon, but it had also cost them a 4th grade Great Saint. Big Yellow was shocked. The dragon is borrowing the power of the magma. If it loses the magma, it won't be able to exert such powerful combat strength even if it has the Heart of Blaze. However, a creature of heaven and earth like this is very scary. We can't underestimate it. We are no match for it. That 4th grade Great Saint will end up like that. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Truly amazing. De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise. But this dragon is going to die today. Its defense can only withstand 1 or 2 more attacks at most. Once its defense is broken, the dragon will fall into a passive position. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before it is killed by so many experts. Jiang Qin said. On the blazing battlefield, the loss of a 4th grade Great Saint made the other 4th grade Great Saints tremble with fear, fearing that they would be the next one to be eaten by the dragon. Listen, all the 4th grade Great Saints stand at the back. The experts of the ancient people said loudly. This dragon was too scary. There was no need to cause more losses. All the 4th grade Great Saints quickly retreated to the back, ready to attack from the back. 16 5th grade Great Saints surrounded the magma firmly, not giving the dragon a chance to hurt anyone. The defense is going to collapse soon. An expert of the Hua family shouted. 16 5th grade Great Saints attacked together again. Powerful combat techniques and Great Saint weapons were unleashed, sending out countless energy waves, hitting the magma defense again. After 2 consecutive collisions, the defense finally let out a cracking sound and completely shattered. Roar. The instant its defenses were shattered, the evil dragon let out a world-shaking roar. Its massive body brought along a sea of lava as it wreaked havoc in the sky. Boundless energy and fireballs filled the air as the evil dragon went completely berserk. Fight! All the 5th grade Great Saints were excited. They didn't believe that the dragon could withstand all of their attacks now that the defense was broken. The sky trembled. Rolling energy was everywhere. 9-colored light engulfed everything and filled the entire spatial zone. The 16 5th grade Great Saints continued to attack. At this critical moment they had seen the hope of victory. The evil dragon finally let out a blood-curdling screech. Even though it was supported by the magma, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Everyone could see that the evil dragon's body doubled in size. It absorbed all the magma into its body. At this time the sea of magma disappeared, and there was only a tyrannical evil dragon in the sky. The dragon screamed again and again as it dragged its huge body trying to escape. The dragon is escaping. Seal this place. Someone shouted. How could they give the magma dragon a chance to escape at this moment? All the 5th grade Great Saints had gone crazy. Each of their eyes turned red as they used their unparalleled techniques to seal the void of the magma dragon. At this time the dragon was like a turtle in a jar trapped in a big cage. Although it roared furiously, it couldn't change the fact. The elder of the Hu family began to laugh wildly. The 16 5th grade Great Saints launched their attacks again. They had already seen that this magma dragon could recover itself by relying on the magma. So they wanted to take advantage of its weakness and not give it a chance to recover. Finally, under the joint attack of these experts, half of the dragon's body was broken. The sea of magma appeared again. The dragon dived into the magma, but it was useless to dodge. The terrifying attack descended once again. The evil dragon was already beaten to the point where it couldn't fight back. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. Kept howling in pain. Could be felt that every time it howled its body would shrink a little. The opportunity is coming. Chapter 932. At this time, Xianxia was like a ghost hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any time. The moment he had been waiting for was coming. He had reason to believe that the magma dragon wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes under the joint attack of these experts. The malevolent dragon is dying. The great saint of the Hu family laughed. Seeing the magma dragon getting smaller and smaller, their faces were filled with excitement. There were too many experts on their side. The malevolent dragon wouldn't be able to withstand their frenzied attacks. Continue to attack. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The experts of the desolate family yelled. No one dared to be negligent. Once again they attacked frantically, exerting all of their combat strength. This magma dragon could recover by relying on the magma. As long as the heart of blaze was present, the malevolent dragon wouldn't die. It wasn't easy for them to achieve this victory. They would never give the malevolent dragon a chance to recover. The violent attacks once again bombarded the body of the magma dragon. The dragon let out a tragic roar. It continued to roar and continued to respond to the attacks, shooting out fireballs and spitting out pillars of magma. However, at this moment the magma dragon had already been seriously injured. The attacks that it displayed were only half as powerful as when it was at its peak. For the masters of the 8 major clans it was no threat at all. Even though the magma dragon was very unwilling, it could do nothing. In such a situation, it did not even have the chance to escape, let alone resist. It could only rely on the magma as its last resistance, a last-ditch struggle. The attacks of the experts were continuous. Every time they bombarded the body of the evil dragon, the body of the evil dragon would shrink a bit. 2 minutes later the evil dragon let out another blood-curdling screech. Its body was only left with the last 3 meters of its body. The current magma dragon was only left with the cultivation of a first-grade great saint. It was no longer able to resist these powerful 5th-grade great saints. Furthermore, a fist-sized scarlet crystal could be seen on the neck of the magma dragon. It was the heart of blaze. Look, the heart of blaze is in the body of the malevolent dragon. It's the heart of blaze. Let's attack again and destroy the body of the malevolent dragon. The heart of blaze will automatically fall into our hands. Awesome. Finally, I've seen the legendary Heart of Blaze. Even if we can only get 1/8 of it, it's still a rare treasure that can be used to create a supreme genius. The magma dragon was already at the end of its flight. Many people could see the Heart of Blaze. Even with the protection of the magma dragon could only withstand one more attack from these experts before it was completely destroyed. At that time, the Heart of Blaze would be obtained by the 8 great clans. Even the magma would be divided among the 8 great clans. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at the Heart of Blaze. My chance has come. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a strange light. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Be careful. This isn't a joke. De Huang Dog reminded solemnly. The experts of the 8 major clans had spent a great deal of effort to defeat the evil dragon. Now that they had achieved something, it was snatched away by Jiang Chen. How could they accept this? They would definitely be enraged on the spot. Moreover, considering the relationship between Jiang Chen and the 5 major clans, it would be strange if those old fellows did not beat Jiang Chen to death. Humph. Fortune comes from danger. As long as the ancient people and the experts of the demon race can hold them off for a while, I will succeed. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. This was his only chance to break through to the Great Saint Realm. He couldn't miss it. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's body flickered and vanished. He used the spatial shift to travel at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through those experts and entered the magma. Honglong. A loud bang appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then those 5th grade great saints who had just launched their last attack saw a blood-red dragon claw descending from the sky, enveloping the magma dragon in an instant. Plop. A half-human half-dragon fell into the magma with a plop, along with the magma dragon and the Heart of Blaze. What? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our treasure? Courting death. Everyone was infuriated. It's Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. This bastard has been hiding in the dark and took away the Heart of Blaze at the critical moment. Behind them, the 4th grade great saint who was defeated by the Earth Devil Beast roared. For a moment, the name Jiang Chen exploded in the crowd. The facial expression of those 5th grade great saints changed dramatically. Each of them gritted their teeth. They hated Jiang Chen to the bone. One of the most important figures in this ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Chen. Now they hadn't even made a move to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to appear. Not only did he take the initiative to appear, but he had also snatched the fruit of their labor at such a critical moment. This was simply intolerable. Kill. Skin this little bastard alive. How dare he scheme against us? The 5th grade great saint of desolate family said with a face full of tyranny. Elders, please help me buy some time. I am breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. Once I succeed, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, Jiang Chen's divine sense spread out from the magma, falling into the ears of every elder of the demon race and the ancient people. Without any delay, the experts of these 2 families stood in front of the magma, confronting the other 6 families. The relationship between the 2 families and Jiang Chen had long been fixed. Not to mention the demon race, Jiang Chen had once entered the suspended tower and De Huang was one of them. It was the same for the ancient people. Jiang Chen was the son-in-law of the ancient people, which meant that he was a member of the ancient people. Even the patriarch Gu Xiantian had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen was one of them, they naturally had to help him. In their point of view, it would be better if the Heart of Blaze could be obtained by Jiang Chen. It was better than sharing it equally among the 8 families. Ancient people, demon race, what are you doing? The great saint of the Hua family shouted. So many of you are bullying a junior. Don't you think it's too much? The elder of the heavenly leopard family said loudly. Too much. Old leopard, it's easy for you to say that. This little bastard is clearly using us to deal with the true dragon. He has snatched our treasure at the critical moment. We must kill him. The Heart of Blaze belongs to all of us. That's right. This little bastard is simply insane. He actually set his sights on the Heart of Blaze. Moreover, this person has a deep grudge against us. It couldn't be better for him to come out and throw his life away. Cut the crap. You 2 families better move away now. Otherwise we won't be polite anymore. The people of the 5 families were completely infuriated. They had tried their best to defeat the evil dragon. If the Heart of Blaze was obtained by Zhou Xian, they would definitely vomit blood. So what if we aren't polite? Zhou Xian is now the son-in-law of our ancient people. He is also one of our ancient people. Whoever wants to kill him, our ancient people will be the first to disagree. The elders of the ancient people were also extremely powerful. They did not make a move and just bought time for Zhou Xian. For Zhou Xian, the most important thing now was time. He did not delay at all in the magma. The evil dragon was crushed by Zhou Xian almost without any resistance. Then he directly swallowed the Heart of Blaze. Under the crazy operation of the dragon transformation skill, the Heart of Blaze began to be refined quickly. At the same time, Zhou Xian took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like the big mouth of an ancient beast. It began to crazily absorb all the magma. The magma contained a huge amount of energy which was of great use to the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks began to condense rapidly. 100, 200 and soon 300 were condensed. There were only 200 left to the Great Saint Realm. Rumble. The rumbling sound in the magma was endless. A large amount of magma disappeared quickly. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all experts. I don't know what that little bastard is doing inside. He has already obtained the Heart of Blaze and is absorbing the magma. We must stop him quickly. If the Heart of Blaze is refined by him, all our efforts will be in vain. We will fail at the last step and become a gift for others. The elders of Dan clan said loudly. Cut the crap. Fire clan, Stone clan, you two block the people of Demon clan and Ancient people. The rest of you capture Zhou Xian. The experts of Shao clan said sternly. They had already seen that the Ancient people and Demon clan were helping Zhou Xian to delay time. Once Zhou Xian refined the Heart of Blaze, all their previous efforts would be a gift for Zhou Xian. However, they did not believe that Zhou Xian could refine the Heart of Blaze in such a short time. It was not so easy to refine such a treasure of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they did not know the horror of dragon transformation skill. Not to mention the Heart of Blaze, even if it was a powerful treasure, it would be a piece of cake under the operation of dragon transformation skill. Fight. The experts of Hua clan shouted and took the lead to attack the ancient people. On the other side, the experts of Shi clan were also fighting against the Demon clan. The 8 major clans that were united before had clashed with each other. The faces of the ancient people and the Demon clan were incomparably ugly. They wanted to help Zhou Xian delay time, but there were too many enemies. They were powerless. Now they were being blocked by the Shi clan and Hua clan. There was no way they could help Zhou Xian to stop the other 4 clans. The Bin clan had always been neutral when it came to the issue of Zhou Xian. After all, Zhou Xian did not attack the experts of the Bin clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, now that it was about the Heart of Blaze, the Bin clan couldn't ignore it. If they didn't cooperate with the other 4 clans to deal with Zhou Xian, they would not be able to divide the Heart of Blaze. Chapter 933. This bastard is too audacious. He still dares to attack in such a situation. He must be courting death. That's right. He thinks that no one will dare to attack him just because he has the support of the ancient people and the demon race. What a joke. The Heart of Blaze was won by the experts of the 8 major families. If it falls into the hands of this bastard, where will the 8 major families put their faces? Don't worry. He's going to die for sure. Now that the Shi family and Hua family are blocking the demon race and the ancient people, the experts of the other 4 families are going to deal with Zhou Xian. That brat is just a minor saint. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for so many 5th-grade great saints. Many of them were ridiculing Zhou Xian, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Zhou Qian's audacity. His audacity was boundless and insane to such an extent. However, in the eyes of many people, such audacity was a display of stupidity because Zhou Xian was too ignorant of the current situation. A genius like him couldn't even see the current situation clearly. Attacking in such a situation was no different than courting death. It turns out that Brother Jiang has been hiding in the dark all this while, but his current situation is really dangerous. Kong Yang, who was standing at a very far distance, saw everything. His face was full of worry. Brother Jiang is really a peerless hero. This heart of blaze is also known as the ambition of raging flame. It's the perfect match for someone like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang can refine it, you will get unimaginable benefits and you will be able to exert the power of the heart of blaze to the extreme. Unfortunately, the situation is too dangerous. We are too weak to provide any help and can only watch helplessly. Gu Lufeng shook his head and sighed. As a genius, he had been completely subdued by Zhang Chen, but even he knew how dangerous the situation was for Zhang Chen. All the experts of the Desolate family, Dan family, Narang family and Bin family, including 8 5th-grade great saints and nearly 24th-grade great saints. Not even the evil dragon could resist such a force, so how could Zhang Chen resist it? The battlefield was filled with flames. Destructive energy was raging everywhere. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. The geniuses of the ancient people and the demon race were completely pinned down. It was impossible for them to help Zhang Chen. On the other side, the experts of the 4 families were ready to attack Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen could only rely on himself. Currently, Zhang Chen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, another 100 dragon marks were formed. There were only 100 more dragon marks left before he could break through to the 1st-grade great saint. The only thing he needed to do now was to seize the time to do so. Honglong. However, the people on the outside obviously didn't want to give him any time. An enormous wave of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the magma. If Zhang Chen was hit by this boundless energy head-on, he would be torn into pieces. Zulong Tower, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. As long as I can withstand this wave of attack, I will be able to advance to the Great Saint realm. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and released the Zulong Tower completely. The huge blood-red ancient tower enveloped Zhang Chen completely. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil inside instilled all their energy into the Zulong Tower, hoping to increase the power of the Zulong Tower. Honglong. The attacks of all the experts of the 4 families hit the Zulong Tower at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Kong Yang and a Huang Dog felt that it was difficult to breathe. No one could estimate the power of the joint attack of so many experts, but they were sure of one thing. If they were hit by this energy, there would only be one ending for them. They would certainly be smashed into pieces. Zhang Chen was betting now. He had pinned all his hopes on the Zulong Tower. Although the first floor of the Zulong Tower hadn't been fully condensed, it wouldn't be too weak as a true dragon supreme treasure. Furthermore, the collision between the Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower proved that the Zulong Tower had an amazing defensive power. Ka-ka. The boundless energy hit the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks were everywhere. It was on the verge of shattering. Zhang Chen, who was in the Zulong Tower, was greatly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Master, the ancient tower is about to shatter. We won't be able to withstand another attack from those experts. We will all die. The Earth Devil Beast said. Shut up. Zhang Chen shouted coldly. This situation was within his expectation. The Zulong Tower had just condensed. It was already quite good that it could help him block one attack. It was already beyond his expectation that it didn't shatter directly. For Zhang Chen, this short period of time was enough. He believed that the emergence of the Zulong Tower would certainly shock the opponents for a short period of time. This time was enough for Zhang Chen to break through to the Great Sage realm. In fact, as Zhang Chen expected, everyone's eyes fell on the blood-red ancient tower that was about to shatter. They were shocked. What's that thing? It can actually block our attack. This little bastard has a lot of treasures on him. But it's impossible for this treasure to stop us. It's about to shatter. Let's attack again and break this treasure. Then we'll find Zhang Chen. Humph. This little bastard thinks that he can stop us with a defensive treasure. It's ridiculous. The experts of the 4 clans were shocked by the appearance of the Zulong Tower. But after a short period of shock, they were ready to attack again. Ancient people and the people of the demon race were extremely nervous. They didn't know what other tricks Zhang Chen had up his sleeve. But now it was really a moment of life and death. At this moment, Zhang Chen's eyes were brighter than the stars. His expression was incomparably dignified. He was racing against time. The number of dragon marks had been completely condensed. A large number of top-grade true metastones were consumed freely. The Zulong Tower was also working hard to absorb the magma to restore itself. He broke through. The great sage realm was finally broken through. Jiang Chen's aura surged out of his body like a storm. It was like a monstrous wave. At this time the attacks of those experts also came again. Jiang Chen put away the Zulong Tower directly. He spent a lot of effort to condense the Zulong Tower. Once it was broken it would need to be condensed again. Moreover, after he advanced to the Great Sage Realm, the Zulong Tower also shook violently. The original broken parts began to recover gradually. At the same time, it was rapidly condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen let out a wild roar towards the sky. His body doubled in size like a peerless dragon. He waved his hand and struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. 15 powerful azure dragons whizzed out and attacked the experts of the 4 major families. Rumble. The violent energy was like a stormy sea, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone stared at everything in front of them with their eyes wide open. Whether it was Jiang Chen's enemies or friends, they were all in shock. By God! What did I just see? Jiang Chen has advanced to the Great Saint Realm. That's right. That's the chi of a great saint. He has refined the heart of Blaze in such a short period of time and advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Isn't he a little too powerful? Haha. Brother Jiang is really awesome. He actually advanced to the Great Saint Realm at this time. He was able to kill a 3rd grade Great Saint when he was still a 9th grade Great Saint. Now that he has advanced to the Great Saint Realm, I'm afraid that he can kill a 4th grade Great Saint. He even has the strength to fight an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. However, there are 8 5th grade Great Saints in front of us. No one wasn't shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would advance to the Great Saint Realm at such a critical moment? In their opinion, Jiang Chen was going to die today. There was no possibility of him surviving the attacks of so many experts. However, nothing was impossible for a person who could always create miracles. Today Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle at the last moment. Bastard. This little bastard has really refined the heart of Blaze. Damn it. He has advanced to the Great Saint Realm. I wonder if our attacks just now have killed him. Seal everything here. We must not let this little bastard run away. The experts of the 4 major families were infuriated. They had the urge to vomit blood. They had gone through untold hardships to eliminate the evil dragon and obtain the heart of Blaze, but all of their hard work had gone to someone else. In the end it was Jiang Chen's doing. How could they bear this? At this time the ancient people and the experts of the demon race stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked at the center of the frenzy. Their eyes were filled with strange colors. The chaotic energy dissipated. Jiang Chen's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The current Jiang Chen was still in his half-dragon form, but his body was much bigger than before. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously he had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. The gap between great saints wasn't small. It was different from minor saints. So, even if Jiang Chen was in his half-dragon form, he could only barely fight a 5th grade Great Saint. It was almost impossible for him to kill a 5th grade Great Saint. Just now, he had to withstand the joint attack of 8 5th grade Great Saints and 24th grade Great Saints. All right. The experts of the ancient people were pleasantly surprised. They could already see that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 1st grade Great Saint. Plus, he was still unscathed under the attacks of so many people. Such an abnormal ability was simply unprecedented. Bastard. Everyone, let's attack together. We must eliminate this brat today. If he continues to grow, he will become a big threat to us sooner or later. We must eliminate him. Chapter 934. The scene that had just been silent for a moment erupted again. Although the Stone family and the ancient people didn't attack, it was impossible for them to help Jiang Chen as long as the Stone family and Hu family stood in front of the demon race and the ancient people. The destructive qi pervaded the air once more. The means of a great saint could destroy the heavens and earth with just a casual move. Even destroying a part of the sky was a very simple matter. At this moment, the experts of the 4 major families had sealed the entire spatial zone, not giving Zhou Xian a chance to escape. Even the Bin family did the same. They were now involved in the battle and had witnessed the terrifying potential of Zhou Xian. A brat who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm was able to withstand the joint attack of so many experts without dying. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such an abnormal existence in the heavens and earth. It was imaginable that if Zhou Xian was allowed to continue to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. The Bin family remained neutral in the beginning, but since they had taken action today, there was no way for them to withdraw themselves from this battle. They had also heard about Zhou Qian's means. Today they had taken action. If Zhou Xian grew stronger in the future, he would definitely go against them. Instead of that, it would be better for them to unite with the other 3 families to eliminate him. The current Zhou Xian didn't put these experts in his eyes. Although his current combat strength wasn't enough to defeat these 5th-grade great saints, he wasn't afraid of them. All his attention was now on the Heart of Blaze. This Heart of Blaze was really powerful. In a very short period of time, it had helped him condense another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 81,000. With another 1,000 more dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 2nd-grade great saint. Not only that, the Heart of Blaze had other magical uses. Zhou Xian was still exploring them. Furthermore, after he advanced to the 1st-grade great saint, the first level of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. The Zulong Tower had absorbed all the magma, and the stimulation from his advancement had also completely condensed the 2nd level. In other words, the current Zulong Tower had already condensed 2 levels. Looked even more solid and majestic. A casual move of it would release boundless desolate force. Rumble. The attacks of the experts from the 4 major clans once again arrived before Zhou Xian. The void was shattered inch by inch and the entire space was in a frenzy. Zhou Xian felt like he was in the middle of a storm. He suddenly raised his head and 2 beams of ferocious light flashed in his eyes. The 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was once again unleashed by Zhou Xian in a frenzy, colliding with the spreading energy. An energy storm was formed and Zhou Xian was completely engulfed in it. He was caught in the eye of the storm. Such an attack was too strong. To put it bluntly, if a 4th-grade great saint was caught in it, he would be killed instantly. Even an ordinary 5th-grade great saint would be seriously injured if caught in it. After all, such an attack had combined the energy of 8 5th-grade great saints and 24th-grade great saints. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Thud thud thud, Zhou Xian was sent flying away by the frenzied energy. The green dragon that he unleashed was completely destroyed. Zhou Xian was severely injured once again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Xian, you are indeed a miracle. A brat who has just advanced to the 1st-grade great saint is able to withstand 2 of our attacks without dying, but compared to us, you are still too weak. Today you will die for sure if we attack together. The great saint of Desolate family said loudly. Kill him and take out the Heart of Blaze. The elder of Dan family said sternly. He couldn't wait to tear Zhou Xian into pieces. A bunch of old bastards. You have forced me to do this. Zhou Xian wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes were filled with ferocious light. He was concentrating on condensing the Zulong Tower and exploring the Heart of Blaze. But these old bastards kept attacking him. This had undoubtedly infuriated Zhou Xian. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Little beast, you have just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Don't tell me you still have any means to fight us? A great saint of Narung family sneered. Jia, these old bastards are going to suffer in a while. De Huang Dog smiled evilly from afar. Others might not know about Zhou Qian's means, but he knew it very well. As long as Zhou Xian advanced to the Great Saint realm, everything would be fine and no one would be able to do anything to him. De Huang, could it be that Brother Zhang still has some powerful means? Kong Yu asked doubtfully. That's right. Although Brother Zhang has advanced to the Great Saint realm, he is just a 1st-grade great saint. It is already very heaven-defying to be able to survive the joint attack of so many experts. It's almost impossible for Brother Zhang to turn defeat into victory when there's a huge gap in their cultivation. Leopard Wei also looked at De Huang Dog in surprise. because he couldn't think of any means that Jiang Chen had to deal with so many 5th-grade Great Saint experts. You all have overlooked one thing. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation befall Jiang Chen when he advanced to the Great Saint realm? De Huang Dog smiled mischievously. That's right. I've been wondering about it. One should know that the heavenly tribulation would befall immediately after an ordinary expert advanced to the Great Saint realm, but Brother Jiang has already advanced to the 1st-grade Great Saint, but the heavenly tribulation hasn't befallen him yet. What's going on? Kong Yang also looked at De Huang Dog. As someone who had experienced it before, he had more right to speak than Kong Yu and Leopard Wei. He knew more about the situation of advancing to the Great Saint realm. When he advanced to the Great Saint realm, the heavenly tribulation befell him immediately. Undoubtedly, the current situation of Jiang Chen was very strange. Because Jiang Chen can control the time of the heavenly tribulation by himself. You all will see. De Huang Dog's face was full of confidence. Not only did he know that Jiang Chen could control the time of the heavenly tribulation, but he also knew that once the heavenly tribulation was over, Jiang Chen's cultivation would probably advance to the 2nd-grade Great Saint. At that time, any 5th-grade Great Saint and 6th-grade Great Saint would be killed instantly. At that time, no one in the entire Pure Land would be able to kill him. What? I have never heard of someone who can control the heavenly tribulation by himself. Kong Yang exclaimed. He couldn't believe his ears. His knowledge wasn't shallow, but he had never heard of anyone who could control the time of the heavenly tribulation. The experts of the 4 major families were ready to attack again. They had completely regarded Jiang Chen as their prey. Today they were determined to destroy Jiang Chen here. However, they were still angry because of the Heart of Blaze incident. They wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but they had neglected one thing, Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. Although this was the internal space of the ancient battlefield, it was impossible to stop the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was everywhere. No matter where you were or what spatial zone you were in, it would cause the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. It was the same in countless planes. Even if you were in the high and mighty immortal world, you still wouldn't be able to get rid of the deterrence of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with cruel light. He could already see that these old guys wouldn't let him go. They wouldn't allow him to explore the Heart of Blaze. In that case, there was no need for him to be polite. He would trigger the heavenly tribulation and consign these people to eternal damnation. Rumble. The experts of the 4 major families were just ready to attack again. Suddenly the sky and earth roared. The color of the sky changed completely. There was the sound of thunder everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky. In just a blink of an eye, endless thunder and lightning flashed and swept across the entire sky. A huge thunder and lightning vortex appeared above Jiang Chen's head. It's the heavenly tribulation. Everyone retreat. The great sage of Shao clan exclaimed quickly. The heavenly tribulation was not a joke. Once you were involved, you would trigger your own tribulation and die tragically under the heavenly tribulation. The other experts of the 4 major families retreated in a hurry when they saw the situation. How could they still care about killing Jiang Chen? If they were involved in the thunderclouds, it would be embarrassing. Why is this kid's heavenly tribulation so strange? Why didn't it appear when he was advancing to the great sage just now? It only appeared now. I can't care so much. Everyone retreat. Otherwise, if you are involved in the thunderclouds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Chen will definitely die. After he passes the heavenly tribulation, he will be in a serious period of weakness. At that time it will be easy to kill him. The entire space shook violently. Everyone began to retreat and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. In the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, no one dared to take their own lives as a joke. Ancient people and the experts of the demon clan all showed a strong worry on their faces. They did not know that the arrival of the heavenly tribulation was deliberately controlled by Jiang Chen. They did not know how brilliant Jiang Chen's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation was. They were worried about Jiang Chen's situation after crossing the heavenly tribulation. It was conceivable that after Jiang Chen crossed the heavenly tribulation he would fall into a period of weakness. Who could save him at that time? The other 6 major families were different. Each of them showed a sneer on their faces. They were very clear that no matter how powerful a practitioner was, he must be single-minded when crossing the heavenly tribulation. He dared not relax even a little. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Xian was bound to be the same. When he fell into a period of weakness, it would be easy for them to kill him. Howl. The thunderclouds in the sky shook violently. Everyone looked at it and saw a golden dragon with a length of 100 feet in the depths of the thunderclouds. It was circling and dancing, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Next to the dragon, there was a big bird emitting a 9-colored light. The big bird was incomparably mystical. It exuded arrogance from head to toe. Although it was not a real existence, its posture alone made people unable to help but have the thought of worshipping it. Divine Bird Phoenix. Yes, that was the legendary Divine Bird Phoenix. Oh my god, the dragon and phoenix roar together. Turns out to be the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. How is this possible? This is really the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon and phoenix roar together. This is the symbol of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. There has never been a tribulation in history. Generally, when people advance to the Great Sage, it is already very terrifying to attract the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. This Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation has never appeared. This is the first time. Chapter 935. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation was a legendary tribulation. The legendary tribulation of the Immortals had never appeared in the Saint Origin world. The most powerful tribulation here was only the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. Now that Zhou Xian had advanced to the Great Sage realm, the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had appeared. The appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation shocked countless people. No matter what happened to Zhou Xian today, Zhou Xian's name would be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin world. The appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation was a historical moment. Heaven-defying. Zhou Xian is really heaven-defying. You should know that the strength of heaven's tribulation depends entirely on the heaven-defying degree of the person who transcends the tribulation. Only a very heaven-defying person can trigger the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard clan stared at the scene of the Dragon Phoenix in the sky and sighed again and again. Yes, De Huang has the bloodline of the Divine Beast and he has obtained the existence of the Totem Divine Seal. What he triggered was only the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. Zhou Xian is really heaven-defying, but this Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation is too terrifying. It's not easy to pass through it safely. Yeah, such a terrifying major tribulation is a great test for the person who transcends the tribulation. The destructive power of such a tribulation is too great. It is very likely that the person will die during the tribulation. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned and fall into a very serious state of weakness. This is very disadvantageous for Zhou Xian's current situation. It's a pity that we can't help with this Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. We can only rely on Zhou Xian himself. He has been creating miracles all along. Now that he has obtained the Heart of Blaze, the benefits are great. I hope he can create another miracle again. Ancient people and the great sages of the Beastkin clan sighed endlessly. While they were shocked by the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, they were also worried about Zhou Xian. They really couldn't help but worry. Zhou Xian's Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation was indeed shocking, but the power of this tribulation was also unimaginable. After Zhou Xian experienced the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, even if he didn't die, his condition would be very bad. How could he resist the attack of the 6 clans? However, even though they were worried, they couldn't do anything to help. Even a 9th grade great saint couldn't do anything about the tribulation. One had to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. If anyone else were to enter the tribulation, they would trigger their own tribulation. At that time they would be burned by the lightning fire and die without a burial place. Under the thunderstorm, Zhou Xian raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the Dragon and Phoenix in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Dragon and Phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon transformation skill is truly abnormal. It has actually attracted the dragon and phoenix major tribulation, but this is nothing. I can use this tribulation to break through to the second grade great saint. At that time I will kill everyone. Zhou Xian thought to himself. As a matter of fact, he didn't expect to attract the dragon and phoenix major tribulation. The last time he advanced to the minor saint was the devil dragon tribulation. He thought that this tribulation would be more terrifying than the last, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Come on. Zhou Qian's chi fluctuated and he roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Hull. The dragon and phoenix roared again. Both of them were staring at Zhou Qian with merciless eyes. They were furious at this person who dared to challenge the heaven's might. The heaven's might was inviolable. Anyone who violated the heaven's might must die under the lightning tribulation. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation was used to destroy everything. Long. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Countless lightning began to condense. The body of the dragon and the phoenix grew a lot stronger. Then the dragon and the phoenix opened their mouths and spat out a ball of raging fire. It was the thunder fire, a flame that was condensed by lightning. It was the true thunder fire that Zhou Qian had obtained in his body. However, these two bolts of true thunder fire were cast by the dragon and phoenix. They contained boundless heavenly might and unimaginable destructive force. The two bolts of true thunder fire crashed towards Zhou Qian. However, at this moment the ancestral dragon pagoda that had already condensed 2 floors suddenly shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Zhou Qian was stunned for a moment before he saw the ancestral dragon pagoda automatically unleashing its power from his body and colliding with the 2 lightning lights. Long. The 2 thunder fire struck the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower shook violently, but to everyone's surprise, the 2 thunder fire were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Lightning flickered outside the Zulong Tower. There were dense electric nets everywhere, making the Zulong Tower even more magical. Moreover, after absorbing the 2 thunder fire, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense. This scene made Zhou Qian almost shout in excitement. "Ah, awesome." Zhou Qian laughed. The Zulong Tower was said to be able to refine and absorb any energy between heaven and earth. However, he never thought that the Zulong Tower could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was the dragon and phoenix tribulation. Zhou Qian's own tribulation was forcibly taken away by the Zulong Tower. However, Zhou Qian was now connected with the Zulong Tower by blood. Therefore, the forced appearance of the Zulong Tower did not cause the heavenly tribulation to go berserk. Under the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Qian's tribulation and the Zulong Tower's tribulation were the same. They were one. The dragon and phoenix roared together. 2 thicker thunderbolts fell again. Each thunderbolt was like a giant python. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. Zhou Qian was originally worried that the Zulong Tower could not withstand it. However, after the Zulong Tower absorbed the 2 thunderbolts again, he was completely relieved. It seemed that after the Zulong Tower condensed 2 floors, its defensive power was even more tyrannical. Now that the Zulong Tower was condensing a 3rd floor under the thunder tribulation, Zhou Qian was naturally very happy. More importantly, Zhou Qian did not have much confidence in crossing the dragon and phoenix tribulation. In addition, there were so many strong enemies outside. Now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. The existence of the Zulong Tower could not only help him resist the heavenly tribulation, but it could also absorb all the energy of the heavenly tribulation, maximizing his benefits. No matter how he thought about it, it was a very awesome thing. Zhou Qian could not help but be excited. The Zulong Tower absorbed a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning. He was connected to the origin of the Zulong Tower, so he could also benefit. Although the benefits were limited, it was better than nothing. However, the absorption of the power of thunder and lightning by the Zulong Tower made the Earth Devil Beast and the devil inside the Zulong Tower suffer. Both of them were creatures with strong demonic nature. These fierce and pure young thunderbolts were their nemesis and natural enemies. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, quickly hide in the interspatial ring. Zhou Qian opened an interspatial ring and let the Earth Devil Beast and the devil go in. Now that I have the protection of the Zulong Tower, I can go through the heavenly tribulation without worry. I will also enter the Zulong Tower and accept the baptism of thunder and lightning while exploring the Heart of Blaze. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin entered the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, Jiang Qin simply reverted to his true form. He sat cross-legged in the lightning and began to explore the Heart of Blaze wholeheartedly. He had already refined the Heart of Blaze completely, but it hadn't reached a perfect fusion with his heart. He believed that he would certainly get some benefits after the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with his heart. Roar! The dragon and phoenix in the sky became even more furious when they saw that they could not hurt Jiang Qin. They began to bombard him with even more powerful attacks. However, the Zulong Tower was not afraid at all. No matter how many attacks came, they were still absorbed. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. Look! What kind of treasure is that blood-red ancient tower? It can actually help Jiang Qin to resist the heavenly tribulation. This is too shocking. Yeah, it's too scary. The ancient tower didn't seem to be so powerful just now. It was almost shattered by the attacks of the experts. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. Where did Jiang Qin get this treasure? It's too abnormal. It can actually resist the heavenly tribulation. Damn it. How can this little bastard be so lucky to get such a treasure? I thought he would die in the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. Now it seems that he will probably pass through it. Humph. It's not a big deal if he passes through it. He will more or less enter a period of weakness. Even if he doesn't enter a period of weakness with his first-grade Great Saint cultivation, it will be as easy as playing a game for us to kill him. The people of the 6 major families were gnashing their teeth. When they saw the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation, they were sure that Jiang Qin was going to die, but they didn't expect that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful trump card that could help him resist the heavenly tribulation. What the fuck? This tower is too awesome. De Huang Dog was shocked. He already knew about the appearance of the Zulong Tower. As a matter of fact, when the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation appeared, De Huang Dog's heart was filled with worry, but he was still very confident about Jiang Qin's heavenly tribulation. Now it seemed that he didn't need to worry at all. The Zulong Tower had directly helped Jiang Qin resist everything. This guy is truly a monstrous genius. Sure enough, he has created another miracle. I just don't know what kind of treasure is in that ancient tower. Jiang Qin is a person with great luck. Such a person's future will be limitless. It's the right choice for us to befriend him. In the near future, Saint Origin World will fall into chaos and Jiang Qin will certainly play the most important role. That's right. Now it seems that we don't need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation anymore. Let's see if he can create another miracle after the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people and the great saint experts of the demon race heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Qin had this kind of heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. His whole body was bathed in the sea of lightning as if he was taking a bath. Jiang Qin didn't have the mood to pay attention to the shock outside. All his attention was on the Heart of Blaze. While absorbing the power of lightning, he was making the Heart of Blaze fuse perfectly with his heart, waiting for the appearance of a miracle. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.